Final Fury. Federal Bureau of Magic Cozy Mystery, Book 14. Written by Annabelle Chase. Narrated by Jill Smith. Dedication. This book is dedicated to my Fury fans. Thank you for seeing the series through to its hopefully satisfying conclusion. You're the best. Chapter 1.
I don't care for the woods,
Neville complained. The wizard ducked his head as though he were under attack by falling leaves.
It's the end of January. Shouldn't the trees be bare by now?
Global warming, Neville. Get used to it. For now, this forest is our training ground, so wear a hoodie if the leaves bother you.
Can't we simply train in your yard now that Mrs. Paulson is no longer an issue?
I stared at him. Wow. The wizard's cheeks brightened with red splotches.
I meant no disrespect. I was merely stating a fact.
My elderly neighbor had been a thorn in my family's side for decades. As a nosy human, Mrs. Paulson had taken a keen interest in my family's unusual activities. Her murder by an Antares demon meant that the house was currently unoccupied, and therefore no one would be peeping at us through the fence cracks. If we train in my backyard, that will open us up to critiques by my mother and grandma. They're like Russian judges at the Olympics. Nothing is ever above a 5. Neville cringed.
Good point. We'll stick to the woods for now.
Princess Buttercup's snarl interrupted our conversation. Humans would have been both baffled and terrified by the noise. Even at their most vicious, Great Danes didn't sound like that. But hellhounds from the deepest part of the underworld did. I looked at my faithful hound. What's up, Buttercup? The hellhound lowered her head and growled. Her red eyes were fixated on the area behind me. I turned to see a silhouette staggering toward us. I patted Buttercup's head. I don't think they're a threat, but I appreciate the warning. The figure emerged from the shadows. The man's clothing was disheveled, and his hair was unkempt. His t-shirt looked like it had been trampled by elephants before he put it on. In that messy state, it took me longer than it should have to recognize him. Hugh? What on earth are you doing here at this hour? Hugh Phelps typically dressed like he was about to be interviewed by Vogue magazine. Appearance was more important to him than oxygen. The werewolf rubbed his tired eyes.
I went for an early run.
The forest was one of the reasons there was a healthy werewolf population in Chipping Cheddar. It was close to downtown, but large and thick enough to conceal their activity. It's 5:30 in the morning. How early are we talking? He rubbed the back of his neck.
I shifted a little after midnight.
His gaze slid skyward.
Oh, I see the sun's about to come up.
And you've been out gallivanting until now?
Irina is pregnant,
he said, as though that explained everything. I'm aware. I squinted at him. He attempted to smooth his rumpled shirt.
She's been snoring.
Snoring, I repeated.
Yes, loudly. I even recorded her on my phone because she didn't believe it.
Neville gasped. My eyes widened. Do you have a death wish? You do not want to get on the bad side of Irina, especially when you're the one who lives with her. It would be very easy to make your death seem accidental. He splayed his hands.
What else could I do? She refused to believe me. I needed proof.
What you need is to recapture your sanity. If Irina says she doesn't snore, you just agree with her and move on with your day. Invest in noise-canceling headphones.
I'll take it under advisement.
Hugh seemed to notice Neville and Princess Buttercup for the first time.
What are you all doing out here at this hour?
Neville and I normally train at Davenport Park, but it's cordoned off. The new mayor, Jason Swift, had hired a construction company to build a lavish senior citizen complex in the park. Overnight, Chipping Cheddar had become one big construction zone, with enough orange cones to be seen from space. The small town couldn't cope with the level of change. Road closures, Yellow helmets everywhere. Incessant noise. Swift claimed he was doing the town a favor by doing the work in the winter months so as not to disrupt the summer tourist season, when a majority of the businesses made the bulk of their money. Although he made a point, it still made life challenging for the thousands of residents.
What about the lawsuit?
Hugh asked. Moyer, my demon lawyer cousin, had filed a request for an injunction to stop construction until the legality of Swift's actions could be decided. Davenport Park had been a legally protected space, but Swift's first official act as mayor was to repeal the law. Although the judge granted the injunction yesterday, it was only temporary until a hearing could be held on the merits of the case in 2 weeks. Regardless, Davenport Park remained off-limits to us. The only upside was that the mound that housed the dormant portal to Otherworld fell just outside the construction zone. You know how litigation can be, I said. It's like watching a sloth paint a wall. There's paperwork and then a hearing, then there's more paperwork and another hearing.
I thought Moyer was supposed to be good at his job.
Hugh grumbled. What about you, Mr. Deputy Mayor? I shot back. You were supposed to find dirt on Swift before he took office, and now look where we are.
I've been distracted,
he admitted. I smacked his forearm. You can't afford to be distracted. This is serious. We need evidence of election fraud, and we need it yesterday. Even if the judge grants the permanent injunction, we can't allow Swift to stay in office. He's as corrupt as they come. Hugh examined his arm.
You left a mark.
I raised my hand. Would you like a matching one on the other arm? Hugh's menacing growl prompted Neville to stand between us.
No fighting, please. We need to work together if we have any hope of ejecting Swift from office before he does real damage.
Sensing the mounting tension, Princess Buttercup inched closer to me. As strong as Hugh was, he didn't stand a chance against the Hellhound.
I'm sorry,
Hugh said.
I blame sleep deprivation. It's making me cranky.
I understood. Depriving me of sleep and food were two surefire ways of bringing out the fury in me. Irina will probably be awake soon, I said. Try to power nap before you go to work.
Do you think Flora might be able to mix a sleeping potion? Something that allows me to sleep through the snoring?
Why Aunt Thora?
Because I wouldn't put it past your mother or your grandmother to add bonus content to the potion. I'd prefer not to wake up with a pig's nose, thank you very much.
Fair enough. Why not ask Adele? I'm sure she'd be happy to help. Hugh dipped his head.
I will. Thank you. I'll leave you to your training session.
The werewolf staggered out of the woods toward home.
Well, that was unexpected,
Neville commented. Never a dull moment in Chipping Cheddar, I agreed. After a pit stop at home to drop off Princess Buttercup, Neville and I drove together to the Federal Bureau of Magic office. The wizard went straight to Holes for coffee and pastries, while I booted up my computer and stewed over Swift's town takeover. I'd known about his plan to build the complex in the park before he took office, but I'd been sworn to secrecy in exchange for information on the Antares demon that killed Mrs. Paulson. It had seemed like a good idea at the time, mainly because I didn't think Swift would ever take office. I'd underestimated him and overestimated myself, which was a tough pill to swallow. I waited until I'd finished a full cup of coffee before I called Moyer for an update. The demon was an early riser, so I knew the odds were good he'd be in his office by now. I was taken aback when Tomas answered the phone. I double-checked the number, thinking I might have called their house by mistake. Why are you answering Moyer's office phone? I asked.
Because he's on the other line.
Is it take your husband to work day?
I'm his assistant this week. Margaret is on her honeymoon, and you know Moyer. He refused to hire an unknown entity, even on a temporary basis.
How's progress on the case? I asked. He made a yawning noise.
I'll let him talk to you about that. All the legal jargon sounds the same to me.
How's everything at home? I figured I might as well catch up while I waited, especially with Tomas on the phone. Moyer was a dam when it came to personal details, whereas Tomas was a sieve.
Our application is in review, so that's something.
Application for what? He fell silent for a beat.
Didn't Moyer tell you?
I ran through our past few conversations in my head, but drew a blank. Apparently not.
We've decided to adopt.
You should have told me. Sawyer is tight with the rescue center. Tomas chuckled.
Not a pet, Eden. A child. We're going through a private firm that specializes in mixed supernatural adoptions.
My spirits soared. Oh, Tomas, that's amazing news. I'm so happy for you.
Moyer promised to scale back on his hours at work so we can share responsibilities more evenly.
He paused.
It's Eden. She wants an update on the case.
He returned to me.
Moyer's available now. We'll talk soon, sweetie. Love you.
Love you too.
The legal precedent.
Moyer tried to launch straight into legalese, but I cut him off. Wait, let me at least congratulate you first.
Ah, I see Tomas spilled the beans about the bean.
You can't keep a thing like that secret for long. You can't disguise the kid as a briefcase.
We don't have a child yet.
I know, but you've taken the first big step. Does Aunt Thora know?
She does, but I asked her to keep it quiet until we're further along in the process. I'm sure Tomas being a half-angel will score us bonus points, but they won't love that I'm a lawyer.
They can't discriminate against you for that, I said quickly.
I am aware of the law. Thank you, cousin.
Well, I won't tell anyone. I promise.
I trust you.
He waited a beat.
Can we talk about the case now?
Typical Moyer. I was surprised I got that much information out of him. Yes.
Based on my research, it won't be a slam dunk, I'm afraid. I'm doing my absolute best, though. I have 2 associates working on it as well. If Swift gets away with this, it will embolden him to do much worse later on.
I totally agree. Thanks, Moyer. Keep me updated.
I will.
I hung up the phone. We need to find another angle in case Moyer loses the case, I told Neville.
Because he thinks Swift will pay off the judge?
Neville asked. Moyer wouldn't let that happen.
How would he even know?
He has sources who'd tell him. He's concerned that the case law isn't clearly in our favor. But if there was a loophole or a solid precedent that supported his arguments, I had no doubt he'd find it. The demon lawyer's attention to detail was one of his greatest strengths, and one of the reasons signatories to his contracts often missed the downsides hidden within the provisions. Moyer was a master of the fine print.
Then what's the other angle?
Neville asked. I think we need to keep digging into election fraud. Our ultimate goal was to oust Swift. Can you post in your wizard forum and ask? Neville kept his gaze fixed on his computer screen.
Election fraud is a human issue. Why would wizards be better equipped to deal with it?
Because they might know magical ways he might have done it. I knew in my gut Swift had stolen the election out from under Mayor Whitehead. If I could prove it, then I could send the sleazy lawyer to jail where he belonged. I had no doubt he was involved in criminal activities that extended far beyond election fraud. Somehow, he'd managed to avoid detection thus far, but I was determined to change his luck.
With all due respect, Agent Fury, I don't think the Wizard Forum is the appropriate venue.
Neville insisted. I paced the floor behind him. Maybe there's a spell we can do that reveals all his past wrongdoings.
Ah, yes, the powerful Dear Diary spell. I doubt that will be admissible evidence in a court of law.
Neville pointed out. I halted. Stop being so reasonable.
I can't. It's in my job description.
My best friend Clara Riley had been working the journalism angle in an effort to unearth dirt on Swift. Although she'd turned up multiple leads, none had produced enough information to nail his designer suit to the wall. I'd hoped that Neville and I could work the FBM angle and come up with something that would stick. So far, we remained empty-handed. Swift can't possibly be smart enough to hide all his dirty laundry from magic users. Even if he is, he'd need access to powerful magic to cloak all of it.
Corrupt practices don't necessarily require magic to stay secret. Not every politician has a magic user on their payroll.
Neville clicked on an article that detailed historical accounts of election fraud.
That being said, Swift is clearly aware of the supernatural community, and it's possible he took precautions. I suspect Hugh and Emily are the only ones with any chance of uncovering evidence.
Emily Burdock was a middle-aged witch I'd befriended who managed to get hired as Swift's new assistant. She and Hugh were my eyes and ears inside the new mayor's office. Sooner or later, he'd slip up, and one of them would be there to witness it. The judge will decide the fate of the town treasure in 2 weeks, I said. We're running out of time. Neville swiveled in his chair to face me.
Everyone is firing on all cylinders, Agent Fury. I'm not sure what more we can do that we aren't already.
You're right. I'm sorry. Neville turned back to his computer.
Don't be sorry. I understand how you feel. Have you checked the portal today?
I couldn't decide whether it was a legitimate question or if he was trying to get me out of his hair. Not yet. I checked yesterday, though.
And?
I heaved a sigh as I returned to my desk. I noted a new hairline fracture in the rock, probably the result of recent tremors from the drilling and digging.
At least the work has stopped for the next 2 weeks,
Neville said.
That should slow any further damage.
Hopefully. I sent the report to headquarters to let them know. Neville stared into space, a sign the wizard was deep in thought.
I have a bad feeling about this, Agent Fury.
I've had a bad feeling for months, I admitted, but there was so much going on that I couldn't tell whether there was more than one reason. My mother and Grandma wiping Sawyer's memories, me killing them in retribution, Mrs. Paulson's murder by the Antares demon. There had been many reasons to feel on edge. Now that tensions with my family had eased and Sawyer's memories had been restored, there was no reason to continue to feel this way. Except Jason Swift. The Antares demon warned us of a bigger threat, I said. I wish I'd asked more questions.
Yes, the plan of the century, I believe you wrote in your report,
Neville said. Because that's how he described it. He said he wished he could be here when it happened.
Bluster, I imagine. A desperate demon wanting to strike a deal to reduce his murder charges.
Maybe. Although he did say to ask him a few questions about our new mayor. Why would he randomly implicate Swift unless there was a good reason? And it was Swift's tip that led to the demon's capture. Coincidence?
The Antares demon lived here in disguise for years,
Neville said.
I'm sure he was aware of Swift's reputation in certain circles. Regardless, the demon wasn't telling you anything you didn't already suspect.
True. But the plan of the century is quite a statement. The kind of menacing statement that made me lose sleep at night. Neville rolled his chair back to assess me.
There is an idea I've been toying with.
I punched the air. I knew it! Come on, Neville, let's hear it.
His office is warded against listening devices, so there's no way to eavesdrop, magical or otherwise.
My face crumpled. You didn't tell me that. Although the news didn't surprise me.
I had Emily test a few newer creations. They all failed. I didn't tell you because I only wanted to give you good news.
My whole body softened. Neville, you don't have to protect me. I'm your boss. I need to have all the information. The wizard nodded.
I understand. But you've dealt with so much lately. I hoped to give you a respite from negativity.
I'd never wanted to hug him more. I appreciate that. Now, what's the idea you haven't tried yet?
Just because his office is warded doesn't mean it's resistant to all magic. I wanted to determine whether Swift was alerted to any use of magic, even if the ward protected against it. Emily helped me test it.
And? I prompted. Neville smiled.
No alert.
Which means you can keep testing until you find magic that works. He nodded.
I didn't want to endanger Emily. If Swift is more attuned to the supernatural world than we realize, it's possible he could identify her as a witch if his suspicions were aroused.
I think I should tap into my San Francisco skills as well. Neville frowned.
You want to see how much Ghirardelli chocolate you can fit into your mouth at one time?
Not that. My FBI skills. Before my assignment to the FBM outpost in Chipping Cheddar, I'd worked for the FBI in San Francisco in a non-supernatural capacity, until I accidentally siphoned a vampire's powers and bit my partner Fergus. That marked the end of one career and the beginning of another.
I see. And what does that involve?
I'm going to track down Swift's known associates, see if we can find any evidence of criminal activity from their end.
Won't they simply tip him off if you start asking questions about him?
Depends on the associate. I'll start with the low-hanging fruit. They're usually easier to bargain with. Neville squinted at me from behind his glasses.
And how will we determine which ones they are?
I patted his shoulder. It's called research, Neville. Last I checked, it was your area of expertise.
Why don't you call Clara for a list of names? Hasn't she been quietly investigating Swift?
See? You've made a significant contribution already. I tapped Clara's name in my contacts. Good morning, she chirped. You sound cheerful for this hour. Quinn and I had a pancake breakfast before he left town. I'm riding a sugar high. How long is he away this time? Only a week, but it gives me more time to make headway with the wedding plans. Clara was engaged to Agent Quinn Redmond. As an empath and human with the sight, Clara had made a point to avoid close relationships, until she met Quinn. Now, she was happier than I'd ever seen her, and it couldn't happen to a more deserving person. Any headway with your Swift investigation? I asked. Nobody will speak to me. It's clear he has them scared or made them sign confidentiality agreements, or both. I'm looking for low-hanging fruit that might be tangentially involved in one of his criminal schemes. Anybody on your list jump out at you? No luck with the litigation, huh? She asked. It's still pending, but Moyer says he isn't guaranteed to win. I need to work all the angles. Clara paused, and I heard the sound of papers rustling. Here's a promising one for you. I found evidence of meetings between Swift and a town clerk named Doug Halsey. Wouldn't Hugh or Emily have records of that? Appears to be unofficial. They didn't meet at Swift's office or town hall. There was one sighting of them in a dive bar called Monterey Jack's. Interesting. I've been there. Did you speak to Halsey? He refused. Said he was misquoted once and he'll never speak to a reporter again, even off the record. So he's either a giant baby or he's hiding something, I said. Or both, Clara replied. I wrote his name on a sticky note. I'll let you know. Chapter 2. I met Chief Sawyer Fox for lunch at Good Enough, the local diner, to give him my progress report and sneak in a few kisses to make up for lost time. Every time I finished a bite of my Belgian waffle, I granted him a syrupy kiss. Sugar on sugar action.
Do you think Swift had someone in town hall tamper with official records?
Sawyer asked. I have no idea. Could be anything. But if he was meeting this Halsey guy at a seedy bar where no one would see them, he tapped the outside of his mug.
Maybe it was a date.
It's possible, but I doubt it. Swift seems as heterosexual as they come.
Well, sometimes that's a cover.
Sawyer offered me the last piece of bacon. This is why you're the best boyfriend in the world. I leaned across the table and ate the bacon from his outstretched hand.
Really? All it takes is one slice of bacon to achieve that title?
You have other qualities, too. I leaned back against the booth cushion. I can't imagine Swift would be hiding a boyfriend in this day and age.
He's a politician. They hide what they ate for breakfast. Want me to come with you to interview Halsey? He may be more responsive to the chief of police.
I shook my head. If he's involved with Swift, I doubt he'll talk to you.
I recognize his name. I'd probably recognize his face, too, once I saw him.
Let me handle this one.
As you wish.
He pushed the plate with the last sausage patty across the table.
If I'm already the best boyfriend in the world, what does this get me?
I speared the patty with my fork. Best boyfriend in the cosmos. He nodded his approval.
I'll take it.
My phone vibrated on the table. I groaned when I saw Grandma's name on the screen.
Is that how you react when my name lights up your screen?
Sawyer asked. What do you think? I answered the call. What's up, Grandma?
I need a ride home from the town square.
Can't you call an Uber?
And risk death and dismemberment? Are you serious?
Grandma, you're perfectly capable of defending yourself in a dangerous situation.
I don't want to call an Uber. They always think I want to talk to them because I'm old, like I'm lonely and have 20 cats at home.
I'm finishing up lunch with Sawyer. Give me 5 minutes. She hung up.
I guess you need to go,
Sawyer said. No need to look sad. You'll see me tonight. I paused. Won't you?
I thought you had plans.
Sassy and I won't take too long. You can come by after and stay the night.
Or you could stay at my place and avoid prying eyes.
I smiled. You can't see Alice. What's the difference?
But she can see me. Us.
He shuddered.
I don't like to picture her watching us.
She's not a pervert. She disappears during the appropriate moments.
That's what she wants you to think.
No, that's what actually happens. I tossed my napkin on the table. If she was still there, I'd be able to see her.
I'll get the check. You go ahead. I don't want you to keep Grandma waiting and get turned into a toad or something.
It would be a snail or a sloth, I replied. She'd want the punishment to reflect the crime.
How very judicial of her.
I gave him one last lingering kiss before departing the diner. I drove to the square where Grandma was waiting, as promised, seated on the base of the statue of one of the town founders. She slid into the passenger seat.
Took you long enough. I think I have frostbite.
I pointed to the temperature gauge on the dashboard. It's 43 degrees. Why were you downtown?
I met a friend from the senior center at the Daily Grind for coffee. They picked me up, but couldn't drive me home.
Why not go to Magic Beans? Grandma scoffed.
A LaRue establishment? Never.
I turned right. I need to make a stop on the way home. I'll leave the car running so you can keep the heat on.
Where are you stopping?
Town hall. I need to talk to someone.
I'll come with you.
Absolutely not.
Well, I'm not waiting in the car. What if someone tries to kidnap me?
I cut her a sideways glance. Why would anybody try to kidnap you?
Because I'm a little old lady.
I parked the car. And those are in high demand. She jutted out her chin.
I'm not staying in the car.
Fine. But you need to be quiet. I'm asking this guy a few questions and that's it. No big deal.
Is he a suspect in a murder case?
No, there hasn't been a murder.
Too bad.
I gave her a reproachful look.
What? I just mean too bad it isn't in the pursuit of justice. I know how much you love to balance those scales.
Oh, it's in the pursuit of justice. Just without the murder part.
This is a special occasion. It isn't every day I get to watch you work.
I moaned. Grandma, you can't watch me.
Why not? I promise to keep quiet.
She pretended to lock her lips. Even if you were spelled to stay quiet, your mouth would find a way to form words. Harsh, critical words that I had no interest in hearing. You can wait in the lobby, I said as we entered the building.
That's Barbara Glenn,
Grandma whispered.
I know her from the senior center. I think her grandson works here.
I glanced at the older woman in a leopard print dress that shimmered under the artificial lights. A bright red slant marked her mouth. She seems awfully gussied up to see her grandson. Grandma gave a rueful shake of her head.
She never met a synthetic fabric she didn't love.
Grabbing my hand, she tugged me forward.
Quick, she spotted me. Let's go.
We were through the next set of doors before I could object. Grandma, I told you to stay in the lobby.
You can't subject me to Barbara. If I stand too close, I might pick up one of her diseases.
How many does she have?
More than your mother, and that's saying something.
I was sorry I asked. I stopped at a directory and located Halsey's office on the lower level. It seemed like the entire floor was deserted. I half expected a tumbleweed to roll past us.
Did they cut the budget or something?
Grandma asked.
There's no one here.
It's lunchtime. I located Halsey's nameplate outside a small office tucked away in the corner. A middle-aged man sat behind a desk, holding a ham and cheese sandwich and bobbing his head to the Shakira song currently playing on his phone. I knocked on the door jamb. "Excuse me, are you Doug Halsey?" He broke free of his reverie and quickly turned off the music.
Who wants to know?
2 hookers with an outstanding bill.
Grandma replied. I shushed her.
Do you have an appointment?
He asked. Do you even take appointments? Don't people just show up down here and ask to see records and archives? Grandma elbowed me.
Show him your badge. They give you that hunk of metal for a reason.
I produced my FBM badge. I'm Agent Eden Fury. To humans without the sight, it looked like an FBI badge.
I've heard of you. I expected you to be older.
He pointed to Grandma.
Like her.
She took a menacing step forward.
Who are you calling old?
Down, I hissed at her.
What do you need from me, Agent Fury? It isn't every day a lowly clerk gets questioned by the FBM.
Uh-huh. And there was my answer. You have the sight. He hesitated briefly before nodding.
Gave myself away, didn't I? That's supposed to read FBI, I guess.
He waved a hand at the badge. There's no shame in having the sight. My best friend does, too.
I prefer to keep it quiet.
Doug admitted.
I've never been comfortable straddling 2 worlds.
You and me both, pal. I crossed the threshold and closed the door behind me. I'd like to know about your association with Jason Swift. Doug's face was the picture of innocence.
The new mayor?
Yes, I said, although I found it painful to acknowledge. Doug chuckled.
Well, I can tell how you voted in the election. I don't know the man, although I did vote for him. Seems like he's got it together, you know what I mean?
I ignored his comment. Are you sure you haven't met him? Doug maintained a casual air.
Not unless he came into the office and I didn't recognize him.
You haven't met with him at Monterey Jack's? I pressed. Doug laughed.
Is that a grocery store? Too many cheese names in this town. It's hard to keep them all straight.
He's lying,
Grandma practically shouted.
He has a tell.
Doug tried to laugh off her remark.
Are you a poker player?
I'm a witch who can detect a lie from 1,000 yards away,
Grandma said. Doug's easygoing smile evaporated.
Like I told you, I've never met the man.
I scrolled through the photos on my phone until I found the group Clara had sent to me. So, this isn't you with Jason Swift in this photo. I turned my screen toward him. Doug licked his lips slowly.
That's him? I thought his name was Harry.
His eyes narrowed.
Who took that photo?
I skipped over his question. I have more. Would you like to see them? Just so you know, I started with the most flattering one.
The others make you look like you have a double chin,
Grandma chimed in.
The angle isn't great for you.
Doug's face shut down.
I don't have anything more to say to you. You should leave before I call security.
I tapped my phone. I'll do you one better and call Chief Fox. Would that help?
They're sleeping together,
Grandma interrupted.
The chief will definitely be on her side.
We're in a committed relationship, I corrected her.
Which involves sleeping together,
Grandma added. Doug folded his arms.
I'm not saying another word. You can speak to my lawyer.
Would that be Jason Swift? I queried. Doug's left eye twitched. Bingo. What are the odds he'd represent you, a man you've never met? I continued. Doug's face reddened.
We have lawyer-client confidentiality.
The law isn't that broad, I said, and it certainly doesn't cover criminal activities the lawyer himself is involved in. Doug stared at me with rounded eyes, like a fish on a hook. Grandma dropped her handbag into an empty chair.
I'll extract the information. Right through his nostrils.
I shot her a warning glance. Grandma, we are handling this like professionals.
Do you want the information or not? You said it was important, and this guy clearly isn't going to give you anything if you insist on using the white glove treatment.
The elderly witch shook her head.
I don't know how you've made it this far in your career, playing nice.
Doug popped to his feet.
I should go. It seems like you have issues to work out, and I'm just getting in the way.
Grandma snorted.
Nice try, buckaroo.
She motioned to me.
Eden, set him on fire. I'll disable the smoke detector.
Doug and I gasped in unison.
What?
Grandma asked, as though she requested that I pass the salt.
He'll talk if he's uncomfortable and afraid to die. He tells us what we want to know, and then we stop, drop, and roll him.
She snapped her fingers.
Flames extinguished. No harm done, except the loss of an outfit that, to be honest, should have been tossed out 3 years ago.
Doug glanced down at his plaid shirt. Leaning over, she started to dig through her oversized handbag.
I have a lighter in here somewhere. If you won't do it, I will. You promised to drive me home, and this is taking longer than I expected.
Why are you carrying around a lighter? You don't smoke.
You never know when you'll need to light a candle. I've got a box of chalk, too. We can draw an outline of his dead body if he refuses to talk. Give the police a hand with the artwork.
She held up a lighter in triumph.
Can I go fire starter on his ass or what?
I snatched the lighter from her hand.
I'll talk,
Doug blurted, and dropped straight back into his chair. I took the lighter from her. I said, "No one is lighting you on fire."
I know, but you both seem crazy. I feel like I'm going to end up dead no matter what happens.
Grandma seemed to take his remark as a compliment and smiled.
Go on, then. Confess.
I closed my eyes and prayed for strength. Grandma, why don't you wait in the corridor? She hugged her handbag to her stomach.
And leave you alone with this punk? I'm your grandmother. I'm not going anywhere.
Doug tapped his foot repetitively.
I've done odd jobs for Mr. Swift, but I mostly worked as a messenger.
What kind of messages did you deliver? I asked. He shrugged.
Don't know. Didn't read them.
Did you try?
Grandma asked.
No. My job is to deliver them and then destroy them as soon as they're read. Swift doesn't like electronic communications because he knows those can be recovered.
You didn't even try to steam one open or read over someone's shoulder?
Grandma huffed.
Men in your generation don't know how to take initiative. That's what's wrong with this country today.
I think the list is slightly longer than that, I told her.
I wasn't interested in the messages, only the payment. I have hefty loan payments to make, the kind that can result in the loss of limbs if you don't pay them on time.
Which is why Swift chose you, I said. Doug evaded my gaze.
He knew I needed cash when he approached me. I got the impression that he'd done his research first. He even knew how much I owed.
I examined him closely. Did you ever consider he knew all that information because he's actually the one who extended the loan in the first place? Doug swallowed hard.
Not until now.
Did he ever ask you to steal records from your office or doctor them? Doug blew out a breath.
There was a property deed he asked me to shred.
Do you remember which property?
A big lot adjacent to Davenport Park. I'm guessing they needed to acquire it for the construction, but they couldn't do it through legal means.
What a scumbag. Swift was willing to lie, cheat, and steal to get the outcome he wanted. And now he was Chipping Cheddar's mayor. It sickened me. Would you be willing to testify?
And implicate myself? No thanks. You're scary, but I'm more afraid of him than you.
What if I can cut a deal for you? It's Swift we're after. Nobody's interested in the people he stepped on along the way. Doug stared at my shiny badge as he appeared to contemplate his options.
I can't risk it. Swift is too dangerous. Even if I stay out of prison, he's got the kind of contacts that will make sure I suffer the consequences of betraying him.
Light him up,
Grandma said with enthusiasm. This isn't the Salem witch trials, I told her.
They were hanged,
Grandma pointed out. I decided to continue my interrogation. Now that Doug was talking, it seemed wise to wring as much information out of him as I could in case I didn't get another chance. Maybe then his testimony wouldn't be necessary. To whom did you deliver the messages? I asked. Grandma rolled her eyes.
Did you seriously use whom instead of who?
It's grammatically correct.
A lot of terms are grammatically correct that sound ridiculous. Do you not have a rebellious bone in your body that you won't even push back against the grammar police?
Grandma swore.
If you didn't look so much like your mother, I'd swear you weren't related to us.
I shot her a quizzical look. You think I look like Mom?
You and Anton both favor your mother, thank the gods. A female Stanley Fury would be an assault on the visual senses.
Can I talk now?
Doug interrupted.
I've got a dentist appointment in half an hour, so I'd like to wrap this up. They charge you even if you don't show up, and as we've established, I'm short on cash.
Fine. I'd like to know the recipients of the secret messages.
There weren't many,
he replied.
It seemed to be all the same small network. Sometimes I'd deliver a message from one recipient to another, too.
I need names.
Kaya Toothill, Lamont Potts, and Tanner Hughes.
My stomach dropped to the floor. Tanner Hughes? Are you sure?
Good-looking guy. Dates a hot vampire who works at Roots.
Grandma's mouth tightened. She wisely said nothing. What's Tanner's relationship to Swift?
No idea. I already told you, I don't read the messages.
Is that all? I prompted.
Yeah, those are the most recent ones.
Thanks for your cooperation, Doug, I said.
Thanks for not setting me on fire. It's going straight to the top of my gratitude list when I journal later tonight.
My heart hammered in my chest with every step as Grandma and I left the building. I couldn't believe Tanner was somehow involved with Jason Swift. As far as I knew, he was still a traveling salesman for a medical device company or pharmaceuticals or something of that nature. How on earth would he have gotten mixed up with someone like Swift? Grandma waited until we were at the car to speak.
Why don't you let someone else talk to Tanner? Your mother or I would be more than happy to handle that scarecrow.
No, this is my job, Grandma. I need to be the one to follow up on the leads.
You don't need to worry about us putting any kind of spell on him. That's all in the past.
I know. My family had been unhappy with my relationship with the very human Tanner in high school and had cast a spell that made him cheat on me with Sassy. I eventually forgave them, but their deception had caused me years of pain. As much as I didn't want to speak to Tanner about anything at all, it was best to start with him. I knew which buttons to press, and his guard would be down. He was, in fact, the lowest hanging fruit, which was a far cry from his high school status where I'd kept him on a pedestal.
Take Chief Fox with you,
Grandma urged.
It'll be more fun for you.
There would be a certain satisfaction in showing up to interrogate Tanner with my handsome police chief boyfriend, but I needed to keep Sawyer out of this. Whatever Swift was up to, I felt confident it fell on the supernatural side of the law. Chapter 3. I delivered Grandma safely home and returned to the barn to let Princess Buttercup out to pee before the arrival of none other than Sassafras Sassy Persimmons, my former frenemy. As co-maids of honor for Clara's wedding, she and I had a lot of work to do. It wasn't ideal timing under the circumstances, but I was determined to be as good a friend to Clara as she had always been to me. Sassy sent me a text that read, "Incoming," and then entered the barn without knocking. Her blonde hair was styled in a French braid, and slung over her shoulder was a large canvas bag with the words, "Bridal Bitches," in bold pink script. The bag was stuffed with paraphernalia. I spotted a sash and a penis straw among the items. "Where are we setting up Bridal HQ?" she asked in a no-nonsense tone. "How about the kitchen table?" I suggested. Sassy marched forward with an air of authority. She unzipped her puffy coat to reveal a turquoise velour jumpsuit. I couldn't decide if I loved it or hated it, not that Sassy would care either way. Her confidence rivaled Han Solo's. "I brought samples for the bridal shower and the bachelorette party," she said. "Since we're co-maids of honor, I figured I'd get your approval." Wow. Sassy was asking for my opinion and actually taking it into consideration. I didn't know how to respond. "Would you like anything to eat or drink?" I offered. "Tea or coffee?" "Water, please. No ice. I'm counting calories before the big event." I opened my mouth to correct her about the caloric content of ice, but decided against it. One large glass of water coming up. "Clara texted me, and I had to lie and tell her I was with a client," Sassy said. "I hate lying to her." Sassy sold advertising for the Buttermilk Bugle, the local newspaper, and she frequently met with potential advertisers. I filled a glass with water. I know, I hate sneaking around. It feels gross. The irony of saying this to Sassy, of all people, wasn't lost on me. "I think the color scheme for the bridal shower should be fuchsia and ballet slipper pink," Sassy announced. "Your thoughts?" "Aren't they both shades of pink?" I set the glass of water in front of her. "Yes, but they're nothing alike."
"So basically blush and bashful,"
Alice Wentworth's voice interjected.
"Someone's been watching Steel Magnolias. Not that I blame her. It's an excellent movie. If I could produce tears, I would have needed a whole box of tissues."
I twisted my body to observe the ghost as she drifted through the kitchen wall. "What are you looking at, Eden?" Sassy asked. It was easy to forget Sassy had no knowledge of the supernatural world. "I thought I saw a spider on the wall." Sassy nibbled on the end of her bright purple pen. "I don't mind spiders. Carry it outside if you catch it." I glanced at the notebook she'd placed on the table. It was decorated in pink and white ribbons, and "Bridal Notebook for Clara" had been written in rainbow glitter on the cover. It was very Sassy. "I brought a few shower invitation samples for you to see." She flipped open the notebook to where she'd fastened 3 options to a page. I peered over her shoulder. The first one was so wildly inappropriate it would have made Clara blush. It looked like the style of invitation my mother would choose. "Are you sure this is for the shower?" Sassy released a quiet squeak and turned the page. "Sorry, those were for the bachelorette party. We'll do those next." She tapped the page. "These are the shower invitations." I immediately pointed to the one in the middle. "That one." "You barely looked at them," she accused. "It's feminine and has cheerful flowers. Clara would approve." "It took me hours to narrow the choices down to those 3. I patted her shoulder. "You did an amazing job. Go ahead and choose the bachelorette invitation, as long as it isn't that first option." Sassy smirked. "That one is really for me to admire while Vaughn is at work." She recently discovered her new boyfriend worked as a stripper, which I thought would be a deal-breaker. As always, Sassy surprised me by taking the news in stride. I sat across from her as she scribbled something in the bridal notebook. "What do you think of little rosé champagne bottles as favors?" "It would fit the color scheme." She aimed the end of the pen at me. "See? You're learning." "Since you mentioned him, how are things with Vaughn?" Sassy's smile faded. "Why do you ask?" "Because I'm showing an interest in your life. That's how friendship works." "I honestly don't know how things are with Vaughn. He confuses me." I cocked my head. "How so?" "He's male," Alice chimed in. "The whole gender is confusing. Honestly, it makes me glad to be dead because at least I know I'll never need to deal with another man." I ignored the ghost. Did something happen with Vaughn? I thought you were okay with his career choice.
Oh, I am. It isn't that.
She hesitated.
Sometimes I feel like there's a wall between us.
Well, you do live in neighboring apartments, I joked.
She pouted. You know what I mean. An invisible one. I worry he's keeping more secrets from me.
Maybe it's residual from the stripper secret. She shook her head.
I don't think so. But naturally, it has my mind on high alert. Maybe he has a long-distance girlfriend, or he's wanted by the police.
I don't think that's it. Of course, I knew perfectly well what Vaughn's secret was, but it wasn't my place to tell her she was dating a vampire. I'd initially worried he had bad intentions toward her, but Vaughn convinced me he was on the level and that his feelings were genuine. Sassy tapped the end of the pen on the table.
I worry that I'm a loser magnet, but then I remember that you also dated Tanner, and now you're with Chief Fox, so maybe I'm freaking out for no reason.
It troubled me that her Han Solo confidence was waning because of Vaughn's supernatural secret. I got lucky with Sawyer, I said. Sassy's gaze flicked from the notebook to me.
Don't do that.
Do what?
Act like you're unworthy of him. You didn't get lucky. You deserve him every bit as much as he deserves you. You're both lucky to have found each other.
I blinked at her, digesting her remarks. Finally, I said, "Thank you, Sassy. That's one of the kindest things you've ever said to me."
Whatever, just stop undervaluing yourself. It's totally unattractive.
Right back at you. Sassy returned her attention to the notebook.
What about shrimp cocktail as an appetizer?
Because it's pink? She smiled.
Exactly.
When you choose a theme, you really commit.
I've decided on a black and white theme for my wedding. I'd like all the women to wear black dresses, and I'll be the only one in white. It's more striking that way.
Sounds elegant.
Whoever the groom is, I'm glad it won't be Tanner. His mother would have shown up in white just to take the attention away from me.
I smiled. She is a special lady. Sassy scrunched her perfect nose.
That's one way of describing her. One of the upsides to losing Tanner was losing his mother along with him.
No arguments here. I glanced out the window. Speaking of mothers, mine seems to be heading this way. I jumped to my feet. Excuse me for a minute. I hurried to the door to intercept her. The last thing I needed was for her to say something inappropriate in front of Sassy. "Should I entertain your friend while you're gone?" Alice asked. "Please don't." I pictured Alice levitating apples and oranges in the fruit bowl and sending Sassy straight to a therapist's office. I opened the barn door as my mother's foot hit the mat. "Eden, you're home." "If you didn't know I was home, then why are you here?" I asked. I couldn't help my suspicion. My mother hadn't exactly proven herself trustworthy through the years. "I was going to leave a note." "It's called a text," I said. "Then there's no reason to leave your house." She caught sight of Sassy in the background. "Oh, you have company. Is it that pretty cheerleader from high school? Sammy? Cassie?" "Sassy. We're planning Clara's bridal shower and bachelorette party." My mother perked up. "Bachelorette party? Well, I can see I've arrived at the right time." She brushed past me and headed straight for the kitchen. "If there's one area in which I can offer my expertise, it's how to celebrate being a single woman with hot men." Dear gods, strike me with a thunderbolt. I chased after her. "Sassy and I have everything under control, Mom." "Nonsense." My mother planted herself in the chair adjacent to Sassy. "Hello, Sassy. Nice to see you again."
"Hello, Mrs. Fury."
"My daughter says you're planning Kara's bachelorette party." "Clara," I corrected her. My mother took the tote bag and began to rummage through it. "These penis straws could stand to be a bit bigger," she mumbled. "I like the sash, though." She unfurled it and read aloud, "Misbehaving." She whipped the sash at Sassy's arm. "I like your style."
"We need to decide on our venue," Sassy said. "I considered renting a party bus, but that's more my style than Clara's."
"Have you considered Hot Dam?" my mother asked. Sassy didn't miss a beat.
Not there. My boyfriend works there.
My mother took a renewed interest in her. Does he now? Which one is he? The one with the birthmark on his thigh in the shape of a heart? Or the one with the hairless legs? Sassy seemed taken aback. I'm a regular, my mother explained. Somehow that news didn't seem to make Sassy feel more comfortable. We appreciate your enthusiasm, I told her, but Sassy and I have this under control. When's the big night? I can get the cover charges waived, save you a bit of cash. It's months away, and you're not invited, Mom. This is a special occasion for Clara and her friends. I don't think 3 women qualify as a party, my mother replied. I focused on my breathing and counted to 10 in my head. There will be more than 3 of us. Clara has other friends. Oh, I suppose I was picturing your bachelorette party, but who are we kidding? That day will never come.
If that's what you think, then you aren't paying attention,
Sassy interrupted.
Chief Fox is nuts about her. I predict a wedding next year.
My mother stared at Sassy as though she couldn't decide whether to admire the girl's moxie or turn her into a toad. You're right. The chief is quite smitten with her. I take back every word. Sassy shot me a look of triumph. Thank you, I said simply. My mother hovered beside me. Will I be invited to your bachelorette party? Absolutely not. Why are you here, Mom? You said you came with a note. I need you to babysit your niece and nephew later. I promised Anton and Verity I would do it, but now I have a conflict. I eyed her closely. What's the conflict? My mother fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. An appointment. And by an appointment, you mean a restaurant reservation. Her guilty expression gave her away. Ronald has been trying to get us a reservation at this new Thai restaurant for 2 weeks, and he finally succeeded. I can't possibly disappoint him. Who's Ronald? I didn't know why I bothered to ask. Their relationship would undoubtedly end with their dinner date. I met him after Thanksgiving, but I've been putting him off until recently. What changed? I asked. Nothing. It's called playing hard to get. You should try it sometime instead of always making yourself available. She blew out a breath. Your generation doesn't understand how to handle relationships. You're right. You've been so successful at it. I should have been taking copious notes. My mother inclined her head toward Sassy's notebook. You can start right now.
We should get back to planning, Mrs. Fury, Sassy said. I'm due back at the office in 45 minutes.
I wanted to hug Sassy. Fine, I'm going. Will you babysit? Of course, I said. I tried not to turn down opportunities to spend time with my niece and nephew if I could help it. They were a big part of the reason I was willing to move back to Chipping Cheddar. I'd hoped to exert my influence over them. Whether I'd made an impact remained to be seen. Thank you. I'll bring them over around 6:30. My mother sashayed out of the kitchen. Sassy scribbled in her notebook.
How did you manage it?
Manage what?
How did you manage to grow up to become you?
I laughed. Based on that? I jabbed a thumb in the direction of the door. That was good behavior. She's made a lot of progress in recent months. Sassy cringed.
I'm sorry, Eden.
You don't need to be sorry. You didn't do anything. She gazed at me with a mixture of affection and sympathy.
I didn't see you. Not in the way you should have been seen. And I wasn't very nice.
I gave her hand a quick squeeze. All water under the bridge.
I'm glad.
She closed the notebook.
And I'm glad we're friends. I don't think I knew what a real friend was until you and Clara became mine.
That's sweet, Sassy. Thank you.
I mean, you should hear the things I used to say about you in high school.
She whistled. I held up a hand. I don't think we need to revisit those days. I'm quite happy with the here and now. Sassy smiled.
Me too, Eden.
She handed me the penis straw.
Now, tell me what you think of this. Do we need to go bigger?
Chapter 4. I didn't tell Sassy I'd be paying a visit to Tanner Hughes after she left, mainly because she'd want to know why, and I couldn't tell her the truth. I was relieved to see a car parked in the driveway. It was only 3 o'clock. If Tanner wasn't traveling for work, then the car meant he was likely home. I was desperate to get this over with. I knocked on the door of the modest single-story house. The exterior was neatly kept. Nothing was in bloom, given the season, but there was evidence of an active garden in the warmer months. Jade's job at Roots, one of the local garden centers, would come in handy once the spring season rolled around. The door split open, and there he stood. My high school boyfriend in all his mediocre white man glory. And I felt absolutely nothing. His mouth twitched at the sight of me.
Eden Fury, what a cool surprise. Did you know I live here, or are you selling something?
I did know. That's the reason I'm here.
You know I'm with someone, right? Jade. I think you've met her?
I'm not here to date you, Tanner. I'm here to ask you questions about your relationship with Jason Swift. Tanner chortled.
I'm not bisexual, Eden. You, of all people, should know that.
I stifled a groan. I don't mean a romantic relationship. I omitted, you nitwit, despite how badly I wanted to tack it on. I'm talking about a professional one.
I don't work with Jason Swift. He's the new mayor. You know I don't do politics. Too much drama.
It's cold outside. Can I come in? In truth, the temperature was comfortable, but I didn't want to have this discussion in view of the neighbors. He motioned for me to enter and close the door behind us.
You really want to be alone with me, don't you?
I really don't, but it's a necessary part of my job. With a flash of my badge, I reminded him what that job was.
What's this about?
He asked, losing the wolfish grin. I have evidence that you've been communicating with Swift in secret. Care to tell me what about? Tanner's face turned tomato-like.
Why does the FBI care? I thought you handled computer crimes.
You seem nervous, Tanner. Have you committed a non-computer crime? Because, as you said, I don't handle those, so you have nothing to worry about. His shoulders relaxed slightly, as though my ridiculous statement had alleviated his fears. I couldn't believe I ever dated this guy. He had nothing to offer apart from his appearance. I almost felt embarrassed to have been so heartbroken over him.
I don't think I should say anything without a lawyer,
Tanner said carefully. Okay, not as dumb as he seemed. I tried again. Tanner, I don't want to have to send you to federal prison. His eyes bulged.
I can't go to prison. There's no way the sheets will be 800 thread count.
More like sandpaper, I said. He shivered. The door opened, and Jade wandered into the house. She stopped short at the sight of me. What's going on?
Jade, you remember Eden?
Jade's smile didn't reach her eyes. Of course. What brings you to our humble home? She made sure to emphasize the hour. Tanner is helping me with a case I'm working on. Jade gave him a pointed look. Is that so? What's the case? Maybe I can help. Tanner froze like a bug trapped in amber. He seemed unable to decide how to proceed. It made me wonder. Jade, I began, have you ever met Jason Swift? The new mayor? No, I don't think so. I remember his picture from the campaign posters, though. Her tongue swept her upper lip, revealing her fangs. Very tasty. Tanner laughed nervously.
Jade, you're not supposed to say that about other men, at least not when I'm in the room. It's disrespectful.
I took a small amount of pleasure in the fact that he felt disrespected by Jade. After all, he'd disrespected Sassy by starting a relationship with Jade behind her back. The vampire was his comeuppance, it seemed.
Eden asked if I have a relationship with Swift,
Tanner said. Jade kept her focus on Tanner. And where would she get an idea like that?
I don't know.
His gaze shifted to me.
Care to elaborate?
I have to protect my sources. I said. We have no clue why anyone would say that. Jade motioned to the kitchen. Has Tanner offered you anything to drink? I know how terrible he is when it comes to manners. I blame his mother. Zing. If it weren't for the bloodlust and shady behavior, I'd be a big fan of Jade's right now. I would love iced tea if you have it. In the dead of winter? Jade queried. Bold choice.
Eden drinks it all year round,
Tanner said.
She finds water boring.
Jade smiled. And I find most beverages boring. I guess we have that in common. Hardly. I knew the only drink that interested her came straight from the vein. I don't have any iced tea. How about Gatorade? Sure. Jade bustled into the kitchen, and I trailed after her. How's Roots? I asked. I'd helped Jade get the job there, so it seemed polite to inquire. Good. I already got a small raise. She poured the orange liquid into a glass and passed it to me. That's great, Jade. Good for you. I drank the Gatorade. It's great that you two were able to afford a house. Prices in town have gone up so much the past couple years. If it weren't for my parents letting me have the barn, I'd be in an apartment until I retire. When I first returned to Chipping Cheddar, I was stuck in my mother's attic with a mattress on the floor. Not the ideal environment to thrive. Tanner's doing well at work. He got a huge bonus earlier this month for last year's sales. I guess you were relying on that bonus when you bought this place. Jade's face hardened. Why don't we stop playing? Just come straight out and ask. I thought I already did. You both denied it. I took another swig of Gatorade and set down the glass. Tanner was meeting with Swift on your behalf. Why? You don't miss anything, do you? She crossed her arms. Swift offered me a decent sum of money if I would order a few plants from the suppliers for Roots. He didn't want me to deliver them directly, so nothing could be traced back to me or him. And Tanner acted as a middleman. Tanner joined the conversation.
I did, and I also met Swift's middleman. Some dude named Doug. I don't see why it was all so secret. They're just plants.
Do you remember which plants he wanted? I asked. Jade pulled her phone from her pocket. I kept a list. As a reminder? I asked. She wore a small smile. More like insurance. Swift could afford to buy them, which meant he didn't want anybody to know he had these particular plants in his possession. Maybe he used them in a spell to rig the election. Jade read off the list, and I typed them into my phone. When was the last delivery? I asked. 2 weeks ago, Jade replied. Tanner met him at some dingy bar to make the exchange. Monterey Jack's, I said. Tanner nodded. You didn't think it was fishy that he paid you so much money for plants he could easily purchase himself? I asked. Tanner shrugged.
I thought maybe it was related to a personal issue, like he was trying one of those homeopathic remedies, but he didn't want anyone to know. I wouldn't blame him.
I looked at Jade. Is that your guess? Jade lowered her gaze. No, of course not. Jade suspected Swift was up to no good, but she didn't care, as long as she got what benefited her. The vampire was nothing if not consistent.
What's going to happen to him?
Tanner asked. I don't know yet. The fact that the last delivery was 2 weeks ago suggested the spell was unrelated to the election. I'd have to send Neville the ingredients to research their uses. He's the mayor, Jade said. I think it'll be hard to do anything to him, even if he is using the plants for unseemly purposes. Tanner grunted in amusement.
They're plants. They're not illegal. How can he be in trouble for them?
Do you recognize the names Kaya Toothill or Lamont Potts? Tanner and Jade looked at each other and shrugged.
Not me,
Tanner said. Me neither, Jade added. Are you due to have any more communication with him? I asked. Jade shook her head. 2 weeks ago was the final request. He told me that explicitly. He didn't want us to expect any more payouts. I placed my empty glass in the sink. Thank you for telling me the truth.
I figured I owe you that much after the number of lies I told you back in school.
Tanner said. You don't owe me anything, I said. Sassy, however, is a different story. Sassy is happy with her new partner, Jade said. Funny how she and Tanner have that in common. Tanner frowned.
Why is that funny?
Never mind, Jade said. But I knew what she meant. Tanner and Sassy both ended up dating vampires without knowing it, and they seemed perfectly happy. Life was strange, especially when you lived in a supernatural town like Chipping Cheddar. I arrived home in time to tidy the barn before Olivia and Ryan could tear it to pieces again. I texted Sawyer about the change in our evening plans, then I texted Neville with the information from Jade, as well as a request to locate Kaya Toothill and Lamont Potts. You seem distracted, Alice commented as I placed a throw pillow on the coffee table instead of the couch. I'm thinking about plants. I'm sure Aunt Thora could offer you assistance. Her lemon grove is thriving in the dead of winter. It's a good thing no humans visit your backyard, except Chief Fox. I wasn't sure I trusted anyone in the main house with the information. Then again, I didn't need to tell them the reason I was interested. My mother would be busy with Ronald tonight, and, apparently, Grandma was partaking in poker night at the senior center, which meant I could ask Aunt Thora questions without interruption. I'd invite her to the barn so she could spend time with the kids as well. My mother dropped the kids on my doorstep and disappeared. I decided to wait until the kids were settled to call Aunt Thora. Ryan immediately ran upstairs to investigate the spare room, where I'd stashed a basket of toys. Olivia, on the other hand, followed me around like a pint-sized shadow. I ended up texting Aunt Thora so as not to be overheard. I was disappointed to learn that she was at the lighthouse with Ted O'Neill, the former police chief's brother. Not because I minded Ted, of course. I sent her the list of plants and asked her to tell me what she knew about them. I received a giant blue thumb in response. Should we be scared? Olivia asked. Of blue thumbs? No. Aunt Thora just needs to learn how to hit the right buttons on her phone. No, the earthquakes. My teacher says it's global warming, but I overheard my mom and dad talking, and they said it's because the mayor is digging up the town. I couldn't lie to her. My family had done enough damage with lies and manipulation over the years. I refused to participate in that kind of relationship with my niece. He wants to build an upscale complex for senior citizens, but the project is on hold right now. Why? Because your cousin Moyer is fighting to stop the project from moving forward. Is he a superhero like Iron Man? He's a lawyer. She wrinkled her pert nose. That doesn't sound as good. What about you, Auntie Eden? Aren't you doing anything to stop it? I'm working on it. She blinked innocently. Maybe you shouldn't be watching us if you have more important stuff to do. I crouched in front of her. Listen to me, Olivia. Nothing is more important to me than you and Ryan. Not even your boyfriend? Well, he's important to me too. What about Clara? She's also important. Olivia frowned. You need to figure out your priorities. Not everything can be equal. I think you should stop the mayor and let someone else babysit us. I looked her in the eye. You don't need to worry about this. It's going to be okay, I promise. How do you know? Because I'm Eden Fury, and I have never, ever failed. Not even your driving test? Not even that. What about a math test? Nope, all A's. She folded her arms. Huh. Huh, what? Mom said you were a know-it-all. I didn't know what she meant until now. I couldn't help but smile. So much for my efforts to reassure her. I want to be a know-it-all too if it means being as powerful as you are, Olivia continued. Have you acquired any new powers lately? Her abilities were beginning to flourish, and it seemed likely Olivia Fury would end up as a powerful member of our family. All the more reason to have a positive influence on my niece. Ryan joined us in the kitchen, dragging a toy train by a string behind him. Can you do anything yet, Ryan? I asked. He can spit milk out of his nose, Olivia said with a note of sisterly pride. Want to see? I'm good, thanks. Olivia looked at me with curiosity.
Are you worried he won't be like us?
No, I'm worried he will be. My niece giggled.
That's a funny thing to say. You sound like you don't like yourself.
Embarrassment surged through my veins. Was this the message I wanted to send to my young and impressionable niece? Olivia was a little girl with extraordinary power. The last thing I wanted was to make her feel ashamed of them. It's a dangerous world, and I'd like him to be safe, I said carefully. That's all.
All the more reason to hope he has powers like we do, Olivia replied. Then he can protect himself. I can't follow him around forever.
I smiled at her. Already she sounded so grown up. She'd surpass my maturity level by her next birthday, although that bar was fairly low. It's nice that you care.
He's my baby brother. Of course I care.
She turned her solemn eyes to me.
Daddy says you and he looked after one another when you were small. I want to do the same for Ryan.
My heart squeezed. That's true. Your dad and I spent a lot of time together when we were younger. Mostly, we hid in his room and played music to drown out the sounds of our parents fighting. Their eventual divorce was a blessing to our delicate ears.
He says he wishes he could spend more time with you now, but that you're both busy being grown-ups.
Olivia's face puckered with uncertainty.
Why are grown-ups too busy for the ones they love? Why can't they make a schedule or something? Mommy always uses her calendar, and it helps the whole house run smoothly.
I think time ebbs and flows. Your dad has a wife, 2 young kids, and a job. Those are his priorities right now, as they should be. Eventually, you and Ryan will get older and require less of his focus. Then he and I can spend more time together again.
It's silly to wait that long. I don't see why you can't come over for dinner more. I get to have sleepovers at your house. Daddy should too.
I laughed at the notion of my older brother sleeping at my place for the heck of it. Then again, Verity might like a little space every now and again. I had an extra bedroom. Maybe it wasn't such a crazy idea after all. You're very wise for your age, Olivia. Has anybody ever told you that? She began to tick off names on her fingers.
My teacher, the principal, my friend Caitlin, the janitor, Mr. Siskin.
Olivia wasn't suffering from a lack of confidence. That much was clear. Ryan exploded with laughter, and I pivoted in time to hear him pass a loud fart. I think he has a superpower after all, I remarked.
What is it?
Physical comedy. Verity arrived promptly to collect the children.
Beatrice told me she passed babysitting duties to you.
I'm surprised she told you. I expected her to pick them up before you got here and act like she'd fulfilled her obligation. Verity laughed.
I think she realizes Olivia is too much of a talker for that kind of deception.
And her loyalty can't be bought.
Oh, I don't know about that, Verity said. Did you try gift cards to the new spa? She's obsessed with the massage therapist, Olaf.
Good to know. I cut a quick glance at Ryan, who was busy packing up his toys. Has Ryan been examined? Verity emitted a quiet sigh.
I examined him myself. So far, he seems human.
Well, Olivia was a late bloomer. But boy, did she bloom.
I'm not overly concerned, although I do wonder. Our bloodlines are both supernatural heavy. It seems unlikely that Ryan wouldn't inherit one of our traits.
Maybe he's a druid like you. How old were you when you started displaying your talents?
I healed my first frog when I was 3, but my parents said it was obvious even before then.
Have you given Ryan the opportunity to explore his potential? Verity withdrew.
What am I supposed to do? Injure a frog on purpose to see if he can heal it?
No, of course not. Maybe take him to work with you one day and see whether he has any effect on your patients. If not, no harm done because you'll be there doing what you'd do anyway. Verity's brow furrowed.
Now there's an idea. I'll speak to Anton about it.
Ryan won't know what you're really doing, so his confidence won't take a hit if nothing happens. You can tell him it's take your kid to work day and he's playing doctor. Verity nodded.
Thank you, Eden. That's good advice.
Once in a blue moon, it happens. Olivia gave my waist a squeeze on her way out the door, whereas Ryan passed by without a backward glance.
Ryan, please say goodbye and thank you to Auntie Eden,
Verity scolded him. Ryan didn't bother to look over his shoulder. He simply offered a royal wave and kept walking. I laughed. He's Stanley Fury's grandson, that's for sure. Verity looked ready to cry.
Please don't say that. It'll give me nightmares.
She steered Olivia in the direction of her brother, and I retreated into the barn, ready for peace and quiet. Those children are wild, Alice exclaimed as she swept into the room via the fireplace. My family wouldn't have tolerated behavior like that. Your family wouldn't have tolerated ankle socks, so I don't think that's a fair comparison. Alice floated over the sofa. Olivia needs to learn discipline, or she's going to be out of control when she's older. Can you imagine a wild teenager with her powers? I honestly have no concerns about Olivia. I think she's going to be amazing. Alice tilted her head to scrutinize me. Are you feeling unwell? Should I fetch your heating pad? I'm fine. I think Olivia has a good head on her shoulders, and she's showing a lot more compassion than I would have expected at her age. But her darker tendencies... I held up a hand. Don't paint her with that brush. I know she leans toward the more evil end of things, but I think that's been more nurture than nature. Now that I was back in Chipping Cheddar, I was starting to see that Olivia had a little more Eden in her. She and Ryan were two of the main reasons I didn't resist my reassignment to the FBM. I couldn't wait to watch them grow up and see what they were capable of. It gave me the confidence to start thinking about children of my own. Not today, of course, but someday. Chapter 5.
Kaya Toothill lives on a farm.
It took me a groggy second to register Neville's words the next morning. What time is it?
6. I let you sleep in this morning. I thought you'd need the rest after hosting the children last night.
He wasn't wrong. The backs of my legs ached like I'd spent the night doing squats. Thanks, I appreciate it. I slid to a seated position and leaned against the headboard. Now, tell me again about Kaya.
She owns Brookline Farms.
That's not far from me. The land my family occupied was once a dairy farm owned by the Wentworth family. In fact, most farmland in town had been subdivided and turned into housing developments. Brookline was one of the few remaining farms.
If you plan to speak to her today, I'd recommend going early. Farmers...
Early to bed, early to rise, I know, I said. I'd heard Alice say those words often enough.
Any idea how she's connected to Swift?
I flipped back the covers and padded to the bathroom. Based on that information, no, unless she's growing plants he couldn't get from roots. It was unlikely, though. As far as I knew, there were no magical members in the Brookline Farms household. I'd be surprised to learn they were growing powerful herbs that weren't available from roots.
Lamont Potts is even more curious,
Neville said.
He doesn't live in Chipping Cheddar. He owns a used bookstore near Fairview.
I know the one. A farm and a bookstore. Interesting. Any luck on the list of plants? Aunt Thora was busy last night. I sent her the list, but I haven't heard back yet.
I've made a start, but nothing concrete. I'll let you know.
Thanks, Neville. You're the best. I'd showered the night before, only because I had to wash out the Tabasco sauce that Ryan thought would dye my hair red. By the time I realized what was happening, my hair and shirt were dripping with sauce. Brookline Farms was close enough to travel to on foot, so I wrapped myself in my heaviest coat, put on a wool hat and gloves, and set out to visit my distant neighbor. I cut through my backyard and walked about a mile until I reached the sign for the farm. The dirt driveway stretched from the sign to the main house, which looked to be about another half-mile away. I spotted horses in the field to my left. A black and white pony hovered near the fence. The sight of the animal brought back happy memories. One of my favorite activities as a child was visiting neighbors for a pony ride. I nearly reached the house when I noticed a woman in a dark green coat and knee-high boots carrying a bucket toward the barn. I hurried after her. "Kaya?" I called. She stopped at the sound of my voice and turned. Her brown hair was cut short, accentuating her elfin features. They were only physical attributes, though. Kaya Tuthill was 100% human. She set down the bucket. "Can I help you?" "Hi, I'm Agent Eden Fury." I showed her my badge. "I actually live just a mile or so south of you." "The old Wentworth farm," she said. "Yes, that's right. I didn't realize you worked for the FBI." She didn't sound impressed. In fact, she sounded like she disapproved. "That's got to be a long commute." "We have a small office right here in town." She gave me a long look. "Is that so?" "I'm not here to bust you for growing pot, if that's what you're worried about." She picked up her bucket and resumed walking. "I'm not growing anything illegal on my farm, Agent Fury. Everything is above board." I hurried to match her pace. "I'm not here to cause you any trouble." "Then why are you here? In my experience, the government brings nothing but trouble." Ah, it seemed that I wasn't Kaya Tuthill's first brush with the law. "Taxes?" I asked. She stopped at the barn door to look at me. "How did you guess?" "Farms are probably tricky when it comes to accounting." "You have no idea." The animals started to make noises the moment they realized Kaya was in the barn. "If you're that reluctant to get involved with government officials, then why deal with Mayor Swift? Or did he help you with your tax issue?" Kaya poured food from the bucket into a trough. "He wanted one of my goats," she said simply. "That's it? One exchange with him about a goat?" "He was very specific. The goat had to weigh a certain amount and be a certain age. It took a few messages back and forth to narrow down his requirements. I didn't even speak to him directly. It was through one of his aides, Doug." "You didn't think it was odd?" "People have all sorts of strange ideas about food. I dated a guy who loved veal, but when it came to steak, he could take it or leave it." "Do you think Swift wanted the goat for food? Why not go to the store or the butcher? And why all the covert communications?" "I didn't ask. I figured if I played nice with the mayor, he might be willing to help me next time I have a problem of a governmental nature." "You didn't question why you had to meet with a middleman?" "The mayor is a busy man. I'm sure he has lots of assistants." Kaya seemed to be telling the truth. "Would you mind telling me the specs of the goat you sent?" She laughed. "The specs? It was a goat, not a computer." She walked over to stroke the horse's head. "He wanted a young female in excellent health." She reeled off the weight and measurements. "How long ago did you give him the goat?" "About a week ago." A week ago? Not for the election, then. Swift was planning something else, and I was certain it had to do with the construction at Davenport Park. Maybe it was a spell to guarantee he won the case against him, or maybe he was trying to summon a demon. Once I had more information about those plants, I might be able to piece it together. I returned home to let Princess Buttercup stretch her legs. The amount of time she took to pee seemed to have an inverse relationship to the temperature outside. I hopped from one foot to the other in an effort to keep warm. "Hurry up, Buttercup. I'm freezing." The hellhound seemed impervious to weather in general. If only I were that lucky. Once she finished her business, I gave her a treat in the hope that next time she'd pee faster in anticipation of a reward. It never actually worked, yet I persisted with the farce. I got in my car, cranked up the heat, and drove toward Fairview. I was curious to learn what Swift wanted from Lamont Potts. Maybe their communications had nothing to do with the used bookstore. Maybe Lamont had connections to the distributor of the voting machines. Or maybe he was a wizard like Neville, except one who practiced magic without scruples. My mind refused to stay quiet, churning up one possibility after another. I parked in the small lot for the bookstore, relieved that there was only one other car present, a silver Mercedes, which I hoped belonged to Lamont. It was best not to have witnesses to our conversation. I sneezed the moment I entered the store. The layers of dust everywhere suggested this wasn't a high-traffic shop. There was no one behind the counter, so I sauntered deeper into the store and began to peruse the shelves.
Is somebody here?
A voice yelled. Yes, I called back.
I'll be right there. I spilled ink on my pants.
Try baking soda mixed with water, I said, continuing to review the spines on display.
Really?
My aunt swears by it.
And how many times has your aunt spilled ink on her pants?
I laughed. I come from a messy family, in more ways than one. A man appeared at the end of the row. He wore a black, long-sleeved shirt with electric blue leggings that seemed 2 sizes too small.
I don't have any baking soda here, but I've got some in the pantry at home.
He glanced at the leggings.
These will have to do for now.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say those don't belong to you.
You're very astute. They belong to my part-time assistant, Polly. She does yoga in the back room when business is slow.
He motioned to the stacks.
Looking for anything in particular or just browsing?
Something in particular. Are you Lamont Potts? His mouth split in a friendly grin.
That's right. How can I help you?
My name is Agent Eden Fury. I displayed my badge. I'd like to ask you about your recent communications with Jason Swift.
Who?
I searched his face for any sign of deception. His expression gave nothing away. Swift is a lawyer who recently became the mayor of my town, Chipping Cheddar. Lamont shook his head.
If he's been in here, he hasn't identified himself.
He wouldn't have been here. He sent a messenger, Doug Halsey. As I described the clerk, Lamont's eyes grew rounder.
Right, that guy. I know who you mean now. Those messages were from someone named...
He stopped talking.
He used his initials. J.S. Halsey said his client was a rich businessman who wished to remain anonymous.
What did J.S. want from you?
A book.
Do you recall the title?
Not offhand. I can look it up. Something about dark magic. He said he wanted it for a collection. I didn't have a copy, but he paid me a tidy sum to obtain it for him.
Well, that was a lie. Were you able to find it?
Sure did. Gave it to that Doug guy last week.
Lamont seemed stuck on the revelation.
So I was really dealing with the mayor of Chipping Cheddar.
He rubbed the nape of his neck.
I swear I had no idea.
Who did you think it was?
I don't know. Some Harry Potter fanatic who wanted to dabble in the dark arts in their spare time?
Why would you encourage a novice to dabble in the dark arts? He laughed awkwardly.
Come on, man. You don't actually believe in that stuff, do you?
I made a sweeping gesture. You have an entire section devoted to dark magic books.
It's like selling Ouija boards or tarot cards. None of that stuff is real, but people love to buy into it.
He shrugged.
If I see a book on spells or witchcraft or whatever, I grab it for the store. You'd be amazed what you can pick up in estate sales. I love combing through personal libraries. I once found a first edition of The Great Gatsby with the original dust jacket.
I hated that book. He chuckled.
Same, but I bought an apartment with the proceeds.
I pressed my hand to my chest. Not an apartment. Jay Gatsby would be rolling in his fictional grave. Lamont leaned his shoulder against the stacks.
I guess Mr. Mayor is a closet Potterhead.
Guess so.
Why do the feds care about his reading habits?
That information is classified, but if you could get the title of the book, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Lamont wandered behind the counter. I wasn't sure whether he was retrieving his phone or kept the information in a notebook. I should have exercised more caution. I ducked as a projectile went sailing over my head. What the hell?
Do I look stupid to you?
Lamont yelled.
Of course I knew who wanted the book.
Are you a wizard?
A mage, as was my father before me. He started this business and passed it on to me when he died.
I crawled into another row, farther from the counter. And this business is more than selling used books.
Most of our money comes from acquiring them. We cater to a special clientele. The harder to get they are, the more money we make. We've established quite a reputation over the years.
Not that much of one, if I haven't heard of you.
Ouch! Such a blow to the ego.
Peals of carefree laughter rang through the store.
You know I'm going to have to arrest you for interfering in an official investigation and attacking a federal agent, I said. Only if you can catch me without getting killed. I've been practicing for this day my whole life. I inched toward the end of the row. That's sad. Most kids practice their free throws or a musical instrument. I love what I do, Lamont shot back. I'm willing to protect it with everything I've got. Are you willing to say the same? Clearly, you don't know the first thing about me if you need to ask that question. I peered around the corner as he opened his palm, and tiny flames danced across his hand. I clucked my tongue in disapproval. Careful, or you might burn down your precious bookstore in the process. I have insurance. Some of these books are priceless. I cocked my head to read the nearest spines. You think you'll find a copy of How to Become a Vampire Lawyer Without Losing Your Soul in Barnes & Noble? That chance. What about 30 Ways to Summon a Demon Without Even Dying? Can't get that on Amazon either, I bet. I'll find other rare books. They're widgets to sell. Nothing more. I could tell from the increased volume and slight tremble of his voice that he was on the move. My pulse quickened as I waited for him to pounce. He cleared the top of the stacks and dropped to the floor beside me in a crouched position. Used a little spell called Spring in My Step for that move. I struck him in the Adam's apple, then immediately wrapped my fingers around his neck. Lamont's eyes bulged. I used brute strength for this move, I said. I forced him backward onto the floor and straddled his chest while maintaining a firm grip on his neck. He thrashed beneath me in an effort to dislodge me, but to no avail. I have snake hair, by the way. Would you like to see? Slamming his eyes shut, he shook his head. Not a fan of snakes, he rasped. Then you're not a fan of me. What are you? It's right there in the name, Mr. Smug. Eden, he croaked. Garden gnome? Try again. I saw the flicker of recognition. Fury, he said in a hoarse whisper. A plus. Now, tell me the title. Can't. Can't or won't? Swift has goons. My snakes are technically goons. They intimidate my opponents and do my dirty work. They can also turn you to stone if I will it. He tried to turn his face away. I have other abilities too. Lucky for you, I try to limit their use. Why? Because the more I use them, the more gifts the gods bestow upon me. Isn't that insane? I don't even want the gifts I have, yet I keep getting more. You don't seem to mind, he rasped. Just because I'm willing to use them in the pursuit of justice doesn't mean I don't mind. I squeezed harder. Tell me the title. The Big Black Book. I frowned. Are you serious? That sounds like a children's picture book about colors. Coal is black, with a picture of coal. Where did you find the book? He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out, so I loosened my hold. Romania, he finally said. What's in the book that he wanted? Don't know, I swear. You swore you didn't know you were communicating with Jason Swift, too, or have you already forgotten your lie? I released my grip on his neck. Dude's scary. Threatened to burn down my building if I didn't comply. You nearly accomplished that yourself. How much did he pay you for it? I asked. A lot. I recalled the flashy new Mercedes in the parking lot. You bought a car with Swift's money. Got money left over, too. Sweet deal. Food in Romania is outstanding. I unstraddled him and rose to my feet. He sat up and coughed. You going to arrest me now? I am, but only to keep you from tipping off Swift that we're on to him. He rubbed his neck. Who's we? You seem to be working alone. I have a whole team at my disposal. Okay, that was a slight exaggeration, but Lamont didn't need to know that. He took out his phone. At least let me call Polly to see if she can run the store while I'm otherwise detained. I snatched the phone from his hand. Sorry, I can't trust that you're not sending a coded message to Swift or Halsey.
I slapped a pair of magical handcuffs on his wrists to keep him from pulling out any more tricks. Then I pulled out my phone and called the FBM extraction team. The good news is you were born here, so you won't have to await trial in Otherworld. He slumped against the stacks.
Gee, I feel so fortunate.
You should.
And why is that?
I gave him a hard look. Because I let you live. Chapter 6. I was halfway through devouring an everything bagel when a knock at the door startled me. My bagel dropped on my lap, cream cheese side down. In response to my colorful language, Princess Buttercup ran over to investigate the mishap. I nudged her aside before her acidic slobber could burn a hole through my pants and hurried to answer the door. Aunt Thora graced my doorstep. Her gaze dropped to the white smear across my pants. Did I catch you at a bad time? I wasn't expecting company and lost control of my bagel. I'm glad you don't carry a gun. She entered the barn with a thick book tucked under her arm. That title doesn't happen to be the Big Black Book, does it? I asked. Aunt Thora held up the book for inspection. No, but you're not going to like what it has to say. I glanced at the title. The Rare and Wondrous World of Magical Plants. Seems innocuous. She gestured toward the kitchen. You're going to want to put the kettle on for this conversation. Uh-oh. I guess you found information on the list I sent you? I certainly did. Aunt Thora shrugged off her coat and placed it on the back of the chair before taking a seat at the kitchen table. You're making me nervous, I said, turning on the gas burner. One of the plant names was familiar, and I remembered a book that was passed down to me when my mother died. I'd hidden it away years ago and forgotten about it until now. Why did you hide it? She slid the book toward the empty seat across the table. Because I didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands. You mean Grandma's? She wore a vague smile. And mine, at the time. I was trying to walk a better path, and that book would have been too tempting. I caught a glance at the book. I take it some of the rare plants in the book are on the list? She nodded. I've marked the relevant pages. I flipped to the first tagged page while I waited for the water to boil. I'm glad you didn't dog-ear this page or I'd have to arrest you. I would never. Books are sacred. This is why you're the good member of the family. She held up a finger. Reformed. This plant doesn't sound so bad. It was used to revive failing crops or to gain divine knowledge. Keep reading, she urged. And for ritual sacrifices. I finished. Oh, I see. I looked up at her. But what was the purpose of the sacrifice? Depends on the culture. Some were blood sacrifices, others were bloodless, but no less violent. Virgins were drowned in wells that were made sacred by throwing that plant in the water first. I tried not to think too hard about all the needless deaths that resulted from these false beliefs. So many lives taken too soon because people believed it would make the soil more fertile or nourish the sun. As hard as it was to accept, I knew it wasn't fair to judge a civilization from centuries ago by today's standards. Maybe Swift wants to use one of the rituals to win the lawsuit, I mused. Or make the park easier to dig up during the winter months, Aunt Thora offered. He's probably a little relieved the project is temporarily on hold. The ground is practically frozen right now. Would Moyer's lawsuit actually help Swift's project in the long run? Swift had to lose the case. It was the only way to guarantee this project ground to a halt permanently. Nothing had been done that couldn't be undone at this stage. The park was partially torn up, but the grass would regrow. I continued to the next tab. This plant was used in a ritual to accompany a loved one into the afterlife. That's sad, but arguably romantic. I couldn't see Swift so besotted with another human being that he was willing to cut his life short to spend eternity with them. The only person Swift cared about was himself. These plants are incredibly rare, Aunt Thora said. And wondrous, I said, pointing to the title. What I mean is that I'm surprised Jade was able to acquire these for him. Roots wouldn't sell them. No, but they work with a range of suppliers. Obviously, somebody has access to more potent plants. Swift paid them handsomely, too, so I'm sure that offered motivation to track down any they didn't have. It was the same with the book that Lamont had to acquire. Aunt Thora shook her head. I miss the days when it was only a minor hex gone awry. One quick spell and the damage was reversed. Was life ever that simple? I asked. I wasn't so sure. I suppose not. Rest assured that Moyer is doing his best on the legal front. I know. I smiled. Tomas told me some exciting news. Aunt Thora feigned innocence. Oh? About what? The adoption process. Her features relaxed. I'm so thrilled they've decided to go ahead. Between Moyer's infinite wisdom and Tomas's warmth, they'll make terrific parents. I'm happy for them. And for you. You'll make a terrific grandmother. She sighed with contentment. I can hardly wait. I've loved you and Anton like my own grandchildren, but you're grown now. You don't need me in the same way. I reached for her hand across the table. I'll always need you, Aunt Thora. You're the only sane one. She snorted. You should hear me when I'm trying to parallel park. Not very sane then. I knocked on the book. This is incredibly helpful. Thank you for bringing it. My pleasure. Make sure to keep it out of sight. I don't want your grandmother or mother to know I've been hiding it all these years. And I don't want to give them any ideas, so you and I are on the same page with this. I contacted Emily Burdock on the burner phone she'd purchased for secret contact with me. She seemed convinced that Swift had tapped her regular phone and wanted to be careful. I didn't blame her. I texted her the list of plants and asked whether she'd seen them in the office or heard any mention of them. Do you have any lemon for the tea? Aunt Thora asked. I'm sorry, I don't. I can run over to the grove and pick one for you. That won't be necessary, dear. She pulled a clear plastic bag from her purse and produced a lemon wedge. My phone buzzed with a response from Emily. Meet me at MB in 30 min. What did she say? Aunt Thora asked. She wants to meet at Magic Beans in half an hour. She must know something. Leave the book here. Definitely. I had no intention of waltzing into a witch-owned coffee shop with a book like this. Aunt Thora was right. The information would be dangerous in the wrong hands. Although I trusted Corinne LaRue, that didn't mean I trusted every supernatural that patronized her shop. And I certainly didn't trust her mother. Rosalie was like a bad penny. She was damaged, absolutely useless, and always turned up when you didn't want her around. Aunt Thora and I drank our tea as we reviewed the remainder of the plants and their ancient purposes. I wondered whether the book he acquired from Lamont Potts included similar information. It seemed likely. It also explained the purchase of Kaya's goat. Swift intended to sacrifice the poor creature as part of a ritual. The question remained, why? Magic Beans was jam-packed with customers eager to escape the cold. Corinne darted back and forth behind her 2 employees at the counter. It seemed to be all hands on deck at the moment. Corinne spotted me in the crowd and waved me forward. Hey, Eden. Business sure is booming. She grimaced. A mixed blessing. What can I get for you? 2 hot cocos with marshmallows. Her eyebrows inched up. You could just order a large. They're not both for me. I'm waiting for someone. Got it. I'll get them started now because you'll want to give them time to cool. I'll put your marshmallows on the side so they don't melt too fast. Thanks, that's perfect. Despite the dark sunglasses and knitted hat with a pom-pom at the top, I recognized the round face of Emily Burdock. The ends of the witch's brown hair stuck out from beneath the hat, and I noticed a few gray strands as well. Her puffy coat paired with black leggings made her look like she might topple over from the uneven weight distribution. Hello, Emily. Are you skiing after this? No, it's my disguise. She pulled off the sunglasses and cast a furtive glance around us. I wouldn't put it past Swift to have me followed. I lowered my voice. Have you given him a reason to distrust you? Emily blew a dismissive breath. Of course not. I'm a professional. You're a professional assistant, not a spy. She dropped her voice to match mine. And this spy has news to report, but I think you should be sitting down for it. She paused. And with hot cocoa. It's cold out there. Corinne slid a tray across the counter, and Emily stared at the 2 steaming mugs of cocoa. My magic is more powerful than I realized. Laughing, I paid Corinne and took the tray. I'd already ordered for us. Emily and I snagged a table in the back corner of the room. She refused to take off the hat. I don't think a hat is going to prevent anyone from recognizing you, I said. Maybe not, but you lose almost half your body heat through your head. I decided to cut to the chase. What did you find out? Evidence of election fraud? Worse. She warmed her hands by holding the outside of the mug. Swift struck a deal with Bo Brighton. To build housing for senior citizens in Davenport Park. I know that part. It isn't the whole truth. Then what is? She leaned forward and whispered, He plans to turn this town into the premier destination for supernatural tourism. I connected the dots. Bo Brighton isn't just building housing for senior citizens. Nope. He's planning to build hotels and restaurants that cater to the supernatural crowd. That's why he's expanding even beyond the park. Swift promised the businesses a whole new clientele. He just didn't specify they'd have scales and tails. And fangs, I added. And all sorts of demonic traits that could overwhelm the small town of Chipping Cheddar. Not to make this about me, but that would make my job significantly harder than it already is. Chipping Cheddar was a magnet for supernaturals. We didn't need to reel in any more than we already did. Why not target human tourists? Emily asked. This town already has a healthy tourist trade. I don't know. She was right. It didn't make sense for Swift to target supernaturals. There had to be more to it. What about the plants? Is the ritual supposed to bring his idea to fruition? The modern-day equivalent to a sacrifice for fertile soil. Oh, I'm not sure about that. I happened to get your message when I overheard him on the phone talking to someone about the lawsuit. He was reassuring them that it wouldn't disrupt their deadline. Swift was confident he would win the case. That wasn't surprising. Emily sucked down a marshmallow. I don't think Swift understands what he's getting himself into. I get the impression he thinks all supernaturals are like us. All he sees are dollar signs. I took a careful sip of my hot cocoa. This is bad. That's why I wanted to tell you as soon as possible. I ate 2 marshmallows in quick succession. If he's working with ancient plants for a sacrifice, he must have help. It isn't the kind of thing he'd tackle alone. He couldn't, even if he wanted to work solo. Jason Swift was human. There was no way he could handle this without supernatural assistance. Emily slurped her cocoa. Who? I'm not sure. I need to think. I set down my cup. Does Hugh know? Not yet. He wasn't in the office when I overheard the conversation, and I wanted you to be the first to know. Thank you. Emily ducked her head. I'm sorry to deliver such bad news. You did exactly what I asked you to do. I didn't expect it to be good news. What are you going to do next? Emily asked. I don't know yet, but I'll let you know as soon as I figure it out. Maybe you should spend limited time in the office. Tell him you have food poisoning and miss the next couple days. Staring into her cup, Emily licked her lips. I don't care how many bacteria are swimming in here. I'd drink it every day and twice on Sundays. You're not going to have actual food poisoning. I just want you out of the office, in case. In case what? In case things get ugly fast. You're talking about your Fury appearance, I assume, because Swift is quite a handsome man. A shame his insides are so twisted. I swallowed the last of my cocoa. Does he have any appointments today? No, his only appointment was this morning. He should be there the remainder of the day. I arched an eyebrow. Alone? I believe so. I smiled. Not anymore. Chapter 7. Swift's office reeked of Acqua di Gio, a cologne my father used to wear. Thank the gods Sally broke him of that particular habit. I found the smell nauseating. I bypassed Emily's empty desk and went in search of Swift. He stood by the window in his office, scrolling on his phone. Doom scrolling, Mr. Mayor? He didn't flinch.
Agent Fury, I wasn't aware we had an appointment today.
We didn't, but I made room in my schedule for you. He glanced at my t-shirt beneath my unzipped coat that read, JOMO, Joy of Missing Out.
The feds really ought to spare the cash for proper uniforms. You look like an overgrown teenager in that outfit. How can anybody take you seriously?
The clothes don't make the man. George Michael taught me that.
Careless whisper?
I scoffed. That's Wham, not Solo George. The song is called Freedom. He set his phone on the desk.
Is that why you're here? To educate me on pop music?
No. In fact, I'm here so you can educate me. That got his attention. He motioned for me to sit. I'd prefer to stand, thanks.
Suit yourself.
He crossed the room to the liquor cabinet.
Can I offer you a drink? I was about to pour one for myself.
Are you celebrating something? He winked at me over his shoulder.
Always.
I don't drink when I'm working, but thanks.
This isn't a social call? Color me shocked.
He kept his back to me as he uncorked a bottle and filled the glass with amber liquid. I'm here to talk about your plans.
That's unhelpfully vague, Agent Fury. My plans as mayor? My vacation plans?
Your plans to destroy this town by turning it into a destination for supernaturals. Glass in hand, he turned to face me with an inscrutable expression.
Destroy? Why on earth would I become mayor of a town I intended to destroy?
You want to make it as soulless as you are. You'll destroy it from the inside out. He clucked his tongue.
Are you telling me that supernaturals are without souls?
He sipped his liquor.
Not all supernaturals are like your family, Agent Fury. I've found some of them to be downright delightful. I think introducing them to all that Chipping Cheddar has to offer is a stroke of genius. It will provide a tremendous opportunity for the community.
And the lining of your pockets. He smirked.
But it'll be worth it to the small businesses that benefit from my plan.
You have no idea what you're doing. A supernatural community comes with its own host of challenges. We don't have the infrastructure.
I'm sure you can tell me all about that.
He swirled the liquid in his glass.
Are you sure I can't pour you a drink? You seem tense. I'm sure it would help.
I ignored the offer. What else are you hoping to build? Is the senior complex even real?
The complex is real, but it won't be designed for some ragtag group of unwanted wrinklies, I can promise you that.
He polished off the drink and set the empty glass on top of the liquid cabinet.
It'll cater to a high-end supernatural clientele with amenities that only they would need.
And what's your marketing plan? A whistle only werewolves can hear? He chuckled.
Not to worry, Agent Fury. There are already supernaturals clamoring to visit us. Your legal tactics won't stop progress. Like it or not, we'll welcome our visitors with open arms soon enough.
It's a mistake. It's dangerous for the human residents, especially when they'll have no idea. They won't be able to protect themselves.
Then I suppose you'll be very busy. Perhaps your organization should consider hiring more agents for this outpost.
He crossed the room to sit behind his desk.
Now, if that's all...
The lights flickered. I glanced up at the bulbs in the ceiling. On that note, what do you intend to do about the recent power outages, Mr. Swift? They'd started along with the tremors when the construction began, so I was surprised to experience another one now. He threaded his hands behind his head.
I intend to light a candle and not flush the toilet. You?
I maintained my cool. Will you work with the power company to get to the root of the problem?
I'll do everything in my power to help the residents of Chipping Cheddar.
His mouth curved slightly.
Pun fully intended.
The lights flickered again, but remained on. The power outages seemed related to the construction. I splayed my hands on the desk and leaned forward. If you're trying to continue construction despite the injunction, that's only going to hurt your case. You might want to think twice about doing anything sneaky like that. He moved his chair flush with the desk so that our faces were close together.
I know what you are, Agent Fury. I know how you like to intimidate your supernatural friends.
If they were my friends, I wouldn't need to intimidate them.
You're nothing more than a bully with wings. You do have wings, I'm told.
He regarded me as though I might unfurl them now for his amusement. Fat chance. I have a lot more than wings, and you'd better hope I never need to show you. I work for the Federal Bureau of Magic to protect the residents of Chipping Cheddar. I use my powers for good. Ask anybody. My family, in particular, would be more than happy to complain about that fact.
And progress is good, Agent Fury. So, you see, we're on the same team.
What you're doing isn't progress. You'll set this town back decades if the wrong demons find their way here. Do you have any idea how many times I've saved us from a takeover? From total annihilation.
That all sounds fascinating, but I think you're being dramatic, as young women are wont to do. After all, your entire family is supernatural. Have they set the town back decades? What about your stepmother, the one from Otherworld? Sally Fury seems like the ideal tourist for a town like ours. Charming, elegant, and with money to burn. If we could attract more like her, businesses would flourish.
Otherworld isn't like our world, I countered. Sally left there for a reason. And it wasn't simply because she fell in love with my father. She'd wanted to escape, and my father presented her with the perfect opportunity.
I never pegged you for a racist, Agent Fury.
I started to choke. Are you kidding me? How am I being racist?
You fear foreigners on your land, categorizing them as primitive life forms who have the audacity to drink out of the same fountains and use the same restrooms. Next, you'll complain that our jobs are in jeopardy.
My hands balled into fists. Our jobs are in jeopardy because our lives are in jeopardy. Some of them are literally primitive life forms. The most dangerous ones had power, a thirst for blood, and no ability to reason.
We won't cater to that kind, obviously.
That doesn't mean you won't attract them. It doesn't mean they won't be drawn here by whatever spells you're casting.
Your stepmother is a vampire from Otherworld, yet you don't seem too worried about her killing anybody.
Maybe not, but there are other vampires with bloodlust issues. I worry about those. He smirked again.
Like our mutual friend Jade.
Right. He knew about Jade's bloodlust issues. That was likely the reason she agreed to help him, because he'd blackmailed her. I refused to acknowledge his remark. There are demons that dwell in Otherworld that operate with more primitive brains. Their priorities are blood and internal organs, and I don't mean their own.
You're underestimating the people of this town and overestimating the demons.
His phone rang.
This discussion is over. The next time you want to argue with me, schedule an appointment first, or I'll have security throw you out.
I marched out of the office, fuming inside. I couldn't understand why Swift was unable to see the danger his plan presented. He seemed deliberately obtuse. Anger continued to bubble under the surface as I climbed into my car and slammed the door. Swift got under my skin like a toxin. I turned the car in the direction of Munster Close to see the one family member who understood the rage I currently felt.
It's the middle of the day. Why aren't you at work?
My father bellowed. Can I at least come in before you grill me about my job? I asked from the doorstep.
You're not even at the right door. You always come through the kitchen.
I didn't come from the barn. I came from the mayor's office. My father observed me closely.
Is that why you look like you might turn green and knock over a building?
Yes. He widened the gap to let me in.
Tell me more.
I strode past him and straight into the family room at the back of the house. I thought I heard your voice, Eden. Sally set down her embroidery and rose from the sofa. What a lovely surprise. I'm in a mood, I warned. I'm sure I have something in the fridge for that. Would you like a lemon tart? I made them using Thora's lemons. Does she know that? I asked. Of course. She's the one who gave them to me. I wouldn't mind a lemon tart, I grumbled. I flopped on the sofa and slouched against the cushions.
What's the problem?
My father asked.
You can't just inhale a tart and run off without telling us.
I have no intention of inhaling the tart. I fully plan to savor each bite. My father scowled.
What's going on?
Jason Swift is a sleazebag and a moron with too much power. That's what's wrong. Sally returned with a lemon tart and fork on a small plate. I'd prefer you eat at the counter, but I can see you're in a state, so I'll let it go this once. I took a bite of the tart and moaned my appreciation.
This is aces, Sally.
Thank you, Eden. I swallowed a second bite. Do you have any contacts in Otherworld? Sally's fingers skimmed her black pearl necklace. What kind of contacts? Friends and family? No. Supernaturals in high places. Officials. Anybody in a position of authority. I'm afraid not.
Why would you ask her that?
My father demanded. He managed to sound angry no matter what he said. He'd been banned from one of the local banks because he constantly sounded like he was threatening to rob them when he asked to make a withdrawal. We have a situation. I told them about Jason Swift's plan. Sally tucked her fingers in between my father's. It's one thing to attract more supernaturals from this realm, but wanting to draw them in from Otherworld is highly dangerous.
There are procedures in place, though,
my father said.
The less desirable creatures won't be able to secure a passport.
No, but there are plenty of hitchhiker demons. If they all decide to make their way here, we'll be overrun.
What about the FBM?
My father asked. Stanley, use your inside voice, please, Sally whispered.
They won't intervene unless and until there's an actual emergency. Right now, construction is on hold because of the lawsuit, and the rest is speculation as to what will happen.
My father waved his arms.
What in the hell is the matter with them? You have a job because they fear the town being overrun by demons someday. Why would they not take a threat like this seriously?
Because there's not enough evidence. I'm still in the information gathering stage.
I wish I could help, Eden, Sally said. Even if I had a contact, though, what is there for them to do?
I'm wondering whether Swift paid off some officials in Otherworld to send tourists this way when construction is complete. He seemed unreasonably stubborn about the whole thing.
If they did, they certainly won't admit it to a federal agent, Sally said. It's hardly worth asking.
My father slapped his hands on his thighs.
Screw those guys. What can I do to help? You want vengeance on that Swift character? Just say the word.
Dad, you know you can't operate in this territory. He and I had made a no-vengeance pact so that he didn't find himself on the receiving end of FBM justice.
It would be between us. Nothing official. I can make it happen.
He snapped his fingers.
Like that.
I appreciate the offer, but we need to resolve this another way.
I don't see why.
My father huffed.
Swift doesn't seem to play by the rules. Why should we?
If you act like a criminal to catch a criminal, then you're no better than they are, I pointed out.
Sally patted his leg. Eden's right, dear. Just because this Jason Swift is a nasty piece of work doesn't mean we stoop to his level. Eden will find a way to stop him that doesn't involve compromising her integrity. She looked at me. I have faith in you.
A lump formed in my throat.
Thank you, Sally.
The vampire had been supportive of me from the very start of her relationship with my dad, and I loved her for it. I also loved that she'd softened my father's rough edges, inasmuch as it was possible. The longer he was with Sally, the clearer it became that he and my mother hadn't been a good fit. Their constant screaming matches might have also contributed to that realization. I was glad he found someone who loved him and accepted him as he was. For years, it had seemed like an impossibility for me, until I met Sawyer. And if there was an antidote to the negative way Swift affected me, it was the presence of Chief Sawyer Fox.
Chapter 8.
I was relieved when Sawyer offered to meet me at the cheese wheel for a date night to soothe the savage fury inside me. Based on the line out the door, it seemed to be date night for the entire population of Chipping Cheddar. Good thing my boyfriend was the chief of police. Sawyer held my hand as we bypassed the obedient crowd. Even out of uniform, people recognized him and called out greetings. Chief Sawyer Fox had quickly become a beloved fixture in our town. Nobody complained when the bouncer admitted us ahead of everybody else. I feel so important, I teased, as two patrons cleared their stools at the bar so we could sit.
Because you are important, Eden Fury,
he said sincerely.
All day, every day.
It's Agent Eden Fury, I corrected him.
That's not who I'm talking about.
He ordered a beer on tap, and I ordered a glass of the house red.
I wouldn't care if you had 0 Fury powers and lived in a yurt in the woods. You, Eden Fury, are important. You matter.
His words cut straight through my defenses and nestled in my heart. How did you learn to be such an incredible human being?
Kindergarten, he said, when I learned how good it felt to share.
I don't remember kindergarten. That probably explains a lot. He knocked his knee against mine.
Your brain has had to process a lot of complex thoughts since then. I guess it had to make space.
Always looking on the bright side. That was my Sawyer. And it was one of the many reasons I loved him. Should we be having date night with everything going on right now? I asked. I feel guilty.
We're multitasking. It's a date where we also talk about foiling an evil scheme.
What if I fail? What if Swift gets his way?
You can't control everything around you, Eden. You win some, you lose some. That's life.
I thanked the bartender as he set our drinks on coasters in front of us. You seem very relaxed, considering what's at stake, I told him.
That doesn't mean I'm rolling out the welcome mat. I just find it best to be proactive rather than reactive.
I sipped my wine. That's why you're the chief of police and I'm not. I seemed to do nothing except react to situations outside of my control. Despite my brave words to Olivia, I felt deeply uncomfortable and out of my league. What was the FBM thinking when they assigned me to this post? It doesn't matter how many tests I aced. I'm too young, too inexperienced. Sawyer stared at me.
You love this town more than any FBM agent on their roster. You grew up here. Your friends and family are here. You're a kick-ass Fury. I can't think of anyone better suited to this task.
I leaned forward and kissed him. You really know how to prop a girl up.
You don't need any propping up from me,
he whispered, his lips still hovering close to mine.
You stand tall on your own.
I think you need to prepare Guthrie for what's coming, I said. Sawyer fixed me with those deep chocolate pools.
You want me to tell him about supernaturals? I think one crisis at the moment is enough, don't you?
I swirled my wine in the glass. You think he'd react badly?
You know him better than I do.
Not anymore. I know teenaged Sean Guthrie. Deputy Guthrie is a grown-up. We hadn't been in touch for years until I moved back from San Francisco. We were different people now. Different people who were stuck in the past, interacting with old versions of ourselves that no longer existed. Sawyer drank his beer.
I think I'd have to spend time I don't have explaining the supernatural world in a way he'd understand and accept. I need an asset in the field, not a liability.
Then maybe you should consider hiring someone who can fill those shoes.
I don't want to fire Guthrie. He's good at his job. It isn't his fault his skills are limited by his ignorance.
Sawyer rubbed his sculpted jawline.
I guess it depends on what happens with the mayor. I'd need to increase our budget to pay for a new hire.
All the more reason to take down Swift. He knew Sawyer was in my corner, and he'd make sure the police chief paid for his misplaced loyalty. Guitar chords reverberated throughout the bar. I glanced at the stage. I was so engrossed in my conversation with Sawyer that I failed to notice a band had set up. We should probably take this conversation elsewhere, I said, sliding off the stool. It's about to get loud in here. Sawyer placed a hand on my arm.
We should dance first.
Have you been listening?
We need a plan to take down Swift. This is a dire situation.
Which is why we should savor this moment and dance.
He entwined his fingers with mine and guided me to the dance floor.
If there's a chance Swift is going to succeed at ruining our lives, I would at least like to have one last good memory with you.
He took me in his arms and pressed his cheek to mine. We swayed to the slow song, oblivious to the crowd around us. In this moment, we were the only two people in the world. The song finished and the tempo changed, prompting Sawyer to place his hand on the small of my back and steer me toward the opposite end of the room where it was quieter.
Another drink?
He offered. I shook my head. I'm good. I want to stay sharp. His gaze met mine.
Are you feeling better?
Definitely. Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. I have bad news. I debated not mentioning it, but I think you should know.
Every muscle in my body grew taut. Are you breaking up with me? He exploded with laughter.
What? No, never. It's about work. I've got a missing persons case.
My stomach lurched. Someone we know?
Sort of. Douglas Halsey.
Doug Halsey is missing?
Afraid so. What did you ask him?
Dread pumped through my veins. I asked about the recipients of the messages and the content. Is there any evidence to suggest that he ran off? Maybe he got scared after our conversation and left town.
I searched his apartment. Everything was there, even his wallet. If he left, he took nothing, and left in a hurry.
The air seeped out of my lungs. Swift was behind Doug's disappearance. I was sure of it. Did Swift know I'd spoken to Doug? If so, how? Potts was in custody, so it wasn't him. Sawyer raked a hand through his thick hair.
I hate to ask, but do we need to drag the river?
No, he'd use the bay to reach the open ocean. Sawyer winced.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
I rubbed his back. As much as I'd love to make you feel better, that's not the point of this conversation. He tipped back his head.
You're right.
My mind scrambled to piece together the options. This is bad.
I know, and I can't ask Swift about him,
Sawyer said.
There's no reason for me to place them together.
What if there was? He looked at me.
What do you have?
Clara was going all Watergate on Swift. She's the one who turned up evidence that he was using Doug as a courier to send messages. Doug said Swift avoids using technology as much as possible because it's easily traceable and recoverable. Sawyer closed his eyes.
I hope this isn't a kill the messenger situation.
Me too. If Swift found out I'd spoken to Doug, there was a good chance he decided to eliminate him.
Guthrie is speaking to a couple of Halsey's colleagues tomorrow. I'll let you know what they say.
Any family in the area? I asked.
Only his aunt. His parents moved to Florida last year and his sister lives in Albany.
Did you speak to her? I asked.
Not yet. Would you like to do the honors?
I'll leave her to you. I wasn't sure the sister would be useful under the circumstances. Did you take any personal effects from Doug's apartment?
Why? Do you want to have Neville do a locator spell?
I smiled. You know me so well.
I have his wallet and a few other small items in my office.
The wallet works best since he carried it with him everywhere. You can empty it out first if you want. He grinned.
I trust you not to steal the $20 bill in there.
Can we get it now? I was already texting Neville to ask him to head back to the office. Hopefully, he wasn't too engrossed in a video game to check his messages.
I'm happy to. The sooner we find Halsey, the better.
We exited the bar hand in hand, passing Vaughn and Sassy in the line on our way out. They were huddled together to keep warm. Well, for Sassy to keep warm. Vaughn was impervious to the cold. Hey, you two! Sassy greeted us. Hey, how long have you been waiting outside? I asked. Long enough to develop icicles on the tip of my nose, but 2 more out means 2 more in, Sassy said. How's the band?
Pretty good,
Sawyer told them.
Why are you heading out so early?
Vaughn asked.
The night is young.
Sassy patted his chest.
No doubt they have a case to solve. They're both workaholics.
If only she realized life as she knew it depended on my commitment to my work. She's right, I said. We need to go.
And you need to choose your dress for the wedding, Sassy called after me. Clara sent you 3 options and you haven't responded.
Crap, I'd forgotten Clara's text messages. If I continued to neglect my duties, I'd soon be demoted to flower girl.
Do you want to go our separate ways now?
Sawyer asked.
I'll grab the wallet, you can take care of the bridal duty you've been putting off, and we'll meet at your office in 30 minutes. Sound like a plan?
I'll be there with bells on. He gave me a quick kiss.
I wouldn't advise it. Then the bad guys will hear you coming.
Instead of responding to the most recent text, I appeared on Clara's doorstep to beg for forgiveness. And to choose a dress.
You're already in pajamas,
I said with a laugh. Light brown hair in a messy bun and fuzzy slippers completed the look. Clara glanced down at her soft fleece loungewear. I got changed right after dinner. It's one of those nights where I just want to be under a blanket until I fall asleep. She ushered me inside. It's freezing outside. What are you doing here anyway? I thought it was date night. It still is, so I can't stay long. I only want to apologize for not replying to your messages. I've been distracted, but that's no excuse. She took a step backward. I can tell whatever's distracting you is serious. I'm being pummeled by your waves. I'm sorry, there's a lot going on. I drew a deep breath in an effort to calm myself and not drown Clara in my emotional cesspool. It's Swift, I assume. I nodded. Doug Halsey is missing, and I think it's my fault. Clara gasped. If it's your fault, then it's my fault too. I gave you his name in the first place. Do you really think Swift did something to him? I doubt it's a coincidence. I spoke to him about Swift, and now he's missing. Clara bit her lip. That's concerning. What's your plan? I'm headed to the office now. Sawyer is bringing Halsey's wallet. I'm going to have Neville do a locator spell. Clara's face grew pinched. That poor man. I wish I had more dirt on Swift. Me too, so that I can bury him in it. She wagged a finger. Careful, you're starting to sound like your grandmother. No, this is different. Grandma would say that about the woman who took the shopping cart she wanted. Swift is a villain whose evil lair is the mayor's office. He needs to be stopped before the entire town pays the price. Clara motioned to the kitchen. Do you have time for a drink? I can make herbal tea or hot chocolate. No, thanks. I really need to go. I opened her text and pointed. I choose the second one. I love the A-line skirt. That was my guess, but I wanted confirmation. It's your wedding, Clara. I'd wear a potato sack with a cowboy hat and tap shoes if that was your preference. She gave me a hug. I'm lucky to have you, Eden Fury. Quickly, she pushed me away. And now I need you to leave, because it'll be death by 1,000 paper cuts for me if you stay here. She shook her hands. I shouldn't have touched you. I'll go. I just wanted to make sure we're good. Always. She held open the door. Now get out, bestie. There's a blanket inside with my name on it. I hustled out the door and hoped I didn't do too much damage to Clara's delicate psyche. By the time I arrived at the office, Sawyer was there with the wallet, and Neville had emergency supplies from Holes. Bear claws that were half price because they were on the verge of going stale, and a round of coffees. I demolished my bear claw in under 20 seconds. Neville watched me in awe.
I believe that's a new record, Agent Fury. I should have filmed it for posterity.
I blew the steam off my coffee. I'll take my time with this. It's radiating heat. Which I appreciated because I was still cold from being outside. Neville finished his bear claw and then took the wallet to the table at the back of the room where he preferred to conduct his experiments.
Can I watch, Neville, or do you need me out of the way?
Sawyer asked from my desk.
Best to stay there so as not to break my concentration,
the wizard replied.
No problem.
He moved to sit in Neville's empty seat and rolled the chair closer to mine. Neville tried 3 different locator spells to no avail. Finally, he left the table to join us.
Shall I abandon hope, Agent Fury?
I think so. Swift knows about the supernatural world, and he clearly has a magic user on his payroll. That someone is probably capable of hiding Doug from locator spells.
If he has a local witch or wizard on his payroll, then it's likely someone you know,
Sawyer said. We should check the supernatural register for anyone with that kind of ability that we don't know personally. I picked up my phone. I'll send a message to the council group chat. Neville blinked at me from behind his glasses.
There's a council group chat?
He looked at Sawyer.
Are you in it?
Sawyer cringed.
Yes, but I'm the chief of police.
Neville was on the verge of a serious pout. Why do you look so sad? You're not a member of the council, I pointed out.
I know, but I'm your assistant. I should be privy to all correspondence.
All FBM correspondence. The council is separate.
But you're only on the council because you're an FBM agent. The two organizations are inextricably linked.
I observed him closely. What's this really about?
Aren't we a team?
Of course we are. The wizard lowered his gaze.
I feel like I'm not a valued member of said team when I'm excluded.
Neville, it's a lame group chat. Lately, the only function it serves is as a safe space for Hugh to vent about his hormonal wife. If I have to read one more complaint about Irina and her wedge pillow or Irina and her heartburn, I'll go full fury. The wizard's shoulders relaxed.
I don't think I would enjoy reading that. I've grown fond of Irina.
So have I. Although I could imagine that the pregnant werewolf was challenging to live with at the moment.
If the locator spell is a bust, what's our next move?
Sawyer asked. I'm calling an emergency meeting, I said out loud as I typed the words in the group chat. Meet at Chop House in 1 hour.
You should say the specific time,
Neville said. What's wrong with 1 hour?
What if someone doesn't read the message for another half hour? They'll be late.
Good point. I typed 2030 and hit send. Your input is invaluable, Neville. Thank you.
You're welcome, Agent Fury. May I accompany you to the meeting, since it's an unofficial one?
I debated the answer.
What if I brought a box of bear claws for everyone? Holes is closed, but Paige is still there.
I think that's a nice gesture, but I also think Raphael would ban you from ever entering his restaurant again if you brought food from another venue. He bowed his head.
An excellent point. Your input is equally invaluable, Agent Fury.
You don't need to bring anything to deserve a seat at the table, I said. The three of us will go together. Truth be told, we need all hands on deck. I feel like there's a ticking bomb somewhere in town and we only have hours to find it. Sawyer's expression turned somber.
I feel the same way. It isn't as exciting in real life as it is in the movies.
No, I agreed. It's downright terrifying. Chapter 9. No one seemed happy about the emergency meeting. I heard the grumbling before I even entered the private room at the back of Chop House.
This had better be important,
Husborn said the moment he spotted me.
I was in the middle of a warm bubble bath.
And I was lying on my heating pad watching Bravo,
Aggie added. It's important, I assured them. I sat beside Hugh, who looked half asleep.
Are we going to be able to order food if Raphael isn't expecting us?
Hugh asked mid-yawn. The restaurant is open, so I don't see why not, I replied. You brought your assistant, Adele said with a note of condemnation. Neville offered a timid wave as he sat in the empty chair on the other side of me. It's an unofficial meeting, and Neville is the one who performed the locator spells, I explained.
The locator spells for what?
Aggie asked. Who? I corrected her. Doug Halsey, a town clerk who was acting as a messenger for Swift. I questioned him the other day, and now he's missing. Adele sucked in a concerned breath. I see.
We need to find a magic user in town that's secretly working for Swift,
Sawyer interjected.
Eden suggested looking at the supernatural register for those with the right kind of magical abilities.
Aggie recoiled.
You think one of them is working on his team? Couldn't it be someone from the outside?
It's possible, but he seems to be operating close to home. I updated them on everything I knew to date, including the plants, the goat, and the book from Potts. All of this points to magic that Swift wouldn't be able to do on his own.
I agree,
Husborn said. The wizard looked strange in his winter-white cashmere sweater. I was too accustomed to his trademark linen suits.
What about Emily?
Hugh asked. Emily is on our team, I said firmly. No question.
No, I mean, give her a call and ask if she's aware of any magic users communicating with Swift, even if it seemed like official business.
She's been spying. If something seemed amiss, she would have told me.
Except it might not have seemed amiss.
Hugh countered.
Swift is smart. He wouldn't invite a known magical criminal to his office.
He motioned to the register.
If it were me, I'd choose someone we'd dismiss.
Good point. I'll be right back. I strode toward the door to the main dining area. Hugh leaned back in his chair.
While you're in there, will you ask Raphael to take our order? I'd kill for a whiskey right now.
Neville cleared his throat.
I assume you mean that metaphorically.
I smiled. I'll send him in. I hunted down my warlock cousin in the kitchen. As the owner and head chef, Raphael took great pride in every aspect of Chop House. At the moment, he was dressing down a member of the kitchen staff.
This pork is so undercooked, we're in danger of it rising again. Is that how you'd like to spend the remainder of the evening? Chasing a zombie pig around my restaurant?
No, chef,
the employee mumbled. Raphael moved on to the next employee.
Less garlic in that dish, Glenn. The diner is a vampire, and I'm not sure my insurance will cover that kind of mishap.
I waved to my cousin from the entrance.
Eden,
he exclaimed.
I didn't know you'd be here tonight.
It's a last-minute thing. Would you mind heading to the room to take orders when you have a chance?
Do you need all the usual accoutrements?
He asked. No, it's an unofficial meeting.
I'll head there now.
I needed privacy for the call to Emily, so I left via the employee entrance and cursed myself for leaving my coat on the chair. I'd have to make this quick before I developed frostbite. I was relieved when Emily answered on the first ring. Hey, secret boss. I'm outside without a coat, so I need to cut to the chase. Are you aware of any magic users on Swift's calendar recently? Or any phone calls? Ideally, someone he met with or spoke to more than once. I thought we covered this. I mean anybody, not just anybody suspicious. If you recognized someone with magic, I want to know. Let me think. Emily was silent for a moment. The only one who comes to mind is Rosalie LaRue, but I didn't mention her at Magic Beans since she's one of yours. I closed my eyes and prayed for mercy. Rosalie is one of Rosalie's. I don't know what that means. Of course not. Emily was still new to Chipping Cheddar. Never mind. Did they meet in person or just speak on the phone? He met her in person at least once, but it wasn't on his calendar. I only know because he was late and she called to ask whether he was still in the office. Then it was only that one time? No, she called again last week. I don't know the reason because I patched her straight through. That's helpful, Emily. Thank you. I'll speak to you later. I tucked my phone in my pocket and watched the white puffs of air as they escaped from my mouth. As cold as I was, I dreaded returning to the room with that information. There was no way Adele would take it well. Problem? I pivoted to face Julie, Raphael's wife. Hey, I didn't know you were coming. Meg is out with friends tonight, so I told Raphael I'd meet him here for a drink. Is he in the kitchen? He was when I came out here, but he was needed in the private room for orders. Oh, it isn't your usual night, though. No, it isn't. I didn't offer more. How many times did you tell Meg to check in tonight? Julie took helicopter parenting to another level. Actually, I told her to have fun, and that's it. She knows when her curfew is. If she's late, there will be consequences. I grabbed the werewolf's shoulders and gave them a light shake. What have you done with Julie? She laughed. I've been working on myself. Meg's basically an adult now. I want her to live her life outside of her mother's shadow. I'm so proud of you. That's a very healthy attitude. You inspired me, actually. My eyebrows shot up. I did? Julie nodded. Meg looks up to you. I don't want her to move across the country to escape me. I figure if I give her space now instead of suffocating her, then she'll be willing to stick around. But I came back. Not because you missed your family. True, I said. But if I hadn't come back, I wouldn't have had a chance to improve those relationships. Julie kissed my cheek. I'm happy for you. She hooked her arm through mine. Please, let's go inside. It's too cold for conversation, and my drink is waiting at the bar.
There you are,
Raphael said when we entered the kitchen.
Your amaretto sour is getting lonely, Jules.
She gave him a wry smile. Yes, I'm sure it's the amaretto sour. Interesting choice, I remarked. I've been feeling nostalgic lately. It was my drink of choice when Raphael and I first started dating. That's sweet. Enjoy.
I took orders,
Raphael told me.
Anything for you?
I debated having a stiff drink before I delivered the bad news about Rosalie. Ultimately, I opted for a clear head. No thanks. I'm good. I advanced to the private room, inhaling deeply before I returned to my seat.
Any news?
Husborn prompted. I sat and conveyed the information from Emily. Adele took it better than I expected. To be fair, the older witch was the epitome of calm, cool, and collected, which was one reason she was good in a crisis. After a prolonged silence, Adele said, Allow me to speak to her alone. Maybe we should just bring her into the meeting. The clock is ticking, I said. I understand, Eden. Just as this council has allowed you to handle your personal affairs in-house, I ask that you afford me the same show of respect. Except this isn't personal, my dear, Aggie interjected. Rosalie may be privy to important information that can help us find a missing man whose life is likely at stake. Adele's features hardened. I am well aware of the stakes, mon ami. I would call her right now, but I think she'd be more willing to cooperate if I'm standing in front of her. You mean you'll be able to tell if she's lying? Hugh said. That too, Adele said with an almost imperceptible sigh.
Invite her to meet you here for a drink,
Husborn urged. Adele nodded. That's a good idea. Rosalie never turns down a free drink, bless that girl. She typed on her phone. Tell Raphael it's for council business before she arrives, I advised. He'll comp you. Adele lifted her chin. I appreciate the sentiment, but I can afford 2 glasses of wine. Husborn grunted.
Are you sure about that? He raised his prices last month. I've had to rethink how many times a month I dine out.
Adele's eyes sparked with nerves. She'll be here in 10 minutes. If the rest of you don't mind waiting in here, hopefully I'll have information to share soon. Hugh tapped his glass of whiskey. I've got everything I need. I'm more than happy to wait. I was fairly certain Hugh would have been willing to sleep here if the opportunity arose. My anxiety flared as Adele left the room. If Rosalie was somehow involved, well, I would empathize with Adele and Corinne. I knew how it felt when family members behaved in a way that was contrary to your values. Will you need a ride home? I asked Hugh. Irina will pick me up. She told me to call when we finished. She won't mind that you've been drinking? Aggie asked. She minds everything right now, including the way I breathe, so I might as well indulge myself. He swallowed a generous mouthful. I need to live a little now, because I won't be doing this after the baby's born. Fair enough, Aggie replied. If you're in the market for a babysitter at any point, my cousin Meg would be great. It would give you and Irina time to reconnect after the baby's born. Hugh swilled his drink. She's a werewolf, isn't she? I nodded. She takes a potion, so she doesn't turn, but she's one of you. Hugh bristled. I'll never understand someone who doesn't fully embrace their identity, but I'd overlook that for a trusted babysitter. His words hit home, but I brushed them aside. I was projecting. He wasn't even talking about me.
Chief Fox and I have been reviewing the register,
Neville piped up.
We thought it would be prudent to make a list in the event that Miss LaRoe turns out to be a dead end.
Smart, I said. But unnecessary, another voice said. I swiveled in my seat to see Rosalie in the doorway. Her mother stood behind her.
Rosalie has something she'd like to say,
Adele told us, nudging her daughter further into the room. Adele closed the door behind them. Rosalie gave us a guilty wave. It's me. I'm the problem. Again. I've done a few magical jobs for Swift on the side. We stared at her, uncomprehending. Neville spoke first.
Why?
Rosalie sniffed. For the money, of course. You think I care about Swift or his agenda? Maybe not, but I would think that you care about this town, I said. Aggie inclined her head. And what is his agenda, Rosalie dear? He hasn't told me directly, but I've picked up a few tidbits from our conversations and the tasks he asked me to perform.
I'd like to hear more details about these tasks,
Sawyer said. Adele placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder.
You need to hear this first, Chief Fox. The agenda will make everything clear.
From what I've heard, he wants Chipping Cheddar to become a hotspot for supernaturals, Rosalie said. I frowned. We know that already. Adele nodded at her daughter.
Tell them the rest.
He wants to cater to demons from Otherworld. He's working with someone there to circumvent complications. They seem to have struck a deal between them.
Complications like visitor visas and passports?
Husborn asked. I'm not sure. I only half paid attention, Rosalie admitted.
Otherworld. Circumvent complications. Secret deals. Sweet Hecate.
Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Swift intended to open the dormant portal to establish a direct link between realms, thereby creating easy access to Chipping Cheddar and cementing the town's position as the premier destination for visitors from Otherworld. Right now, the closest official entry point was New York, but if they were to cross the border right here... He's trying to open the portal, I blurted. That was the reason he needed to acquire the plants from Jade, the goat from Kaya, and the book from Potts. They would somehow help him achieve his goal. Rosalie held up a finger. Trying is the key word in that sentence. Aggie blinked in disbelief. How?
Between those tremors we've been experiencing and the power outages,
Husborn began.
He might be using good old-fashioned dynamite underground, like they used to do to build tunnels through the mountain.
Brute force wouldn't work, I said. It's more like trying to get a volcano to erupt. He paid me to try a bunch of spells from some enormous book, Rosalie confessed. I gaped at her. And you're casting them? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? She flicked a finger at me. Relax. Nothing has worked and nothing will.
How can you be so sure?
Sawyer asked. Because there are a million spells in that book. It will take him forever to go through them all, especially now that I'm not helping him, and there's no guarantee any of them will work anyway. Aggie clutched her neck in horror. But what if one does? A question nagged at me. Why is he trying to open it now? The lawsuit is pending, and construction is far from completion. If he's opening the portal to add a convenient entry point, there's no reason to do it until much later. He'll have demons arriving in town with no special accommodations for them.
And what does Doug Halsey have to do with his plan?
Sawyer added. Rosalie's eyebrows inched up. The clerk? He's been acting as Swift's messenger. His codename is Mercury, which I think is kind of cute.
Yes, but why is he missing?
Sawyer asked. Rosalie shrugged. Swift didn't need to send any more messages, so maybe Halsey took a vacation.
Not without his wallet,
Sawyer replied. Adele shot her daughter a warning glance.
You promised to tell the truth, Rosalie.
The middle-aged witch searched the table for another drink and settled on Aggie's half-filled glass of wine. She gulped it down before answering. Fine. Doug is taking a vacation in Swift's basement. Then he didn't kill him, I said, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. No, Rosalie said. He tried to use him to open the portal, but it didn't work.
How would a sighted human be useful in opening the portal?
Neville asked. It was for one of the rituals in the book. It called for blood magic. Aggie gasped. Blood magic is dark magic. Rosalie bristled. It was no big deal. I only drained a little of his blood. He was fine after a glass of orange juice and a cookie.
I didn't realize a Leroux witch was capable of magic like that,
Husborn said, appearing mystified. Apparently I'm not. That's why I told him no promises, Rosalie said with her usual attitude. He was willing to take the chance, and I was willing to take his money. A win-win. Rosalie, Adele said in a harsh whisper. The portal can't be opened with a minor blood donation, I said. You have to know that. I do now.
If the ritual failed, then why does he still have Halsey?
Sawyer pressed.
Why not let him go?
What about the goat? I interrupted.
Clearly Roger Federer,
Hugh said.
If you're talking about tennis, golf would be Tiger Woods.
I'm not talking about tennis or the greatest of all time for any sport. I'm talking about the actual goat he bought from Kaya Toothill. How does the goat fit in? Oh, right, Rosalie said. He banished the goat to the backyard because it ate one of his expensive suit jackets.
Did he buy it as an environmentally friendly lawnmower?
Neville asked.
That seems to be a new trend.
I think one of the rituals required a heart. Rosalie examined her nails, unconcerned. I don't know anything else. If the conversation wasn't about me or how much I was getting paid, I kind of tuned it out until he was finished and came back to bed. Her face contorted as she realized what she'd said. Did I say bed? Silly me. I meant back to his office. Hugh smirked.
Only in it for the money, eh?
Rosalie heaved an aggravated sigh. What can I say? He's a handsome, charming man, and I needed to break my dry spell. Her poor life choice is our gain, I said. Rosalie swung toward me. Hey! I shrugged, just stating a fact. Rosalie held up her hands in acquiescence. I'm willing to switch to the good team. My mother has shown me the error of my ways. Again. It should have been obvious to anyone with a moral bone in their body, Aggie grumbled. Adele shot her a look.
Let's not go there, old friend. We all have our flaws.
Rosalie picked up Hugh's glass and drained the rest of the whiskey. Just tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. Swift won't suspect me. He knows I can't stand Eden. Gee, thanks, I said. Have you bonded with him? Aggie asked. If oxytocin and those other chemicals are wiring and firing in that walnut-sized brain of yours, we can't trust you not to succumb to your baser instincts. Rosalie made a dismissive noise. Bonded? No. Bondage, on the other hand. Adele's expression turned stony.
Let's stick to the subject, shall we? All we want from you is to stay far away from Swift, and you are to provide him with no further magical assistance.
Done.
Are you sure about that, Adele?
Husborn asked.
We could send her back to Swift to get more information on his plan.
Adele leveled him with a look.
We have all the information we need.
Sawyer rose to his feet.
She's right. I'll head to Swift's house now to see if Halsey is still in the basement. Don't you need a warrant?
Husborn asked.
Not if I can see evidence of criminal activity in plain sight.
He tilted his head toward Neville.
The wizard here will help me establish that.
If you see the goat, I began.
No goat left behind,
Sawyer assured me.
That's my motto.
The door to the room swung open, and Julie stood on the threshold. Eden, I'm so sorry to interrupt. The second I heard the tremble in her voice, I knew something was horribly wrong. What is it? Tears gathered in the corners of her eyes. Meg missed curfew. I think something awful has happened to her. Chapter 10. Sawyer and Neville left for Swift's house while I stayed at Chop House to help Julie and Raphael. I hadn't realized how late it was until Julie interrupted our emergency meeting with the upsetting news about Meg. The other council members offered to stay and offer assistance, but I encouraged them to go home and rest. I had a feeling we were going to need it in the coming days.
Raphael and I spoke to the friends she was with, but they said she left in plenty of time to make curfew,
Julie explained. We sat at a table in the empty restaurant. Does she have a phone?
Not with her. You know, Meg, I convinced her to have one, but half the time she leaves it at home so she can be present with her friends.
She used air quotes around the word present. Did her friends say where they were earlier tonight?
They were ice skating at the pond north of the river,
Julie replied. The one near the vortex? I asked. The vortex wasn't far from the mound, where the ley lines converged. Its intense power added to the supernatural magnetism of the town.
That's the one,
Raphael said. I'll go there now and retrace her steps between there and your house.
Good idea,
Raphael said.
I'll drive.
Julie tapped her foot in a nervous gesture.
I can't just sit here and wait. I'll go insane.
I looked at her. There is another option. She stared back at me with big brown eyes.
What?
Shift. Try to track her in wolf form. I'd considered asking Hugh to join the search party for that reason, but he was too drunk to be useful tonight. Julie's brow furrowed.
I have a counter potion I can drink that would allow me to shift.
Raphael jumped to his feet.
I store a bottle in the kitchen. I'll get it.
The warlock dashed from the dining room.
I really appreciate your help,
Julie said, her eyes glistening. I clasped her hand across the table. This is Meg. You know I'd do anything for her. And you. Julie sniffed.
I can't believe this. I should have made her check in with me every hour. This never would have happened.
I squeezed her hand. You can't know that. This isn't your fault, Julie. You're a great mom. Raphael returned with a shot glass brimming with orange liquid that looked like Gatorade. He set the glass in front of Julie.
Bottoms up, my darling.
Julie held the glass to her lips. Gods, I hate shifting. If this isn't love, I don't know what is. She drank. Raphael jingled his keys.
Let's go. By the time we get there, the potion will have kicked in.
The three of us piled into Raphael's Audi and sped toward the pond. My phone buzzed with a call from Sawyer, and I snatched it to my ear.
No one's at the house,
Sawyer said.
No Swift, no Halsey, no goat. I can't decide if that's good or bad.
It's bad, I said. Definitely bad.
That's what Neville said, too. Have you found Meg?
Not yet. We're going to retrace her steps, and Julie is going to shift to track her scent.
Want me to meet you? I can help.
No, keep looking for Halsey and the goat.
Will do. Good luck.
Thanks, you too. I hung up as Raphael parked on the side of the road near the pond. The area was blanketed in darkness. There were no streetlights here, and light pollution from residential and commercial buildings provided only a faint glow.
Wait until you get out of the car to shift,
Raphael advised his wife.
I just had the leather cleaned.
Julie glared at him as she opened the passenger door and stepped into the shadows. There was no sign of life here, but I felt ripples of energy, presumably emanating from the vortex. I prayed a demon hadn't snatched Meg on her way home and treated her like a midnight snack. Although the random primitive demon appeared in town on occasion, we'd enjoyed a couple months of quiet on that front. That would all come to an end if Swift got his way. I forced my attention back to the task at hand. Julie emerged from the shadows in wolf form. Her glossy coat shimmered in the moonlight.
Look how beautiful you are,
Raphael said, and crouched down to nuzzle her.
It's been so long since I've seen you like this, I'd almost forgotten.
Julie licked his cheek. He held the side of her head and pressed his face to hers.
Now, let's find our daughter.
Julie lowered her head to the ground and started sniffing. I took the opportunity to scan the area for clues. Aside from a few discarded beer cans in the bushes, I saw nothing noteworthy. A few minutes later, Julie's howl filled the air, causing the hair on my arms to stand on end. I raced over to the wolf, who was now picking up speed. Raphael and I ran behind her as she headed toward the mound. The mound. Gods above, no. Julie, don't go in! As fast as I could run, the wolf would get there ahead of me, and I had no idea what to expect. Julie didn't slow her pace. Now that the mother wolf had her pups scent, she was charging full steam ahead. I did the only thing I could to beat her there. I spread my wings and flew. I soared overhead and beat the werewolf by a hair. I kept my wings wide to block the entrance to the mound. Stay, I commanded. Both of you. I ignored the wolf's growl and retracted my wings, then spun around to enter the mound. It was as dark in here as the pond area, but I knew this place well, with or without lights. Several distinct scents lingered in the air. The most prevalent one was the metallic scent of blood. Show yourself, I demanded. I heard the sound of struggling in response. My eyes adjusted, and I spotted the squirming figure against the rocky wall. Meg! I rushed forward to see that she'd been chained to the wall. Her mouth was covered by duct tape. I ripped off the tape, prompting a cry of pain from Meg. Well, I won't need a mustache wax this week, thanks, she said. Are you okay? I asked, breaking the chains to free her. I'm fine, but you should check on that guy. He seems like he's in bad shape. She pointed across the cavern. Doug Halsey was stretched across the flatter portion of rocks in the shape of a star. Blood seemed to drip from every pore of his skin. He was well and truly dead. On the ground below him, a complex symbol had been carved into the stone floor. Inside the symbol sat a patch of unfamiliar plants with a small object on top. My stomach turned when I realized what the object was. A heart. It was only upon closer inspection that I noticed Halsey's blood flowed into the crevice of the symbol, presumably to activate it. Gods have mercy. Jason Swift hadn't given up. He was performing a blood sacrifice ritual to open the portal and had sacrificed an innocent man to do it. He'd nearly sacrificed Meg. Jason Swift was more of a monster than any creature that might come through that portal from Otherworld. I returned to my cousin. Did you see what happened? She tore her gaze away from Halsey's body and started to cry. No, he was already partway through the ritual when I poked my head in. Why did you do that? I heard noises. I thought it might be you checking on the portal, so I popped in to say hi on my way home. Tears stained her cheeks. He said he couldn't let me leave, that I'd seen too much, so he left me as a gift. Whatever that means. I glanced at the portal. For whatever demon walked through that gateway first, presumably the one he struck a deal with. I begged him not to do it, but he ignored me. Could you see his face? Sniffling, she shook her head. He kept his hood on the whole time. He had a funny smell, though. What kind of smell? She scrunched her nose, thinking. Jasmine and lime. I closed my eyes. Acqua di Gio. Who's that? That is Jason Swift. Meg's thick eyebrows drew together. The mayor? She glanced at Halsey's body. The mayor killed that man and was going to kill me? Yes. We need to get you out of here. Now. I steered her toward the mouth of the mound. I'll never hear the end of this. My mother will say I told you so every day for the rest of my life. I promise I won't. Julie's voice rang out. Meg's eyes widened as her mother entered the mound in her human form, followed by Raphael. She threw her arms around her daughter's slender frame. I'm so glad you're alive, Julie said, sobbing. Raphael's eyes burned with rage.
Where is the monster who took my child?
He cracked his knuckles.
I'll tear his heart straight out of his chest and suffocate him with it.
There's been enough of that for one day, I said, nodding toward the heart on the ground. Raphael noticed the sacrifice for the first time.
By the devil! What happened?
Julie bent down to sniff the heart. This isn't his. This belonged to a goat. R.I.P., goat, I whispered. The blood had nearly stopped dripping from Halsey's body. How long ago did Swift leave? Meg chewed her lip. Not long before you got here. His phone alerted him to a security breach at his house. And he left before finishing the ritual? That seemed unlikely. Swift was too determined to see this through to leave in the middle of it. Raphael examined the ritual setup.
He did finish. I've seen similar sacrifices performed.
He paused.
In theatrical performances. Nothing real, obviously.
This wasn't the time to chastise my cousin for his warlock ways. Then why hasn't the portal opened? That's what he's trying to accomplish with this. Raphael pointed to the symbol.
Because this man's blood is still draining from the body. As soon as the last drop of blood joins the symbol,
the ground trembled.
The ritual will be complete.
Raphael finished warily. We watched as the last drop of blood splashed into the crevice of the symbol. It seemed to happen in slow motion, but I was too late to stop it. The earth quaked in response. Halsey's eyes stared at me with silent condemnation. I'd failed him. I'd failed us all. Go home, I ordered. Now. Lock yourselves inside and don't come out unless you hear from me. Julie didn't need to be told twice. She grabbed Meg's hand and pulled her from the mound. Raphael spared me a worried look over his shoulder.
Can I call anyone for you?
Call my family and everyone you care about and tell them to stay home until further notice.
What about you?
I squared my shoulders. I'll be fine, Raphael. I'm an agent with the FBM. This is what I've been training for since the day I came home. He exhaled.
Then I know we're in good hands, because no one works harder than you, cousin.
I was glad one of us felt optimistic. In this moment, the only emotion I felt was pure, unadulterated fear. Chapter 11. My first order of business was to remove Halsey's body from the wall. It wouldn't stop the ritual now, but it seemed like the respectful thing to do. I carried him out of the mound and set him down as the ground rumbled beneath my feet. What was Swift thinking? He had no clue what horrors lay beyond this portal. Just because he knew the supernatural world existed didn't mean he understood its nuances. If the demon he bargained with wanted this portal open, irrespective of the construction, then I had a strong feeling it wasn't to enjoy a malted milkshake and cheese fries at Good Enough. I returned to the portal to scoop up the plants from the ritual and stuff them into my coat pockets for Neville to examine later, although I had no doubt they were the plants Swift had purchased from Jade. My next task was one I'd dreaded since the moment I replaced Paul Pidcock. Heart pounding. I tugged my phone from my pocket as I returned to the cold outside and hit the special button reserved for emergencies. Houston, we have a problem. What's the code word, please? The official-sounding voice asked. Apocalypse now-ish. Please hold. Hold? Did you hear me? I used the code word. The ground rumbled again, and the earth seemed to tilt on its axis. I crashed into the dirt, and the phone flew from my hand. Every light in Chipping Cheddar seemed to go out at once, and my corner of the world turned black. As I rolled to my feet, I saw a flash of light, and pieces of the mound began to crumble. Fear rushed to the surface, forming small bumps on my skin. I foolishly believed this day would never come, that life in charming Chipping Cheddar would always be pleasant and somewhat predictable. But all good things must come to an end. And it seemed the dormant portal was no exception. The line crackled.
This is Agent Mulgrew. I understand you have a situation in Chipping Cheddar.
Yes, the portal is opening.
Are you sure, miss? It's been dormant for centuries.
I wanted to reach through the phone and throttle him. My entire job revolves around making sure the portal is closed. I promise you, it's about to open for business.
How did this happen?
He demanded. Some idiot with deep pockets, a stubborn streak, and an aptitude for rituals. Can we discuss the details later? Right now, I need the FBM to send backup. Things are going to get ugly real fast if demons start breaking through. Neville and I won't be enough to contain them. The mound shook again, but remained intact. Agent Mulgrew seemed remarkably calm.
The portal has been dormant for so long, it's unlikely any demons will wander through, even if the portal does open. It's not like they're waiting on the other side in anticipation.
You don't understand. It's part of a plan. They are. At least some of them were. And the ones eager to slip into our realm through unofficial channels weren't the ones we wanted. Once again, I remembered the Antares demon's fateful remark about a grand plan. He'd been telling the truth.
Why don't you write up a report and send it over to my office for review?
Agent Mulgrew suggested.
We'll go from there.
My fingers gripped the phone so hard I nearly broke it into pieces. There isn't time for bureaucracy. This is happening right now. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What was the point of an emergency code word if they refused to heed it? Then it dawned on me. They never thought the portal would open. They had an outpost here mainly because the town was a supernatural magnet, not out of genuine concern for the portal. My daily portal check had merely been one of their bureaucratic boxes to tick. Busy work. I'd resented busy work in school, and I really resented it now.
Now don't get hysterical, Agent Fury,
he said.
I'm sure there's a logical explanation.
Did he just call me hysterical? Agent Mulgrew was fortunate he was a disembodied voice at the end of the phone, because if he'd been standing in front of me right now, he'd be a disembodied ghost, courtesy of yours truly. Why don't you tell me to smile more? That's just as effective. I hung up, resisting the urge to chuck my phone on the ground. I needed it right now. It was more than a line. It was a lifeline. I fumbled to make another call.
Hello?
A groggy voice answered. Quinn, I need your help. Clara's in trouble. We all are. His voice sharpened.
What is it?
The portal is cracking open, and HQ doesn't seem to have a sense of urgency. They want me to send a report before they decide the next steps. He let loose a string of curses.
Why do I have to be halfway around the world when this happens?
How fast can you get here?
Not very, but I'll make a few calls and see what I can do.
Thanks, Quinn.
Watch over my bride-to-be, Fury. I'm counting on you.
I'll do my best. My next call was to Neville to update him on the dire situation. The other end was dead silent, and for a moment, I worried the wizard might have fainted. Neville?
I'm here, Agent Fury. I'm simply...
Thinking of a solution?
Traumatized.
You and me both. I need you to research how to keep it closed.
There's already a binder for that in the office. I'll have a look and let you know what it says.
I frowned at the phone. There's a binder dedicated to closing a nearly open portal?
It's labeled Emergency Protocols, right next to the binder for Policies and Procedures.
No wonder I never noticed it. Let me know when you find something. I hung up and called Sawyer.
Hey,
he said.
Any news?
Yes, but you won't like it.
What's wrong?
I told him.
Are you telling me this town could be crawling with demons by tomorrow?
If not sooner.
How can I help?
I knew I could count on him. Sawyer managed to be both my rock and my soft place to fall. It was an impressive combination, and I was grateful for it. I don't know yet. The FBM isn't being as cooperative as I'd like under the circumstances. Is there a way to keep people at home? A snow day without snow?
I can declare a state of emergency for the town.
Don't you need the mayor's approval for that? It was unlikely he'd agree, given he was the reason we were in this predicament.
You're right. That won't work.
He was quiet for a beat.
I'm going to take Achilles to the animal rescue so he isn't alone. There's safety in numbers.
You don't think he'll worry that you're surrendering him? Sawyer had adopted the dog from the rescue center, and it might bring back bad memories.
I hope he would know me better than that by now.
The mere thought of a worried Achilles was too much for me. Take him to the barn. Princess Buttercup will protect him.
Are you sure?
He asked. Of course. He's family. Sawyer cleared his throat.
Speaking of family, after the dust settles, how about we make it official?
You want me to adopt Achilles?
Are you being deliberately obtuse?
There was a teasing note in his voice. My heart pounded like a jackhammer. You want to get married?
Not today. We need to let Clara and Quinn have their day in the sun first. But after that...
After that, I agreed.
I promise I'll do a better proposal when I'm not on the phone. This one kind of flew out of my mouth, like that mint you Heimlicked out of me last week.
I laughed. Let's talk about this again when we're not facing death and destruction.
Deal.
I caught a glance at the ground where Doug Halsey stared back at me, expressionless. What about Doug's body?
He was human. I'll take care of it. On that note, what do you want to do about Swift?
I'd been mulling this over since the discovery of Meg and Doug. I think we should leave him be for now.
Are you sure? We have Meg as a witness. You said she smelled his cologne. Even with a hood, she could identify him by body type.
That's too risky. We need absolute certainty.
We can't get that right now.
I know. I'm not saying don't arrest him ever. I'm just suggesting we wait until the crisis is over. Keeping the portal from opening is the priority. We don't have the energy for anything else. On cue, the earth rocked me again. I steadied myself against a stone wall until it passed.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Sawyer and I were usually on the same page, but I sensed his apprehension. Swift won't leave town. That would mean giving up the power he's craved for years. He thinks these demons are going to treat him like a king. And he was dead wrong.
It's your call, Eden. I'll follow your lead.
I'll talk to you later. I left the mound and drove to the office to help Neville. The wizard seemed unhappy to see me.
You should be guarding the portal, Agent Fury.
It's not open yet. Let me help you prevent it from happening. Neville snapped the binder closed.
I've found the answer.
Great, then let's do it. I clapped my hands. What do we need to do?
You won't like it.
I won't like it the way I don't like pistachio ice cream, or I won't like it the way I don't like puppy mills.
Definitely the latter.
I braced myself. Lay it on me.
Sealing the portal after a fissure like this one requires a great sacrifice.
Okay, I said, dragging out the word. What kind of sacrifice?
It doesn't say.
What do you mean it doesn't say? You said it was there in the binder.
The binder didn't contain much information.
Is there a footnote? A reference we can look up? Neville's eyes moistened with tenderness.
Footnotes and references? Agent Fury, I've never been prouder of you.
How can it be so vague? Do they mean we should give up chocolate for 30 days? That's a great sacrifice.
You seem to be confusing this with Lent. I think it's more along the lines of a volcano sacrifice in ancient times.
The inside of my mouth turned to cotton. They expect us to stab some poor virgin in the heart and toss her into the portal?
Maybe not exactly, but certainly more virgin stabbing and less chocolate ban.
Stunned, I dropped into my chair. If we do that, we're no better than Swift. That's basically how he's prying it open.
Lucky for us, the ritual wasn't immediately successful, or we'd be inundated with demons by now.
I offered a wan smile. It's one of those slow burn rituals, huh?
I honestly don't know what happened. I suspect the portal just needs far more power to fully open, but the cracks have started, and with enough pressure...
Neville shuddered. My skin pricked. The demons on the other side. The ones Swift made a deal with. I bet they're in Otherworld applying the pressure. I knocked on the binder. I need you to do more research. The wizard rolled his chair closer to his desk.
On it, Agent Fury.
It's Eden.
Not when we're in the middle of an FBM crisis.
It really was a crisis, wasn't it? It seemed surreal. Whatever happens next, we need to limit any collateral damage if we have to start fighting. Neville regarded me with a solemn expression.
This is what we've been training for, Agent Fury. All the early morning sessions, all the tutorials.
The air escaped from my lungs, and I suddenly felt like I couldn't breathe. Innocent lives were at stake. The fate of the town was in my hands. I closed my eyes and tried to steady my breathing. The world fell silent. I felt like I'd been transported to another place and was fighting to make my way back. I felt a hand squeeze my thigh. "Neville, I adore you, but that kind of touching isn't appropriate." I opened my eyes to see Sawyer crouched beside me. I threw my arms around his neck and kissed him.
"I took care of Halsey and delivered Achilles to your house. I thought you might want reinforcements here."
"I need to assemble the Supernatural Council at the barn, although they're probably asleep."
"Is that really a concern at this point?"
Sawyer asked. "You're right. I doubt anybody can sleep with all the seismic activity anyway." I snapped my fingers. "Let's go, Neville, and bring the binder." The wizard shot to his feet with the binder tucked under his arm.
2 council meetings in one day. I feel like a superstar."
"That's because you are, Neville." I looked at Sawyer. He found a provision about sealing the portal after cracks have formed. Sawyer clapped his hands together.
"Perfect. You can tell me about it on the way to the barn."
A small crowd had assembled outside the barn by the time we arrived. I wasn't surprised to see Aggie and Husborn. They lived on the same street. I was, however, shocked to see my mother, Grandma, and Aunt Thora among them. "You're not members of the council," I said as I approached.
"I don't care. We're attending the meeting," my mother insisted. "This isn't one of your little permit issues, or whether Joey the werewolf has a license to shift. These earthquakes are serious business."
Hugh's thick eyebrows drew together.
"Who's Joey the werewolf?"
"Let them stay," Adele said.
"To be honest, I think we need all the help we can get."
My mother looked mildly surprised.
"Thank you, Adele."
I unlocked the door, and everybody filed in past me. Achilles immediately began to bark when my mother entered.
"Smart dog,"
Sawyer murmured.
"Please, Mrs. Pritchard."
Husborn stood when he realized the sofa was fully occupied.
"Take my seat."
"There's nothing wrong with my legs, wizard,"
Grandma snapped.
"Well, I don't mind squeezing next to Chief Fox."
My mother made herself comfortable beside Sawyer. To his credit, he didn't flinch.
"This is the portal about to blow its stack, I take it,"
Grandma said. I told them about Swift's ritual. My mother clucked her tongue.
"Why doesn't it surprise me that he can only get to half-mast, even with a blood sacrifice? Reminds me of a warlock I dated." "Now isn't the time for sex talk, Beatrice,"
Grandma snapped.
"It's never the time for that," I added. "What's the plan?"
Grandma asked.
"Detonate a bomb inside the portal?" "I don't think blowing anything up will help,"
Sawyer said.
"We need to reseal the fissures."
Grandma looked at Aunt Thora.
"You had that surgery after you gave birth to Moyer, remember?"
Aunt Thora's cheeks burned bright red. "You swore never to mention that in mixed company." "Who's guarding the portal now?" Aggie asked. Her wrinkles deepened with concern. "There could be dangerous demons streaming into town as we speak." "As soon as we figure out a plan, we'll put eyes on it," I promised.
"What does the FBM have to say?"
my mother asked.
"Did they give you instructions on how to make the portal dormant again?"
"Not exactly. My priority right now is to stop what's already started. I believe there are demons on the other side applying pressure on the cracks caused by the ritual. Once the border is secure, then I'll worry about a permanent solution."
"We can perform a containment spell," my mother volunteered. "It will only be temporary, but it should give you time to find that permanent solution."
"A containment spell sounds good to me," Aggie said. "What does that mean?" I asked.
"It means no new fissures will form, but it won't fix the ones already there," my mother answered. "So there's still a chance the portal will open,"
Sawyer said.
"Oh yes, a big chance," my mother agreed, "but the spell will buy you time."
Grandma grunted.
"Forget it, Beatrice. Eden won't let us get involved."
"I think she should make an exception in this case," Aunt Thora said.
"If the portal blows open, it could mean the end of Chipping Cheddar. We'll all be affected.
Supernaturals and humans alike. Every head in the room swiveled to face me. No pressure, then. What would the spell involve? My mother rolled her eyes. Not to worry, Miss Do-Gooder. Nothing too unsavory. Can the Leroux witches help? I asked. The addition of their white magic would make the spell more palatable, at least to me. Adele sat up straighter. We would be glad to. Whatever you need, Beatrice. I'm not sure the spell will work with different types of magic mixed in, my mother said. I noticed Sawyer nudge her arm. But we can certainly try, she added hastily. Fine. The 2 groups of witches will work on that, while Neville and I continue to research how to undo the ritual. What about the rest of us? Aggie asked. My sisters and I are Graces. Surely there's something we can contribute. Unless you're going to draw a picture of the portal or sing about it, I don't think there is, Grandma said. For once, I agreed with her.
I can help with the spell,
Husborn said.
even if I only gather the ingredients you need.
My mother nodded. It would save us time if we don't need to run around town. Sawyer turned his gaze to Aggie.
You and your sisters can help with the portal. Steer clear of the mound itself, but if you see any demons that look out of place, sing them to sleep until help arrives.
Aggie's eyes twinkled. I'll load up the car with snacks. We ride at dawn. As stressed as I felt, I was relieved to see the different groups working together. It was a nice change of pace. Maybe something good would come out of this catastrophe. Assuming, of course, that we survived it. Chapter 12. We broke into smaller groups to complete our missions. Well, first I made copious amounts of tea and coffee for my guests, and Aunt Thora brought over lemon cakes from the main house. Despite the circumstances, it felt more like a party than a doomsday mission.
We need rosemary, dried mugwort, and crushed eggshells,
Grandma told Husborn.
Thora and I can handle the rest.
Make sure you save the eggs to cook later, Aunt Thora added. We only need the shells. Waste not, want not.
Should I bring them here?
Husborn asked.
No, bring them to the mound in an hour,
Grandma said.
We'll meet you there.
Should I call Corinne and Rosalie to meet us there as well? Adele asked. My mother and Grandma exchanged glances. The spell we've settled on won't require you, but we appreciate your willingness to help, my mother said. I had to admit, I was impressed by her amicable tone. There are only 3 of you, Adele countered. I know you're powerful, but surely you can use the extra boost of magic for a Herculean task like this.
The Herculean task will be mending the cracks and closing the portal forever,
Grandma said.
This is less intense.
That's like saying flying to Mars is less intense than flying to Jupiter, I interjected. The more magic, the better. My mother passed Adele a cup of coffee. Fine. Call your witches, but this isn't a democracy. We're calling the shots. I'd expect nothing else from you, Beatrice. Adele looked into the cup. Cream and sugar? 2 of each, just the way you like. My mother smiled. Sickeningly sweet. Thank you. How thoughtful. Adele took a hesitant sip, as though worried my mother slipped a potion into the mix. She seemed relieved when she swallowed, and nothing happened. Once that disagreement was settled, Neville and I tried to make headway with the great sacrifice portion of our research, but the noise from the other corners of the barn were too distracting. We'd have to continue our work after the containment spell. Then we could also invite all hands on deck to join our hunt for information. This is all very exciting, Alice said, floating beside me. It's like a war room in here. You need a big map on a table. We don't need a map. We already know where the portal is. Neville blinked at the empty air.
Alice, I presume?
Yes. I wish I could contribute, Alice said. I feel useless hovering behind people and blowing on the backs of their necks to make them shiver without knowing why. Neville rubbed the back of his neck.
You could try not doing that.
Alice surveyed the busy barn.
Remember when it was just you and me in the attic of the main house?
She sighed happily.
How times have changed.
A lot has happened since then, I agreed.
You've had sex, for one thing,
Alice remarked.
That was new.
I glowered at her. It wasn't new. I'd done it before, just not with someone. I waved my hands around.
This is not a conversation we need to have right now.
Neville searched my face.
What had you done before?
Warmth flooded my face.
Cooking. She's talking about when Raphael taught me how to cook. You're such a prude, Eden,
Alice teased. Now you sound like my mother. My mother's head popped up from the sofa.
Yes, dear.
Nothing, I said.
Alice clapped her apparitional hands. This is such fun. If it weren't for the danger involved, I'd be really enjoying myself.
You seem to be enjoying yourself just fine, I commented. Another earthquake shook the barn, causing the painting over the fireplace to fall to the floor.
It isn't broken,
Aunt Thora declared. Thank the gods. My phone buzzed. I wasn't surprised to see Anton's name. They had to be wondering if the seismic activity was a supernatural issue.
Eden, is there anything we need to know?
Anton asked, followed by a noisy yawn.
Verity can't sleep.
Not yet. I'll call you if you need to leave town. That seemed to wake him.
Leave town?
Leave town?
I heard Verity's horrified voice in the background. Verity must have wrenched the phone from his grasp, because this time her voice came through loud and clear.
If my children are in danger, I need to know now.
Olivia can handle herself. In fact, we might need her soon. You and Ryan should probably hit the road. Behind me, my mother snickered.
You can't be serious,
Verity said.
It's that bad?
It might be if we don't manage a successful containment spell in... I looked at my mother.
About an hour,
my mother said. I repeated the information for Verity. Pack a couple bags just in case. I'll let you know if the spell doesn't work.
Then what will happen?
Verity asked. Then it will only be a matter of time before the town is overrun by the kind of demons that will wear your liver as a hat. No matter what, Swift seemed to believe. I hung up the phone.
Eden, meet us at the mound in 40 minutes,
Grandma said. Do you need me there for the spell to succeed?
No,
she said solemnly.
We need you there if it doesn't.
Wow. If Grandma was doubting their ability to get the job done, there was a solid chance this plan could fail. My palms began to sweat. I'll be there, I promised. True to my word, Neville and I arrived 39 minutes later. The witches were already assembled, including Rosalie and Corinne. Husborn had delivered the requested items and hovered outside the mound, appearing uncertain what to do with himself next. I spotted my mother filling a jar with broken pieces of the mound under Grandma's careful supervision. Husborn's contribution was already at the bottom of the jar. As I approached them, I noticed Grandma clutching an unfamiliar necklace. You decided to dress for the occasion? Grandma placed the necklace in the jar on top of the earthy contents.
The necklace is an heirloom. It belonged to my great-grandmother.
I'd never seen it before. I didn't realize we had family heirlooms.
Because in our line, they don't hold sentimental value,
my mother said. Of course not. My mother dipped her hand into her coat pocket to retrieve a second necklace.
Here's mine.
I took a closer look. What material is it made of?
Your baby teeth,
my mother replied. I wrinkled my nose in disgust. Why on earth would you have a necklace made from my baby teeth? You just told me none of our family heirlooms are sentimental. My mother's gaze was deadly serious.
And neither is this. It's for emergency purposes, when we need to channel powerful magic.
My baby teeth contain magic? My mother placed the toothy necklace in the jar.
Every part of you is powerful, Eden. You're a fury. The teeth will help anchor the spell.
If my baby teeth can do that, imagine what my adult teeth can do. I joked. Nobody laughed. We entered the mound where the chalk circle had already been drawn and candles set up around it. I tried to block out the image of Doug Halsey's body and focus on the task at hand. Once the candles were lit, Grandma ordered everyone outside the chalk circle except the witches.
I'd wait outside,
my mother suggested in an ominous tone.
It's too cold,
Husborn replied.
I'll take my chances where it's warmer.
You should try wearing a knit hat instead of that ridiculous fedora,
Grandma snapped. Husborn tipped his hat.
This is my wool felt fedora, Mrs. Pritchard. My summer fedora is made of straw.
Should we stand in our familial groups? Corinne asked. I think we should stagger, stand every other, Rosalie suggested. Aunt Thora frowned. You don't think that will minimize the impact?
No, I agree with Rosalie,
my mother said. She paused, seemingly shocked by her own admission.
I think our show of solidarity will strengthen the spell.
The 6 witches joined hands and began to chant about blood and vessels. Charming. Why did they never chant about unicorns and rainbows? Pressure began to build in my head. A figure appeared inside the circle with my family. I took a step forward, thinking a demon might have infiltrated the safe space, until I realized it was someone I recognized, albeit only from portraits I'd seen as a child. Although she was Grandma's mother, it was my mother with whom she shared a resemblance. Seeming to sense my gaze, she turned to look at me and nodded in acknowledgement. Another figure formed from the shadows beside her. The owner of the first necklace, I presumed. The witches were calling upon the ancestors to help contain the portal, an idea that never would have occurred to me. It made sense to channel as much magic as they could muster. More silhouettes populated the circle, and it was then I understood why they drew it as large as they did. I thought they were just trying to keep us as far away as possible, but there'd actually been a practical reason. They had to fit the ancestors. My hair stood on end as power radiated from the circle. I felt the strength of generations of magical women as they banded together to forge the spell. For better or worse, these were the family members who came before me. Without them, I wouldn't exist. My body tingled. I was in awe of what I saw and felt. I spent so many years chastising the witches in my family for their use of dark magic, yet in this moment, I found myself flooded with positive emotions. I was so enraptured by what was happening inside the circle that I failed to notice what was happening outside of it.
It's working,
Neville said, bouncing on his heels. I snapped to attention. How can you tell?
I've been watching the cracks. They've been spiderwebbing up until now.
The spirits of the ancestors joined hands and swayed behind the 6 witches. One placed a gentle hand on Adele's shoulder, and I saw the older witch puff with pride. Their voices mingled in the air, building to a crescendo that shook the mound before stopping abruptly. The area became steeped in silence. For a fleeting moment, I thought the spell had gone wrong, until I realized the absolute quiet was deliberate. The remainder of the spell was conducted in silence. The wordless portion was designed to enhance the effects of the containment spell. I was struck by its power. Aren't they incredible? I whispered. Neville gave me a curious look.
I don't think I've ever heard you speak of your family that way.
Not them. The ancestors. Neville frowned.
I don't see anybody else.
Right. I thought the spell would allow everybody to see the spirits. Apparently not. A shame. They were a sight to behold. The flames of the candles flickered once before extinguishing on their own simultaneously. The shadows melded into the darkness. Grandma blinked herself out of the trance she'd been in.
Did it work?
I walked past them to examine the portal. I think it did. The fissures have stopped forming. I turned to face them. Thank you. My mother rolled her neck from side to side.
Thank the gods, because my muscles were getting stiff. I'm going to need a massage later. Hopefully, that handsome Olaf has availability. His hands are more magical than anything we could muster. If she mentioned a happy ending, I was going to force my way through the portal. The ancestors came, Grandma said with a note of pride. I wasn't sure whether they would.
I couldn't see them, but I felt them, Aunt Thora said.
So did I,
Adele said.
It was incredible. One of them had garlic breath, my mother complained, waving a hand in front of her nose. It takes real talent to manage that after a century in the afterlife. They were amazing, Corinne said. They gave me chills. She rubbed her arms to punctuate the remark.
This cavern has great acoustics, Rosalie remarked. We should host karaoke night in here. I could charge extra for the ambience.
Adele fixed her with a withering stare. Rosalie got the message. I didn't expect a family gathering to feel so peaceful, I said. Usually they were filled with tension and raised voices. There was something to be said for inviting the dead. My mother observed me. I never thought I'd see the day when Eden Fury had something nice to say about her family. I glared at her. Take the win. Grandma rubbed away the chalk circle with the heel of her shoe. Did you see the ancestors, Eden? I did. There were dozens of them. I recognized your mother, your grandmother, and your great-grandmother. Adele clapped her hands together. How wonderful. What a gift you have. Grandma's face took on a dreamy expression that made her appear decades younger. It's been so long since I've seen them. It feels like another lifetime ago. I was so accustomed to Grandma as the elderly fixture in my life, it was hard to imagine her as the Eden in another generation.
How long do you expect the containment spell to last?
Neville asked. That was my assistant. Straight back to business.
Hard to say, my mother said. If Eden is right about demons exerting pressure from the other side, it won't last long. So whatever you need to do for a permanent fix, you need to do it soon.
Adele shifted her gaze back to me. The LaRue witches are at your disposal, Agent Fury.
As are the Graces,
Aggie's voice interrupted. I hadn't noticed the older woman arrive. Her sisters, Talia and Charity, stood on either side of her.
We might not be able to fight or fly,
Charity said,
but our talents are useful.
I suggest we all get a good night's sleep, I said. We'll start working on Phase 2 tomorrow.
What about Swift?
Husborn asked.
What if he tries to perform another sacrifice in the meantime?
Talia crossed her arms. He won't get past us. We'll create a schedule. 2 sets of eyes on the mound round the clock. Count me in, Corinne said. I can get someone else to open magic beans.
Me too,
Charity added. I felt a surge of gratitude as everyone agreed to take a shift. Despite the FBM's failure to step up, it no longer felt like Neville and I were the only members of the team. Their support meant more than they could ever know. Chapter 13. By late morning, the Graces had presented me with a neighborhood watch schedule for the mound. Neville and I reconvened at the office to continue to research the great sacrifice necessary to seal the portal for good. We pored over books and articles, looking for any details that might help us. It wasn't going well. Every mention of sacrifice seemed to end with an innocent person getting their entrails spilled or burned in a wicker statue. There had to be another way to secure the portal. Neville snapped the book closed on his desk.
That's it, Agent Fury. It's no good staring at useless words all day. Time to stretch our legs.
I looked at him sideways from my desk. You want to do a training session now?
I think it would be wise to continue. Depending on how this pans out, your training may be the thing that keeps us all alive.
Gosh, Neville, you need to ease up on that optimism. I'm feeling overwhelmed by the good vibes. He bowed his head.
Apologies, Agent Fury.
I rolled my chair away from my desk and stood. I'm ready for a break anyway. Might as well release my tension on a few fake demons.
We should let the current watchers know in advance, so they don't think there's been a breach and panic.
Good idea. I consulted the schedule on my phone. Looks like it's sweet baby gods of Olympus. Neville moved to peer over my shoulder. Well, more like around my shoulder, given how much shorter he was.
What is it?
My father took a shift.
Why is that surprising? It seems like everyone is pitching in.
Yes, but it's the same shift as my mother. I dropped back into the chair. On second thought, let's train later. I'm in the mood for more reading about yummy, delicious cannibalism. Neville remained by my side.
I think it's wonderful that your parents are willing to work together for the greater good. It shows real growth.
What it shows is that they didn't look to see who else signed up for that time slot. There was no way I'd willingly subject myself to that kind of negativity. Actually, that might be the best defense we have. Leave my parents outside the portal until it opens. As soon as the demons hear them bickering, they'll turn around and head straight back to Otherworld. Problem solved. Neville chuckled.
I'm not sure that should be Plan A. Maybe Plan K.
He nudged my arm.
Come on, Agent Fury. We don't need to train near them. They can observe the mound from a safe distance.
Preferably out of earshot, I said.
Whatever it takes.
Fine. Begrudgingly, I returned to an upright position. I was a professional, after all. I wasn't about to let parental friction stop me from doing my best to protect the town. Neville and I drove to the mound to avoid the cold temperatures. I made sure to wear gloves and a hat. The coat was tricky because I wasn't sure how it would impact my wings. I didn't want to rip holes in the coat, although, would that count as a great sacrifice? After all, the coat had been fairly expensive. In the end, I decided to play it safe. Don't give me any demons that require me to fly, I advised Neville as we parked the car.
Don't you think it would be good practice?
If I have to ruin my coat in a real fight, I'll suffer the consequences, but there's no reason to damage it for a simulation. There was no sign of my parents as we arrived at the mound. I listened for their voices, surprised that I had to strain to hear them. They're over here, I said, motioning toward the Susquehanna River that abutted Davenport Park. Neville remained rooted outside the mound.
I'll wait here.
My mouth dropped open. You were the one who insisted it would be fine.
They're your parents, Agent Fury. I don't want to make things awkward. I'll stand guard here until you return.
I gave him one final glare before marching toward the river. Their voices were loud, as usual, but not angry. I followed the sounds until I emerged from behind a row of bushes. My parents were standing on the riverbank, skimming pebbles across the nearly frozen surface.
Did you see? Mine was faster that time.
My father boomed. Best out of 5, my mother replied. I stared at the 2 adults responsible for bringing me into this world. They weren't fighting. They were competing? My mother was the first to notice me. Eden, darling, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be watching the mound, I said. We are, my mother said. It's right over there. She waved a hand airily in the mound's direction. I folded my arms. If Swift dragged a dead body into the mound right now, you wouldn't notice a thing. No, but I assume your little wizard friend would. If you're here, then he's probably there right now.
We're having a friendly competition,
my father said.
You should play. You've always had a good arm. Remember that time you broke Mrs. Paulson's window with a cherry pit?
That was an accident, I said. You didn't know how powerful you were then, my mother said.
I still don't think she knows.
My father shot back.
Oh, she knows. She just doesn't want to acknowledge it.
My mother cut a glance at my father.
It makes her uncomfortable.
She's uncomfortable in her own skin.
My father agreed.
As lovely as it is to hear you agree with each other, I told them, I'm only here to let you know Neville and I are running a training session using a demon simulator, so don't sound the alarm if you see anything strange. Can't you do that in the woods? My mother asked. It'll make our job more difficult. We've been training in the woods lately, but under the circumstances, it seems wise to practice right here. Our shift is over in 20 minutes, so I might not see you until later, my mother said. Would you like to join us for dinner? I invited Anton and his family.
She looked at my father.
Apparently, Verity is too nervous to cook. She wants to drive the children to Baltimore, but Anton wants her to stay for now.
I'll probably be working then, I said.
You'll need to stop to eat. Food is fuel. Invite Chief Fox.
Her gaze skated to my father.
You and Sally are welcome to join us as well. I'm sure the grandchildren would be excited to see us all together.
I thought I might be having an aneurysm. It was the only logical explanation for the hallucination I was currently experiencing.
That sounds nice,
my father replied.
Sally was planning to make meatloaf, but I'll let her know we're going to your house instead.
She's welcome to bring the meatloaf. I know how much you and Anton love her recipe.
I closed my eyes and opened them again. They were still there, getting along. It was unnatural. Maybe this was a simulation too. I need to go. See you at dinner. I bolted to the mound, where Neville awaited me.
What happened?
The wizard asked.
You look terrified.
Can you feel my head and make sure I'm not running a very high fever? He removed his glove and pressed his hand to my forehead.
Normal?
There was nothing normal about it, I muttered. Let's get started. I need to see something scarier than what I just witnessed. Neville set up the magical simulator and took a step back.
It's Fury time.
That's my line, I said. The first simulated intruder made an appearance. The creature was covered in bright blue scales and walked on 4 legs but had a fish-like tail. I held up my phone and opened Neville's demon identification app. A mermaid demon. Harmless and very sparkly.
What's your plan, Agent Fury?
Neville called.
You won't have this kind of time if the portal opens.
I approached the demon with caution. Just because it was harmless didn't mean it wouldn't attack if it felt threatened. Agent Fury with the FBM. I flashed my badge. I'm going to need you to turn around and go back to Otherworld. The creature stared at me with expressionless black eyes. It was one of the more primitive species of demon, which meant it wouldn't understand my words. I checked my purse for any useful items and happened upon a roll of mints, one of which Sawyer choked on last week. I'd accidentally bought spearmint instead of wintergreen. I hated spearmint. I tugged a mint from the wrapping. Hey, friend, I have a treat for you. The demon sniffed the air between us and ventured forward. I hoped this guy was a bigger fan of spearmint than I was. I tossed the mint, and the demon's tongue shot out and captured the small white object. It seemed to ponder the strange taste before inching forward. Success. Holding out another mint, I walked toward the mound. The demon turned and followed me. I stepped over fallen rocks, careful not to lose my balance along the way. I threw the mint at the portal. The demon lunged. Neville ended the simulation.
That's your plan. Lure it back to its own world with mints.
It worked for E.T. and Reese's Pieces. Neville groaned.
That isn't how E.T. got home. He phoned, remember? What happened to fighting it?
I didn't want to dull its sparkle. Neville gave a rueful shake of his head.
Let's try another one, but no food lures this time. You won't be able to entice every demon that passes through to return home. They're trying to break through to our realm for a reason.
We ventured back outside and started again. This time, I made a move as soon as the demon appeared, clocking it in the face. Nothing happened.
That's a jade tooth demon.
Neville said.
You can't punch it in the mouth and expect to do any damage. Attack its bottom half.
I could hear the exasperation in his typically calm voice. The fake demon in front of me dissolved. You don't have to stop the simulation, I protested. Keep them coming. I need to be able to fight whatever walks through that portal. Or flies, or crawls. Neville slipped his phone into his pocket.
If the portal opens, there's no telling how many demons will spill through at once. You'll need to act more swiftly than you ever have before.
It might be only one, I said, knowing perfectly well how unlikely it was.
And it might be 100,
he shot back.
If your theory is correct, then there are dozens of demons awaiting their moment in Otherworld.
What's your point, Neville?
My point is that we don't just need help watching over the portal. We need help fighting whatever comes through it as well.
My arms flailed. Who am I supposed to ask? The Bureau won't send anybody when there's no actual threat, only a potential one, which they already know exists. They've basically patted me on the head and called me Chicken Little.
What about the Supernatural Council? They've been keen to contribute?
I laughed. You expect any of them to get down in the dirt and fight? Hugh is expecting a baby. Adele and Aggie are too old. Husborn will worry about getting marks on his winter white suit. Neville made a helpless gesture with his hands.
Then I suppose we should continue.
We'll grab a quick lunch after this and hit the books again, I offered. If there was anything in written form that could help us seal this portal permanently, I was determined to find it.
Any preferences for lunch?
Neville asked. A charcuterie board with cured meats, those olive oil crackers, and as much cheese as we can get our hands on. Neville stared at me.
That's very specific.
If I'm going to die at the claws of demons this week, I want to eat all my favorite foods first.
In that case, we should also pick up chocolate milkshakes for dessert.
I broke into a smile. Now you're speaking my language. The moment the next fake demon appeared, the ground rumbled beneath our feet, sending us another ominous message from the other realm. The wizard's gaze locked on mine, and I saw my own fear reflected in his eyes. The containment spell is weakening, I said. We rushed into the mound to see that new spiderweb cracks had formed on the portal. I knew we didn't have much time, but I was hoping we'd have more than this. Neville traced the new fissures with his finger.
We'll inform the next shift when we leave. They'll have to be more vigilant than your parents.
We'll tell them to bring binoculars so they can observe from a safe distance. I don't want anyone getting trampled because of me.
Nothing that happens will be because of you, Agent Fury. You've done everything in your power to stop this.
I ignored him. Let's set up the charcuterie board on the back table of the office and read while we eat. Time was now very much of the essence. If Neville and I couldn't find the answers we sought, the portal's opening wasn't a matter of if, but when. Chapter 14. Neville and I spent the next few hours hunched over books while scarfing down all manner of cheeses. I knew I shouldn't overdo it because I promised to join my family for dinner, but I couldn't help myself. I needed energy if I intended to fight all the demons single-handedly. Cheese was protein, and those crackers were definitely carbs. Neville looked up from his book and rubbed his forehead.
What if demons do overrun the town?
Then we fight them with everything we've got.
I know we will, but what about the humans who don't know any better? Without the sight, they can't even see the demons unless they want to be seen.
He made a good point. The humans were at a disadvantage. They wouldn't be able to defend themselves against what they couldn't see. I don't see a way around it. I piled a cube of cheddar and a pepperoni chip on a cracker and crammed it into my mouth. Best combo ever. Neville pushed his glasses to the bridge of his nose.
What if there were a way around it?
I looked at him and swallowed. How?
I was remembering how the witches invoked their ancestors to channel their magic. What if we could do a similar spell with a sighted human?
Use magic to distribute that person's sight to regular humans? His head bobbed excitedly.
Exactly.
I sat back against my chair, considering the idea. Won't that be dangerous? If someone can suddenly see vampires all over town, they might think they're suffering a psychotic break.
Better than dying at the hands of a demon they can't even see.
Clara would let us channel her sight, I said.
I assumed she would. One witch could probably handle that spell on her own. It isn't nearly as intensive as what your family did.
I hate to do it if we don't need to, I said. What if we're able to seal the portal? Then we've traumatized these poor people for nothing.
Then we'll just have the spell ready in case we need it. If the portal opens, we'll hit the emergency button.
We'd have to keep Clara and the witch in a safe space, away from the portal. Our eyes met. The lighthouse, we said in unison. It's perfect, I said. Aunt Thora can do the spell. She and Clara can stay high and dry with Ted. Neville flipped a page.
I wish we'd hear back from headquarters. Their silence is deafening.
I already told you, there's no cavalry. They think I'm being dramatic.
Pardon my French, but they're complete jerks, and I hope the entire chain of command gets fired over this.
I laughed. I'd never heard Neville sound this salty. Most agents at headquarters haven't worked at an outpost. They don't fully grasp what we're dealing with.
Then I'll send them a strongly worded letter and explain it to them,
Neville announced.
As soon as I figure out how to keep us all from getting killed.
He nibbled on a slice of cheese.
Is there any chance we are being dramatic? That perhaps the portal will open and demons like your father and brother will stroll through with a set of golf clubs and an American Express card?
I blew out a defeated breath. Not a chance. He lowered his gaze.
Didn't think so.
I suspect Swift made a deal with some kind of demon crime boss, and will be receiving the worst of the worst. Demons too evil for Otherworld. The only advantage I can envision for us is that they'd likely send their minions through first to test the waters. The minions would likely be more primitive and less intelligent. Once the coast was deemed clear, then the bosses would stroll through to claim their new home.
But why would Swift want that?
Neville asked.
He craves power the way you crave cheese.
Swift refuses to believe anything I tell him. His ego won't allow it. I bet this crime boss helped Swift win the election, and opening the portal was the price. It's their exit strategy from Otherworld, and the reason the deadline has nothing to do with the construction.
We have extradition treaties,
Neville said.
It isn't that simple.
The FBM will be overwhelmed at that point, and we'd be dead. The wizard grimaced and pushed aside his plate.
I've suddenly lost my appetite.
I plucked the last piece of Swiss from his plate. Your loss. We continued our search for the great sacrifice in comfortable silence. Neville and I worked like a well-oiled machine. I couldn't imagine working alongside anybody else, not even Fergus, my former partner at the FBI in San Francisco.
I found it!
Neville's excited voice startled me out of a reading trance. Where? He tapped the page in front of him.
Unfortunately, it's what I feared.
It involves cats wearing pajamas?
Not that. As much as we've tried to avoid it, I think we have no choice but to offer a real sacrifice.
I refused to believe such dark magic was the only way to return the portal to dormancy. If we do that, we're as bad as Swift, or the men who used to toss young girls into volcanoes to save their crops. We're better than that. Neville pushed the book across the table to me.
Second paragraph.
I read the information, which was buried in a chapter about pocket dimensions. Fine, it talks about a great loss, but it doesn't specify a loss of life. I don't think that's what the sacrifice needs to be.
It must be more than symbolic, though,
Neville said.
You can't ask Kaya Toothill for another goat and call it a day.
No. I drummed my fingers on the table, thinking. My family thought of the containment spell. I never would have come up with a spell involving the ancestors on my own.
And?
Neville prompted. I tagged the page and shut the book. I think we should take this to my family dinner and open the floor for suggestions.
You want to voluntarily include your family in a decision of this magnitude?
I do. He sat for a moment in quiet contemplation.
I wasn't extended an invitation to dinner,
he finally said. Be there at 6:30 sharp. Bring a bottle of Malbec, and my mother will conveniently forget she didn't invite you. Sawyer met me at the barn in advance of dinner. In a dark gray cable crewneck sweater and dark denim jeans, he looked hotter than he had any right to. I kissed his cheek and breathed in the scent of evergreen and sea salt. How do you make that sweater look sexy? He glanced at his chest.
Are you calling the sweater ugly?
No, but it looks like it belongs on an accountant ready to crack open his first beer on a ski vacation. He gave me a lopsided grin.
Your imagination is quite something.
He pulled me in for an embrace.
I've missed you. I feel like we've both been working nonstop.
Because we have. He nuzzled my neck below my ear, sending shockwaves of joy through my body.
I wish we could have dinner here, just the two of us.
We can do that tomorrow. I need my family's help tonight, so my great sacrifice is enduring dinner with both my parents. Sawyer snapped to attention.
Wait, your father's coming too?
Yep, the whole family. Aren't you glad you accepted the invite? He rubbed his cheek.
I'm the chief of police. I can handle one dinner with Beatrice and Stanley Fury.
I laughed. Famous last words. We fed Achilles and Princess Buttercup, then made the trek across the yard to the main house, arriving at the same time as my father and Sally. I opened the back door and motioned for them to enter.
Oh, I don't think we should go first,
my father said.
We didn't knock.
I don't need to knock.
I know you don't, but you're not the one entering the house first. They'll see me and think I didn't knock, and it'll become an argument.
I'm right behind you, I countered. They'll know I opened the door.
Somebody come in first before you let in all the flies,
Grandma shouted. My meatloaf is getting cold, Sally said, by way of explanation. She slipped across the threshold first, followed by my father. Sawyer leaned over to me.
An excellent start.
The smell of basil greeted me as I entered the kitchen. The rest of my family was already in attendance, as well as Neville, who is currently on the floor being ridden by Ryan.
Mush,
Ryan said, tugging on Neville's collar. The wizard crawled forward like a husky in the Alaskan wilderness. Verity thrust a glass of red wine into my hand.
Trust me, you'll be wanting this.
Thanks. Anton offered an IPA to Sawyer, who readily accepted. What's on the menu? I asked. My mother rattled off a list of items at a rapid pace. I only caught blackened salmon and sweet potato casserole. And meatloaf, Sally added. My mother hesitated. Yes, she finally said, and meatloaf, of course. How could I forget?
I brought dessert, Verity said. I've been too on edge to cook, so I baked instead.
What's the difference? I asked.
Baking involves more sugar.
Got it. I drank half the glass of wine in one gulp.
The walls used to be yellow,
my father said, standing in the family room.
You painted them.
I had them painted years ago, my mother said. Did you expect everything to stay exactly as it was when you lived here?
You should see your old bedroom,
Grandma said. Sally placed a hand on her husband's arm. You really shouldn't. I decided the best way to keep everyone from annoying each other was to introduce the topic of the portal. I stood at the island in the kitchen and placed the book in front of me. If I could have everyone's attention, I said. It took a minute, and Anton had to employ the shrill whistle he usually reserved for his children at the park, but eventually the room was quiet enough to start. Neville and I need your help, I continued. In order to undo the damage done by Swift's ritual, we need to make a sacrifice. A big one.
Too bad Mrs. Paulson is already dead,
Grandma said.
Too soon,
Verity hissed. What about Rosalie? My mother piped up. I looked at her. What about her? She'd make a good sacrifice, wouldn't she? I bit the inside of my cheek. I don't even know how to respond to that. My mother shrugged. A simple yes would suffice. We are not killing Rosalie Leroux. Just because you dislike her doesn't mean it would count as a sacrifice. Worth a try. I exhaled loudly. The sacrifice doesn't need to involve death. In fact, I insist it doesn't. Spoil sport, Grandma muttered. That being said, it must constitute a great loss. Any more brilliant suggestions? I asked.
What about your fury powers? My mother proposed. You could sacrifice those. It would be a huge offering. The portal would reseal, and you'd get your wish to be an average girl. Everybody wins.
I felt a rise of excitement.
You can't strip Agent Fury of her powers,
Neville said. Grandma stretched her hands and wiggled her bony fingers.
Oh, I think we can manage with the right spell.
I mean, it wouldn't help,
Neville replied.
It wouldn't count as a sacrifice because Agent Fury would willingly give them up. It would be a great loss to us, but not to her.
My mother heaved a sigh. So it has to be something we give up that we want to keep.
Yes, that's why it's a sacrifice. It's right there in the definition,
Neville said.
How will the gods or the universe know what's in her heart, or anyone else's?
Sawyer asked.
Won't they just accept the offering at face value?
My mother fixed him with a withering stare. When this is over, Eden really needs to offer you a tutorial on magic. She tapped her cheek thoughtfully. I adore my red high heels. They've helped me get lucky more times than I can count. In fact, I call them I held up a hand. Spare us the details. Anyway, it has to be more significant than a pair of favorite shoes. A great sacrifice.
Well, I'm out of ideas,
my mother said. What about my doll collection? Olivia offered. I spun around to see my niece standing by the coffee table with a knitted doll in her arms. Olivia, you're not supposed to be eavesdropping, Verity scolded her. It isn't eavesdropping when we're all in the same room, Olivia argued.
We appreciate the kind gesture, but I don't think dolls will solve the problem, sweetie.
Anton intervened. But I love my dolls. They're magical and they're my best friends. I would give them up if it would help everybody else. She paused. I can set them on fire, too. She sounded a little too enthusiastic about setting fire to her dolls. I appreciate your generosity, I told her, but I don't think it would be enough, and then you'd have sacrificed them for nothing.
Why don't you play with Ryan in another room?
Anton suggested.
This is a conversation for adults only.
Then why are you there? Olivia asked. Mommy always says you're her third child. Anton cut a quizzical glance at his wife, who suddenly took an interest in the grain on the wooden table. What if I sacrificed my healing powers? Verity asked, still staring at the table. My mother gasped. You would do that? The druid lifted her chin. For Chipping Cheddar? Gladly. This town has given me more than I could ever hope to return.
Do you think your powers would be enough?
Anton asked.
No offense.
None taken, Verity replied. Honestly, I don't know, but I don't really want to give them up, so I think it would qualify as a sacrifice.
Your magic is too gentle,
my father said. Verity blinked. But it's a healing power, and we're trying to heal the portal.
It won't be enough,
Grandma said firmly. Fine, Verity snapped. We all know how powerful you are. Why don't you make the ultimate sacrifice then? Grandma recoiled.
Blasphemy. I'm not giving up my magic.
Me neither, my mother chimed in. We did the containment spell. That was our contribution to this cause. I stared at the black magic duo, the realization settling on me. And that's exactly why it should be you two. Neville nodded.
Now that's a great sacrifice.
My mother waved a hand at my father and Anton. What about vengeance demon powers? Those aren't as significant as ours, of course, but they might do the trick.
I would be willing,
Anton said simply.
So would I,
my father added.
I've been in the vengeance business a long time. I'm ready to retire.
Sally looped her arm through his. Are you sure? He patted her hand.
You've been talking about traveling more. We should plan a trip.
A long one, my mother said, off a short pier. To his credit, my father ignored the jibe. Baby steps. They'd be perfectly content to give up their powers, I said, which means it won't work. And that's exactly why you're the perfect candidates. You have the power and the resistance. Aunt Thora had been notably silent until now. I'm ready to live a simpler life. She looked at me. I'm more than willing to do whatever's necessary to save the town, as long as somebody takes care of my lemon grove. Grandma waved a carrot stick in the air.
Now, hold on a minute. Beatrice and I haven't agreed to this. Without us, Thora's donation is useless.
Thora's donation is useless anyway,
Neville said.
She's too willing to give it up.
My mother's nostrils flared as she exchanged looks with Grandma.
This feels like bullying.
How does it feel to be on the other side for a change?
My father asked. Her eyes narrowed.
You're one to talk, Stanley Fury. Your voice hasn't dipped to natural decibels since you were in your mother's womb.
To my shock, my father burst into laughter.
That's a good one, Bee.
My mother smoothed the sides of her shirt, pleased with herself.
It is, isn't it?
Anton positioned himself between them.
Let's try to stay focused.
My mother lifted her chin a half-inch.
I am focused. What I don't understand is if my mother and I agree to sacrifice our magic, won't that make it not a sacrifice anymore? We'll be like the rest of you softies who volunteered, and the wizard boy says it won't count.
Maybe you need a tutorial on magic,
Sawyer said.
From what I've heard, your resistance will be evident. The universe, or the gods, or whatever, will know how much you'd prefer to cling to your magic and recognize it for what it is. Achievement unlocked.
In other words, you are forcing us,
Grandma said, with a glance at my mother.
You're right. We're being bullied.
We can't force you, I said. It won't count as a sacrifice if you don't give it freely, albeit reluctantly. It's your sacrifice, not ours. Since when? Sally interjected. I don't think those young virgins on the mountaintops volunteered themselves as tributes.
Sometimes they did,
my father said.
It was considered an honor for their families.
If it's a virgin you want, I have bad news for you,
my mother said. I set down my wine glass. We're not forcing you. If you flat out refuse, then we need to come up with another plan. The ground shook, causing the knickknacks on the shelves to wobble. We all stared at each other in silence. The containment spell isn't going to hold, I said. We knew this already. I lowered my voice to a whisper. We're getting desperate. My mother took a sip of wine.
How would we resurrect each other after a fight without magic?
You could start by not killing each other, I answered. She harumphed.
You're one to talk. It was one time and you deserved it.
Let's not retread old ground,
Anton said.
What if it doesn't work?
Grandma asked.
What if we're like Olivia's doll collection and we sacrifice our magic for nothing? Then we won't even be able to defend ourselves against the demons.
We'll protect you, I said.
I can't talk about this anymore. It's making me sick to my stomach. I need a Tums.
Grandma marched out of the room, and my mother quickly trailed after her. Is there any other way? Aunt Thora asked quietly.
If there is, we haven't thought of it yet,
Neville replied.
Nor do we have time to come up with a better alternative.
We served ourselves buffet style, while my mother and Grandma remained out of sight, contemplating their fates. I spent the time trying to think of other options, fully expecting them to return to the kitchen to tell us no. When neither emerged during dessert, I decided to check on them. I found them together in Grandma's room, huddled over a book on the bed. I hope that isn't How to Reap Vengeance on Your Family for Unpleasant Suggestions, because need I remind you that you have 2 perfectly good vengeance demons right there in the other room. I pointed in the direction of the kitchen. They looked up at me.
We found a ritual in one of my great-grandmother's old books,
my mother said. What kind of ritual? I joined them on the bed.
The kind that will give you all what you want.
Grandma said. A lump formed in my throat. Then this means you'll do it?
We'll do it,
they said. But they didn't sound happy about it. Chapter 15. We waited until my father and Sally left to prep for the ritual. Neville returned to the office. Verity didn't stay either. She drove Ryan home to bed, leaving Anton and Olivia behind.
Olivia can help,
Anton had told her when Verity tried to urge both children into the car. She's a child, Verity had said. Our child.
which is why we haven't asked more of her.
He'd said quietly.
But her abilities will be useful in a fight, and they don't require her to be too close to the action.
Olivia's powers were still developing, but so far she'd managed to use elemental powers to wrangle demons at her school by trapping them in a mini tornado. Verity's hands had balled into fists. If that portal opens, we're leaving town, whether you're in the car or not. I'd felt a deep sense of shame when I'd seen the tears in Verity's eyes. We wouldn't have been in this situation if I hadn't underestimated Swift. Anton had kissed her.
I'll protect Olivia, I promise.
I had a feeling it would be the other way around. Anton was strong, but Olivia's powers were perfectly suited to the task. Once inside the house, Anton kept Olivia occupied in Aunt Thora's bedroom, while the rest of us discussed the ritual in the family room.
The first step is to purify ourselves. One of us will take longer than the other for that task,
Grandma said with a pointed look at my mother. Can we use my scented bubble bath? My mother asked.
No, there's a list of required herbs,
Grandma said.
Thora will have them.
What about ceremonial clothing? I asked. Is there a robe involved?
No, we'll be naked,
Grandma said. I stared at her. Naked?
Don't be such a prude, Eden,
my mother admonished me.
I can assure you your daughter is far from a prude, Mrs. Fury.
Sawyer piped up. My cheeks burned. No need to defend me on that one. My mother smiled.
Glad to hear I raised her well.
Nudity is for practical reasons, too,
Grandma interjected.
Clothes are flammable. This is a fire ritual with a dance included. You wear long, flowing sleeves that brush against the flames, and you've got yourself one burnt witch and a ruined ritual.
Another tremor reminded us of the ticking clock. Everybody's clear on what they're doing? I asked. Aunt Thora? The older witch nodded. I'm meeting Clara at the lighthouse. I looked at Sawyer. And you? He clasped my hand.
Stay by your side and kill anything that tries to hurt you.
My mother's tinkling laughter filled the room.
That's so sweet that he thinks he's the knight in this scenario.
He's an absolute prince. I kissed him fully on the lips. We'll meet you and Neville at the mound when we're ready. I'll text you. Sawyer grabbed me by the back of the neck and pulled me in for another kiss that felt as desperate as it did passionate.
Stay safe,
he said in a husky voice. You too. Now that Sawyer and I had reconnected after his bout with amnesia, I wasn't about to lose him again. My mother fanned herself with a magazine.
Is it getting hot in here, or is it just me?
It's called menopause,
Grandma snapped.
Get used to it.
I listened to the sound of the front door as it opened and closed. Sawyer was gone. It was time to get to work. After their purifying baths, I brushed my mother's hair. She sat on a stool at the island while I did my inexperienced best to style it in a French twist. Ouch, that hurts. My mother jerked her head aside. Sorry, not a professional, remember? I don't see why the grooming is even necessary. We're not serving you up to King Kong.
Too bad. I love a good Beauty and the Beast romance, preferably when the beast doesn't transform into a human at the end.
I stared at the back of her head. How did you and Dad manage to fall in love with each other?
We didn't, she said simply. We mistook lust for love, and we rushed into marriage. If we'd delayed another year, maybe even 6 months, I think we would have realized we weren't compatible. By the time we figured it out, we had 2 children and a house together.
I lowered the brush, stunned. It was the most honest and vulnerable answer she'd ever given me. Then why do you keep getting involved with men you know won't work out? I asked. Don't you want real love? Real love doesn't only come in one form, Eden. The ancient Greeks recognized many types. She straightened her shoulders. I have philautia in abundance. That's self-love. Then there's storge, familial love, which I also experience on a daily basis, whether you agree with that or not. Ludus is my personal favorite, though. That's flirtatious love. I was familiar with the different types. What about agape? Agape was viewed as the highest form of love, a universal love that involved empathy and good intentions. I suppose I'm still working on that one, she admitted. Maybe what I'm doing right now will help with that. Next, I did something I hadn't done in a very long time. I hugged her. I felt my mother's body grow stiff in my arms. What's this for? Do I need a reason? In actual fact, I had a reason, but I wasn't about to share it with her. If all went well, she'd figure it out soon enough. My mother pulled away. This is because you think I'm going to die, don't you? I don't think you're going to die. You're indestructible. My mother slid off the stool to her feet. Damn right I am. Grandma snapped her fingers from the sofa.
My turn.
You need to sit here. I can't do your hair on the sofa. Grandma's hair was too short for a twist, but thanks to the assistance of YouTube, I was able to give her a Viking Dutch braid. You look like a badass, I said, spinning her toward me to admire my handiwork. Grandma's intent gaze met mine.
Because I am a badass.
And you'll continue to be one whether you have magic or not, I said. I wrapped my arms around my grandmother and squeezed her petite body, holding on to her for an extra beat.
Are you trying to smother me?
Grandma demanded.
That would ruin the ritual.
I released my hold on her and hoped for the best. Grandma regarded my mother.
Beatrice, you almost managed to look innocent.
She looked at me.
That takes special skills.
My mother smiled demurely. Mother, you look like you're about to climb on your husband's funeral pyre and join him in Valhalla.
Thank you,
Grandma said, patting her hair.
Now, who wants to drive us?
Not Eden, my mother said. I'm not riding in her death trap. I don't think it's been serviced since 1988. Oh, it needs to be serviced? I joked.
I can drive.
Grandma searched the counter for car keys. Why don't you fly there? I suggested. My mother's eyebrows inched up. You would let us do that? I haven't flown in decades, Grandma said with an air of regret. I think you both get a free pass today, I told them. My mother's face brightened. Let me dust off my broom. I'll be right back. Grandma quickly followed to retrieve hers. I was breaking all the rules today, but it was for the greater good. And theirs. Clara was my next call. Once you're at the lighthouse, I need you to tell Sassy to stay with Vaughn if she isn't there already, and not to leave until she hears from one of us. She'll want to know why. Tell her you received word from a news outlet of a potential earthquake, a big one. Or I could tell her the truth now, Clara said. If we end up doing the sight spell, she's going to be alone with Vaughn. It will freak her out to see his fangs. You know Sassy better than I do. If you think she can handle the truth, I'll leave it to your discretion. Just make sure you're at the lighthouse soon. Good luck, Eden. You too. I hung up as the two witches returned with their broomsticks. Their faces glowed with such reverence that I felt a stab of guilt over what was about to happen. Then I remembered all the times they'd used their magic for selfish, immature, and negative reasons, and I knew this was the right move. That the scales would tip in the right direction after this, the ultimate atonement. Anton, Olivia, and I drove below them, and I was thankful they were to remain dressed until the ritual began. Nobody needed that view. We arrived at the mound where preparations were already underway. I was surprised to see Hugh and Irina in the mix. Do you think I would miss the chance to tear the flesh from a demon? Irina asked with a tad too much enthusiasm. Another earthquake rocked us, causing my heart to skip a beat. The tremors were becoming stronger and more frequent. We had to hurry. Irina grabbed the rocky wall of the mound to steady herself. My equilibrium is bad enough without these tremors. If I fall over and injure myself, Jason Swift's entrails will make a lovely mobile for the baby's crib. Hugh smiled at his wife.
Every time I think you can't get any sexier, you say something like that.
She planted a heated kiss on his lips. If we could focus on the crisis, that would be great, I said. It's hard to focus on anything else, Irina complained. My phone buzzed with a message from Aunt Thora. We're at the lighthouse. I glanced up at one of the town's most notable features. Be there in a sec. Every second mattered. I spread my wings and flew.
Eden!
Ted was the first to greet me as I reached the top of the winding staircase. Hi, Ted. His brother, Mick O'Neill, had been the chief of police for most of my life. In fact, Mick's death was the reason Sawyer ended up in Chipping Cheddar as the chief. If Mick hadn't died, I wouldn't have met Sawyer. Life was filled with unexpected twists and turns. Sometimes horrible events opened the door to happy ones. Thank you for offering to help, I continued.
Thora told me everything.
Not everything, Aunt Thora quickly corrected him. That would take more time than we currently have. The lighthouse shook, prompting us to grab hold of the nearest surface.
I must say, it explained quite a lot about this town,
Ted said once the tremor passed.
I used to think I was crazy, but now I think it was my inability to reconcile the two worlds that collide here.
Well, the lighthouse is a great vantage point, I said, and if a widespread spell needs to be done, it's the ideal spot to cast it.
It isn't my lighthouse,
he replied.
It belongs to us all. How could I refuse to defend our town against external threats? My brother would roll over in his grave.
Your brother was a good man, Aunt Thora said. He'd be proud of you right now. Ted glanced out the large window.
Will I really be able to see all the demons after this spell?
Only if we actually cast it, Aunt Thora replied. It's a last resort to help people defend themselves.
We should prep,
Clara said.
That portal can blow open at any moment.
I'll need a lock of your hair, Aunt Thora said. She produced a small set of scissors from her handbag. Clara leaned forward obligingly.
This is a big deal. If we do this, every human in town will be able to see what you and I see.
For better or worse, I remarked. Clara remained perfectly still, except for her eyes, which shifted to me.
Will they be able to keep the sight, or will the spell only be temporary?
It's temporary, Aunt Thora said. It should only last a day at most.
And what if the ritual fails and we can't hold back the demons?
Clara asked.
Won't the people need more than a day?
I heaved a weary sigh. It's the best we can do. I want the three of you to stay here. Don't leave unless I tell you to.
And don't cast the spell without a text from you,
Clara said.
We know. We've got it covered.
Aunt Thora placed a wet kiss on my cheek. Good luck, Eden. I know whatever happens, you'll have done your very best. You always do. Take care of each other. I raced down the steps. The second my foot hit the ground, I spread my wings and flew. Once upon a time, I believed I was the villain of my story. That was when I viewed the world in all or nothing terms like black and white or good and bad. I thought my fury traits and my heritage were evidence of my evil nature. That no matter what I did or how good I behaved, I wouldn't be able to change who I was at my very core. Except I wasn't evil. But I did change. I changed my mindset. I adjusted my view of myself and my family, and in doing so, they changed too. Or maybe they were never as evil as I believed them to be in the first place. Maybe they were every bit as confused and complex as I was. Every one of us was flawed. We might have been supernaturals, but those flaws made us more human than any other trait we possessed. The small group outside the mound had grown into a crowd by the time I returned. My entire family seemed to be in attendance, as well as the Graces and the Leroux witches. Julie, Raphael, and Meg, Moyer and Tomas. Word had spread. I maneuvered through the throng of bodies, assuming I'd need to enter the portal to check on the ritual. I was surprised to see Grandma place the final candle in a chalk circle and step away.
We're ready to start.
You're outside the mound, I said.
Her power of sight is still intact,
Grandma said.
Excellent.
My mother pointed skyward. We need the moon's energy. Then you'd better hurry. We won't have it much longer. Dawn would break soon enough. The sound of a trumpet startled me.
Oh, awesome. It's the Coven Band,
Corinne said. I craned my neck for a peek. There's a Coven Band? I spotted a bevy of instruments at the back of the crowd.
They wanted to help with the ritual,
Corinne explained.
There's a dance involved, so why not have music?
Shouldn't they be helping us fight? Maybe they could have pre-recorded their songs.
Live music has more energy. It's better for the ritual,
Corinne said.
Each instrument has a purpose aside from its sound. Woodwinds bring the element of air, percussions bring earth, brass brings fire, and strings bring water.
I had to admit, she was right about the energy. It was already crackling, and they hadn't even started to play yet. Rocky theme song, I called to them. That would pump me up in the event of a battle.
I don't think they're taking requests,
Corinne said. I was elated when I heard them begin to play the instrumental version of No Sleep Till Brooklyn by the Beastie Boys. These witches knew how to jam. I think you should address the crowd, Eden, my mother urged. I see a lot of scared faces out there.
That's because of the horrible noise,
Grandma interjected. It's called music, Corinne corrected her. I turned toward the sea of supernaturals. Public speaking had never been my favorite thing, but I agreed with my mother. I needed to put their minds at ease the best I could, pump them up for the battle they were possibly about to face. Someone shushed the band. I paced the width of the chalk circle, searching for the right words. Finally, I faced the concerned citizens. Here goes nothing, I whispered to myself. Friends and family, we have gathered together. This isn't the wedding, Irina shouted like a drunken heckler. I was beginning to understand Hugh's willingness to stick to the woods overnight. I tried again. Friends and family, I see the fear in your eyes. The empaths among us feel your fear. Together, we've faced many challenges. We've been threatened by little critters and body-snatching demons and mist demons. We've been trapped in paintings. And each time, we have beaten the odds and overcome those challenges. Eventually, the day may come when we can no longer withstand the onslaught of demons. I drew a deep breath. But today is not that day.
Damn straight,
Grandma yelled.
The hour of werewolves, vampires, witches, and other supernaturals is at hand. We must stand together, united, because tonight we fight to protect the town we love. Our home.
Our cheese,
a voice shouted. Grandma gaped at me with an open mouth.
I like this, Eden. Where have you been hiding her?
These demons will show you no mercy, I continued, so you must do the same.
Olivia smashed her small fist into her hand.
No mercy!
Sweet Hecate. Maybe I needed to tone down the rhetoric.
If this ritual succeeds, then the portal will once again be sealed, but there are no guarantees. There are forces at work that we can't control. You have your mayor to thank for that. This is all the work of Jason Swift.
Murmurs broke out in the crowd.
I wish Agent Redmond were here,
Neville said.
We could really use an elf that looks like Legolas if there's a battle.
I was sure Clara wished the same, albeit for other reasons.
Your mayor's hubris will be our undoing, unless we can fight back the demon tide waiting on the other side of that portal.
I pointed to the mound behind me.
The gods have granted me many gifts through the years. But tonight, the only gift I desire is to save the residents of this town from certain death.
The sound of a slow clap interrupted my speech. Jason Swift sauntered toward us, wearing his usual smug expression. He wore a coat with a fur collar and boots that looked ready to kick puppies. His hair looked as slick as his reputation.
"Speak of the devil and he shall appear,"
Grandma muttered. "Welcome to the party, Mr. Mayor." My voice was laced with sarcasm.
"Oh, you don't need to welcome me. After all, I'm the host. You're simply a guest I haven't tossed out yet."
I gave him my snarkiest smile. "You're welcome to try." The ground rumbled again. "How much time do we have?" Swift sneered.
"It's too late. Even you can't stop what's coming."
"Humor me. I like a challenge." He consulted his flashy Rolex.
"It's almost time. My victory is imminent."
I looked at him in mock disbelief. "Really? What's wrong with good old-fashioned midnight? They don't call it the witching hour for nothing." Neville raised a finger.
Fun fact, some people refer to the hour between 3 and 4 a.m. as the witching hour.
We ignored him.
"If you're trying to buy yourself another day with this little ritual,"
Swift said,
"it's not going to happen."
"What makes you think these demons won't take over once they're free to roam?" I asked.
"Because I'm in charge. Whoever comes through that portal will answer to me."
"Idiot,"
Grandma muttered. Irina sniffed his fur collar.
"That better not be Wolf."
Hugh wisely tugged her away. "Do you think the demons will be beholden to you somehow?" I asked. "They won't care who you are. They'll kill you." My chest tightened as another earthquake hit. The containment spell was breaking. We had to get rid of Swift and start the ritual. Swift tutted.
"First the election, and now this. How does it feel to be a loser?"
"These demons don't care about you or a travel destination," I pressed. "Why do you think they gave you a deadline that had nothing to do with the finished construction?" His expression remained smug.
"Does it matter? More supernatural simply means more minions to do my bidding. I'll have more power than I ever dreamed of."
I had to stop trying to reason with him. Swift was showing me who he was. Now I had to believe him.
"I got what I want,"
he continued,
"and now they'll get what they want. A deal's a deal."
I turned to the circle. "Start the ritual," I ordered. The ground shook violently. Swift stuck a triumphant finger in the air.
"Join me in welcoming our new friends to Chipping Cheddar."
The portal blew open. Chapter 16. A cloud of dust gathered at the mouth of the mound, blocking my view of everyone and everything around me. As the debris cleared, demons burst from the mound, shattering the last remnants of the containment spell. Screams pierced the air. One quick glance told me they were a mixture of species. Some were colorful and easy to spot, and others seemed designed to blend in with their surroundings. No suitcases, no families ready for a vacation. As I anticipated, these were primitive life forms. The red shirts, the minions sent forth to test the safety of their arrival. These demons operated in survival mode, with enough brain power for fight or flight, and by the looks of them, most of them would kill us without a backward glance. "I've captured 2 of them." I looked down to see Olivia's face scrunched in concentration as she attempted to control the air she'd wrapped around 2 demons. She seemed to be squeezing them. I turned to Anton. "There are too many of them. You need to take her and go, now." He didn't hesitate. He picked up Olivia and ran. Swift remained rooted in place as more demons spilled from the mound, grunting and hissing. His confused expression suggested he was beginning to recognize his error in judgment. "Happy now, Mr. Mayor?" I yelled as I stepped on a caterpillar demon and watched its guts squish from its body.
"This isn't what
His sentence was cut short as another wave of incoming demons ran straight over the sleazy lawyer-turned-mayor, trampling him. It happened so fast, there was no chance to save him.
Agent Fury!
Neville yelled in a garbled voice. I spun toward the wizard. A demon held him in the air. Sharp claws gripped Neville's neck, creating puncture wounds. Blood bubbled from his pale skin.
Let him go,
I demanded. Before I could reach him, the wizard managed to pull pepper spray from his pocket and spritz the demon in the eyes, blinding it. The claws retracted, and Neville tumbled to the ground. I rushed forward, spinning around to block the path of another demon.
The way is shut,
I told the creature. The demon snarled.
I don't think he heard you,
Neville said, struggling to his feet.
Or he might not understand English. There are hundreds of demon dialects, and this one has the markings of...
The wizard's commentary was interrupted by the demon's surprisingly long arm. The creature reached past me and slashed at Neville with its talons, forcing the wizard to stumble backward.
Quiet, little man,
the demon rasped. I think this demon speaks English, I said. I brought my elbow down on the demon's arm and broke it in half. The creature ran off, shrieking. I abandoned the demon app, as Neville predicted I would. There were too many, and they were coming too fast. I had to rely on my instincts. I used every part of my body to defend us. I'd be sore tomorrow, but I'd be so grateful for the chance to live another day that I didn't care. I'd take a bubble bath, with Sawyer. It would be worth it for that opportunity alone. I couldn't quiet my mind as the demon onslaught continued. Even if we could reseal the portal, we'd still need to catch the demons that had already passed through. Not all supernaturals were cut out for the job of an FBM agent. Sally had wisely disappeared from the crowd. Vampire or not, she was better equipped in a suburban kitchen than a battleground. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I knew it was another text from Clara, asking whether to cast the sight spell. I wasn't ready to give an answer yet. There was still time to turn things around, but I had to act now.
Use your fury traits,
Hugh barked as he throat-punched a demon.
This is the whole reason you have them.
Truth be told, I didn't know the reason. Why me? Why choose someone who didn't want to bear the burden of these godly gifts? In the end, it didn't matter. Hugh was right. My powers were needed. I had to stop resisting my fate. I needed to let go of the fears holding me back, let go of the woman named Eden, who never stared at her reflection too long because she hoped to avoid the reminder of immortality that shone in her eyes. It was time to accept the supernatural I was born to be. So I finally let go. Snake hair, don't care, I shouted as snakes danced across my crown. Dark wings unfolded. The eternal flames glowed in my eyes. Blood streaked my cheeks in the place of tears. I would use every fury trait in my possession and more if it meant keeping these demons from destroying my beloved Chipping Cheddar. A fury in all her glory, my mother said. I'd never heard her speak of me in such a reverential tone. Look at that blood, Rosalie said, clearly appalled. Grandma smiled proudly.
She wears it well.
Red is her color, my mother agreed. I didn't have time to appreciate their compliments. I had too many demons to dispatch. They streamed toward me by the dozen, their bodies becoming a blur. I fought whatever I could reach and ordered the wolves to hunt the rest. Irina was uncomfortably excited by the prospect. I knew she didn't mind demon blood. She'd once told Hugh that certain types of demon blood would make a baby healthier, like eating her placenta after birth. I'd told him I wasn't interested in any further details. Supported by my wings, I skimmed across the ground and continued to fight like a whirling dervish. Neville appeared beside me, holding what looked like a cane, except it shot darts at approaching demons.
How long can you stay like that?
Neville asked. As long as it takes, I said. Neville observed me with a pained expression.
You'll get more fury traits.
Worth it. The wizard offered a curt nod.
As you wish.
He jumped back into the skirmish. I didn't wish. I didn't want any part of this, but I understood what had to be done. For better or worse, this would be my sacrifice. I'd probably end up with talons and a tail after this. Maybe Sawyer had a kinky side I hadn't discovered yet. Or maybe he'd decide he didn't want to marry me after all. I blocked the unpleasant thought from my mind. I had to bring my A game. I couldn't afford any distractions, no matter how important those distractions were to me.
What are you waiting for? Start the ritual!
I yelled.
I'm waiting for these demons to stop running through the sacred circle.
My mother shot back as a large demon barreled toward her. Grandma flicked a finger, and the demon collapsed right at my mother's feet. My phone buzzed again. Not yet, Clara. The sound of a lone saxophone filled the air. Sawyer stopped mid-fight.
Is that a Kenny G song?
My stomach lurched as his opponent shot spikes from his arms.
Sawyer, look out!
He dodged the projectiles just in time. The song continued without interruption.
I'm confused, Rosalie complained. Are we in an elevator? Am I falling asleep in the dentist chair? We need something more up-tempo.
I had no problem slaying demons to the sound of smooth jazz. I dispatched 3 in a row before being taken by surprise by a 5-armed demon waiting its turn to attack. I dodged and weaved to avoid getting struck by one of the arms. I knew it was a starfish demon, but I couldn't remember its weaknesses. Neville never had to know. My loss was the demon's gain. One of the arms shot out and grabbed me. The band played on. Before I could react, a snarl erupted, and I saw a set of glowing red eyes burning in the shadows. Buttercup? How did she get out of the barn? The hellhound leaped on the demon and tore every limb from its body in a matter of seconds. She turned to me, her tongue hanging out of her mouth, as though waiting for a treat. I stroked her head. Who's the best girl? The hellhound barked happily. A demon flipped in the air and landed face down on the ground in front of me. A pint-sized person charged forward to confront it. She wore a backpack covered in pastel sugar skulls and a doll's head poked through a gap. I gaped at my niece.
Olivia, what on earth?
The demon tried to rise.
Down, demon,
she commanded. The demon dropped to the ground. Holy heckety.
Olivia!
Anton fought his way through the bodies. I told you to go, I said. What happened?
Olivia insisted we come back.
We observed Olivia as she placed a small hand on the demon's head.
You must return to Otherworld. This realm isn't for you. Your species likes fire and brimstone, and we can't offer you that.
No brimstone?
The demon queried in a scratchy voice. Olivia shook her head.
You wouldn't be happy here. I read a book about a fish on a bicycle. It did not end well.
She paused. For the fish or the bicycle? The demon scurried to the mound and disappeared. Olivia glanced up at me, seeming to notice my appearance for the first time.
I like your hair, Auntie Eden. Why have I not turned to stone?
Because I haven't activated that part.
The snakes are only for intimidation?
She asked. No, they also bite. She took a step backward. So, do all demons obey you? I asked. She shrugged, causing her doll's head to wobble.
I don't know. I haven't met all the demons yet.
We thought she had elemental powers because she took care of those demons at school in the mini tornado,
Anton explained. I stared at him. But?
She wasn't just controlling the elements.
He inhaled sharply.
Turns out she was also controlling the demons.
My jaw unhinged. And you've only decided to share this with me now?
Verity made me swear not to. We weren't sure of the extent of her powers. We wanted more time.
But you had an inkling. Anton's face turned 3 shades of red.
She's a little girl. What was she supposed to do? Stand sentry at the mound indefinitely and risk her life to order unsavory demons to leave? That isn't any kind of life for a child.
My anger subsided. My brother was right. I had no right to expect anything of Olivia, the same way my family had no right to expect anything of me just because I was a Fury. I crouched down in front of my niece. Listen, the reality is we could use your help right now, but whether you use your powers is your choice. No one will force you.
Why do you think I came back? I want to help.
Tears pricked the backs of my eyes. Okay, then let's do this. Olivia fixed me with a determined expression.
No, not us. I can do this by my own.
I tousled her hair. Not on your own, Olivia. Never on your own. Together.
She took my hand. We need to hurry. These demons aren't going to send themselves home.
She giggled.
Well, they will when I tell them to.
Somebody get this girl a mic!
I screamed.
She isn't that funny,
Anton remarked. The drum major ripped a lapel mic from her cloak and tossed it to me. I flew into the air, carrying my niece in my arms. I waited until I was high enough to see the entire area below. The mound, the park, the vortex. Now, I said. Olivia tapped the mic, now attached to her backpack strap.
Is this thing on?
She suddenly reminded me of Grandma performing comedy at the Supernatural Speakeasy. God help us all. Go ahead, I urged. This wasn't the time for her to test out new material.
Attention, demons of Otherworld,
Olivia began.
This is your overlord speaking.
She covered the mic.
Their overlady?
Their big boss, I hissed. On the earth below, all movement seemed to ground to a halt. She uncovered the mic.
This is your big boss speaking. By the power vested in me, I order you back to Otherworld through the portal and never return. My name is Olivia Fury. I've claimed this town, and you can't have it.
I watched as the remaining demons formed a single-file line and marched toward the mound like obedient zombies. Olivia turned to me with a huge smile.
They're my minions now.
My niece had demon minions. What would the gods think of next? I hovered high in the air, waiting for the last demon to disappear inside the mound. When a cheer erupted, I knew it was safe to return. From this vantage point, I noticed a figure on the ground, halfway between the mound and the lighthouse. At first, I thought it was discarded clothing, until I spotted movement. I returned to Earth and told Olivia to find her father. Then I dashed to the body, steeling myself for what I was about to see. Clara! I dropped to the ground beside her, reverting to my human form. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be in the lighthouse. You didn't reply. Gods above, I didn't respond to her texts about the spell. I'm so sorry. Worried, she whispered. Came to make sure you were all right. I'm fine. What did this to you? Demon with fins. Think it was headed to the water. I searched the darkness for any sign of it. No. Gone. She pointed to the left. On the ground about 5 feet away was the long body of a demon with shark-like fins. How? I asked. Clara didn't have any magic, only the sight. Thora, she wouldn't let me go alone. Clara's voice was barely audible. Why did she leave you? My heart got lodged in my throat. Where's Aunt Thora? She never would have left Clara in this condition unless... I'll be right back. I'm getting you help. I raced back to the mound. I need a healer. Somebody get me a healer. I spotted Moyer and Tomas in the crowd and ran to them. Your mother came down from the lighthouse and fought a demon. You need to find her. I didn't need to tell them twice. Tomas spread his wings and flew, leaving a trail of angel dust in his wake. Moyer sprinted toward the lighthouse.
What's wrong?
I whirled around to face Anton. Where's Verity? Did she leave town yet?
Not yet. She's at her office with Ryan. She thought it would be safer there.
Verity's office was too far. It would take too long for her to get here. My heart beat like an erratic drum. I couldn't let anything happen to Clara. She was my best friend, She was set to marry the love of her life and live happily ever after. She deserved that, damn it. My mind raced through the best options. Where's Corinne? She can make a healing potion. And she'd be fast. You didn't serve demanding customers in magic beans without picking up a few skills, and speed was definitely one of them.
Corinne!
Anton bellowed. He'd inherited my father's loud voice, that much was clear. Corinne appeared in front of me as if transported by magic. Her skin gleamed with perspiration, and her brown eyes were wide and alert. What do you need? I pointed. Clara's hurt. She needs a healing potion right now. Corinne patted her pockets. I brought a few bottles. Used some already, but there's more. Go now, please. Corinne ran. I scanned the horizon for any sign of Aunt Thora. My spirits soared when I caught sight of Tomas flying through the air with the older witch in his arms. I waved my arms and gestured to where Corinne was already treating Clara. Moyer jogged back to me.
She's okay,
he panted.
She said the impact of her spell knocked her backward. She fell down the hill and twisted her ankle.
I heaved a sigh of relief. Light bloomed at the mound, and I realized the candles had been lit. Moyer's eyes widened.
Looks like the ritual has finally begun.
About time. Swift is dead, by the way, I said. He nodded.
I assumed that was the case when I saw one of the demons wearing his fur-collared coat and boots. Good riddance, I say. He deserved every footprint on his body for the danger he put us in.
I didn't argue. The coven band reassembled and started to play. I expected music in keeping with an ancient fire ritual, maybe a steady drum beat. I didn't expect the instrumental version of Mr. Roboto by Styx. I walked closer to the mound where Grandma was currently performing the robot as my mother danced the sprinkler. Naked, of course. This is their ritual fire dance? I asked no one in particular. My mother switched to the moonwalk, gliding backward on bare feet around the circle. Anton joined me, sharing my look of abject horror.
I was enjoying the music until this started.
If we thought we had childhood trauma before, this will bring it to another level, I said. When Grandma dropped to the ground to perform the worm, I nearly lost it. Her saggy boobs slapped the earth with each movement. Don't hurt yourself, I yelled. If she pulled a muscle now, we were in real trouble. That portal needed to be permanently sealed. Grandma scrambled to her feet and gave me a thumbs up. I noticed the coven band remained at a safe distance. Smart.
Maybe we should douse the fire so no one can see them,
Anton suggested. The fire is a necessary element, I said. Sawyer joined us with Achilles tucked under his arm. How did he get here? I asked in disbelief.
He must have followed Princess Buttercup and hid until the fighting was over.
Aw, he was worried about you. To prove my point, Achilles licked Sawyer's face. Sawyer squinted in the direction of the magic circle.
I hate to ask, but are they voguing?
I pushed his cheek away. Please don't look at them.
Because it'll ruin the ritual?
Because it'll ruin your eyesight. Adele and Rosalie squeezed closer to us. If I'd known your mother could move like that, I would have invited her to the dance competition at the club years ago, Rosalie said. Will the ritual work if they dance like they're stuck in the 80s? I asked. Adele gave my arm a reassuring pat.
They can do the Macarena for all the universe cares. The precise movements don't matter.
If they don't matter, then why would they choose that? I pointed at Grandma, who was now performing the shopping cart. A vague smile touched Adele's lips.
Because they're having fun with it. Can you blame them? If I were giving up one of the things I love most in the world, I'd want to find a way to enjoy it too.
I observed the witches as they gyrated. I don't think it's that they love it. I think they were attached to it. There's a difference. They shared an unhealthy attachment to dark magic and their identities as evil witches. Now I understood the purpose of the bath. They weren't simply purifying themselves for the ritual itself. They were preparing themselves to live in the light, to choose an existence without darkness. I noticed Grandma's broomstick as she tossed it on the bonfire. My mother's broomstick followed. They're sacrificial objects. It helped that the wood was flammable. It would have been much harder to burn Grandma's phones, although I wouldn't have minded that sacrifice. The ritual continued with my mother and Grandma's performance of the routine, like Monica and Ross on Friends, except naked. The remaining crowd seemed to be equally entertained and horrified. I felt the same. I slipped away to check on Clara and Aunt Thora. They were both upright when I arrived, which was a good sign.
"How's it going?"
Aunt Thora asked.
"The music is a nice touch."
Not my idea. I didn't dare look over my shoulder. It's almost over, I think. I prayed.
Let's hope this works, because I never want to see them in the buff again,
Thomas said.
It'll make holiday dinners very uncomfortable.
Only for you, I said. They're perfectly fine with it. Emily jogged over to us.
All done. No more demons,
she panted. My breathing hitched. The portal's been sealed? It worked? She held up a finger, then bent over with a hand braced on each thigh. Once she caught her breath, she resumed an upright position. Yes! How can we be sure? Clara asked.
No more demons are coming through, and the fissures are gone,
Emily replied.
Neville confirmed.
I could hardly believe it. Mission accomplished. I glanced at the mound, but could only see silhouettes. How are my mom and Grandma?
Resting comfortably, Emily replied. Corinne brought them blankets and hot cocoa from Magic Beans.
Do they seem any less evil? I asked.
Emily laughed. That I can't answer.
Go to them, Clara said. Tomas offered to take me home. I hugged all three of them before returning to the mound, where a handful of residents still lingered. My hands are stiff and frozen, Rosalie remarked, rubbing them together. I can only imagine how their exposed bits feel. That was the most empathy I'd ever heard Rosalie express for anybody. The fact that it was directed at my mother and Grandma was all the more stunning. It seemed my family members weren't the only ones who'd experienced personal growth tonight.
I'll clean up from the ritual,
Sawyer offered.
We don't want to leave those candles burning. Safety hazard.
You can't blow them out, I warned. You have to snuff them. Achilles lifted his leg and peed directly on the first candle, dousing the flame. Wincing, Sawyer looked at me.
Is that bad? Did my dog just offend the gods?
Urine is natural,
Adele answered for me.
It will do no harm.
She paused.
But don't let him do it again.
Sawyer tucked the dog under his arm and proceeded to snuff the rest of the flames. Adele smiled at me.
I know I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but this one's a keeper.
Oh, I already have a dog, I replied. We both laughed.
You've done well, ma chère,
Adele said. You sound surprised.
When it comes to you, never. When the chips are down, I will always bet on Eden Fury.
Thanks. That means a lot coming from you. Adele Leroux was one of the most respected residents in Chipping Cheddar, a masterful witch and a wonderful matriarch. If Sawyer's smile was the equivalent of a warm hug with both of us in our underwear, then praise from Adele was like ascension to a higher plane. Fear coiled in my stomach as I separated from the herd to check on my mother and Grandma. I approached the remains of the mound with trepidation. What if they regretted their decision now that the deed was done? Even worse, what if they resented me for it? My mother and Grandma sat side by side, fully clothed and wrapped in blankets. How are you? I asked.
We're fine,
Grandma replied without an ounce of sarcasm.
How are you?
You were incredible up there, my mother said, raising her chin and looking skyward. You saw me?
How could I miss you? You were like a snake-haired supernova.
Breathtaking,
Grandma agreed.
I've never been prouder.
My throat thickened with emotion. Do you think everybody saw me?
I hope so,
my mother said. I want them to know who's responsible for saving their lives. I inclined my head toward the sealed portal. I think you helped with that. My mother waved a dismissive hand. Nonsense. Grandma and I were simply tools for you to use.
She's a tool,
Grandma said, pointing to my mother.
I'm a weapon.
She paused.
Or I was.
I'm sorry, I told them. I know it must feel awful to lose such an important part of yourselves. My mother tightened the blanket around her shoulders. It was a part I should have lost years ago. Tonight, I was merely a snake shedding its skin. That doesn't mean I'm no longer a snake. I looked at her intently. You mean you're still a witch? I don't need a broomstick or a potion to be a witch, my mother said.
I still have my cackle,
Grandma said, and demonstrated her point. Won't you miss the power you had? Worth it, they said in unison. Sensing the lack of tension, Sawyer sauntered over to us.
How are the stars of the show?
Grandma motioned for him to come closer.
Any casualties on our side?
No deaths, only minor injuries.
He kissed my forehead.
You ladies saved a whole town tonight. Thank you for your sacrifice. We couldn't have done it without you.
Grandma glanced over her shoulder at the now quiet portal.
I wonder if this is the reason our family ended up in Chipping Cheddar all those years ago. I assumed we were drawn here because of the vortex, but now I think it might have been for this very moment. That the whole reason I was ever granted the kind of powerful magic I enjoyed is because I was destined to give it up one day.
How does that make you feel?
Sawyer asked. Grandma offered an uncharacteristic smile.
My daughter and I sealed a portal to another realm and saved thousands of lives. I'm no fury, but I feel more powerful now than I ever have.
My mother glanced at me. I have to admit it feels good to do good. Agape, I said. My mother smiled. Agape indeed. Chapter 17. I awoke the next morning feeling exhausted from the events of the previous day. I rolled to the side and watched Sawyer sleep. Achilles snuggled between us, and Princess Buttercup was sprawled across the base of the bed. At this point, we needed a super king-sized bed. Sawyer seemed to sense my gaze because he opened his eyes and smiled.
Good morning, superhero. How does it feel to have thwarted a demon apocalypse?
I'm going to Disneyland, I joked. He inched closer.
How about Olivia? She'll be taking your job soon enough.
She'll be ruling the world if we're not careful. He kissed the tip of my nose.
She has you for a role model. She'll be nothing short of amazing.
Are you hungry? I'm getting dressed and heading over to check on my mother and Grandma. I bet Aunt Thora made celebratory pancakes with lemon and powdered sugar.
I would love to, but I need to get to work. I gave Guthrie the morning off. He's been firing on all cylinders this week.
I choked back laughter. He's been firing on all cylinders? Does he even know everything that went down last night?
Not a clue.
You're a generous boss. His grin was infectious.
I can also be a generous boyfriend. Any requests before I leave the warmth of this blanket?
I appreciate the offer, but I think the audience would prefer a different type of nature show. I nodded toward Achilles and Princess Buttercup, both staring at us with equally pathetic expressions because they were desperate to go outside. He leaned forward and kissed me with the kind of intensity that made me forget the outside world existed. Are you trying to get me to change my mind? I asked, because you're doing an effective job.
I have a serious question,
he said. I sat up and mentally prepared myself. I'm listening. He propped himself up by his elbow.
What are the odds of one of our kids being a Fury?
My stomach tensed. Are you asking because you're concerned?
Not at all. Just wondering if there's any way to prepare for that kind of fatherhood.
I laughed. Do you know something I don't? He placed a warm hand on my stomach.
That would require magic I don't have, which is pretty much my point.
I covered his hand with mine. If you're worried about raising supernatural children, don't be. You, Chief Sawyer Fox, will be an incredible father. No question. He looked up at me.
How can you be sure? I don't have experience like you do.
A supernatural child has all the same needs as any other child. And if anybody knows how to give love, compassion, security, and the necessary space for growth, it's you.
Then you wouldn't mind having kids with a plain human like me. You're not worried about spoiling the supernatural broth.
I ran my fingers through his thick head of hair. Why, Sawyer Fox, are you asking if I'd like to procreate with you? He gave me a sheepish smile.
If we're talking about marriage, I'd like to know that we're on the same page, that we want the same things. I'm not psychic either, so I figured it was best to have the conversation.
I slid beneath the covers and snuggled against him. If you want to share a life together, raise dogs together, and co-parent wonderful children together, regardless of their genetic dispositions, then yes, we want the same things.
I'm glad to hear it.
He kissed me again.
Do we need to sign anything in blood to make it official?
We don't need to make anything except a promise to each other. I dressed and left the barn, practically floating to the back door. It wasn't every day I saved a town and cemented a relationship with the most amazing human in the universe. I was in such a good mood that I walked straight into the kitchen where Aunt Thora, my mother, and Grandma were gathered, and immediately gave them each a hug. I considered waiting to see how my mother and Grandma handled the situation first, but in the end, I decided to follow through with my original plan. So, it was hugs all around.
Someone got lucky last night,
my mother said, eyeing me closely.
I'm jealous.
How are you feeling? I asked.
I'll let you know when I can find a human product that actually reduces fine lines and wrinkles,
my mother complained.
You might want to look for under-eye concealer, too,
Grandma told her.
Those bags look heavier than Eden's school backpacks.
My mother spun around and darted to the bathroom, no doubt to confirm Grandma's uncomplimentary description. Grandma slapped her hands on the island.
I feel great. Ready for a plate of pancakes. I'll have to learn to beat the seniors at poker without a cheating spell, but I'm up for the challenge.
My mother returned from the bathroom, and I noticed her skin had a faint glow. Grandma noticed too.
Wow. Whatever product you just slathered on your skin, we need to invest in that company. It's a miracle cream.
My mother appeared shell-shocked. I know. I look incredible, right? What did you use? Aunt Thora asked. One of my herbal concoctions? No, I did one of my skincare spells out of habit. I've been using magic for so long that I acted on impulse.
And that worked?
Grandma sounded skeptical. My mother scrutinized her hands in amazement. How is this possible? We gave it up. Every last ounce. I frowned. Is magic weighed in ounces? Not the point, Eden. My mother's stare migrated from her hands to me. What if we messed up and the portal is still a threat? We should check. The portal is fine, I assured her. The ritual worked. Then I don't understand. Grandma swiveled to eye me closely.
This is your handiwork.
My mother slapped her uncreased forehead. Gods above. She's right. This has Eden's do-gooder fingerprints all over it. I feigned innocence. I don't have the type of magic that improves complexions. I braced myself for one of her zingers, like, clearly, or your skin wouldn't look like it belongs to an aging rock star. Instead, my mother said, When you hugged me after fixing my hair, you siphoned a bit of my magic, didn't you? Grandma perked up.
She hugged me, too. I thought she was having a nervous breakdown.
Grandma splayed her own hands.
Now that I'm focused on it, I feel the hum of magic. It's not a lot, but it's there.
They had me cornered. Might as well fess up. I may have siphoned a little bit of your magic before the ritual. I basically put it in storage for you, free of charge.
And you gave it back when you just hugged us again,
my mother said with a look of astonishment.
Eden Joy Fury. Why didn't you tell us your plan?
Because I wasn't sure it would work, and I didn't want to get your hopes up. I also didn't want to jeopardize the ritual. If they knew they weren't making a total sacrifice, it might not have worked. They had to believe.
I don't know what to say.
Grandma's gaze met mine, and I realized there were tears in her eyes.
You've hated our magic your whole life, and you finally had the chance to keep it from us forever. Why would you give some of it back?
Because it's part of your identity. It isn't magic that makes you good or evil. It's how you use it. And you've both changed since I've been back in town. Not all at once, but I've seen it. You deserve a second chance.
How can you say that?
My mother asked.
We're terrible. We hurl lightning bolts at each other without regret.
And then you resurrect each other.
We spelled your boyfriend to make him forget you,
Grandma said. And you were sorry. Personal growth isn't a straight trajectory. It's a series of loops. My mother pressed her hands to her cheeks.
There's water on my face. Is the spell backfiring?
No, Mom. Those are tears of joy. She wiped them away with the back of her hand.
Where do you think your middle name came from? When you were born, I cried tears of joy then, too.
Because I was a Fury.
No, sweetheart, because you made it into the world. You went from a hope in my heart to existence. It was nothing short of a miracle.
The sound of Grandma's rumbling stomach interrupted the tender moment.
Can we emote later? I'm starving.
Aunt Thora held up an oblong plate.
Who wants pancakes?
My hand shot in the air.
Will Sawyer be joining us?
My mother asked. Not now, but maybe for dinner. I pulled out my phone. That reminds me. I need to schedule a follow-up council meeting to discuss the mayor situation. Aunt Thora set a plate in front of me.
Can we reinstate Mayor Whitehead?
No need. As deputy mayor, Hugh Phelps will take over, but we'll need to replace him on the council.
Why do we need a supernatural council if the portal is sealed shut?
My mother asked. Because this town is still a supernatural magnet, the same as before, I explained. It won't stop attracting demons and other species just because their direct access has been cut off again. It's a subconscious draw.
I guess you're not in danger of losing your job, then,
Grandma said. The FBM will always need an outpost here. Whether I remain in charge of it for eternity is another matter. My immortality was an issue I wasn't ready to contemplate. Maybe in another 50 years, or when Sawyer started to look more like my grandfather. That was a future Eden problem. Present Eden didn't have any problems, and she was enjoying the heck out of it. My phone rang on the way to visit the portal. I'd promised headquarters that I'd do another quick check today. They were cautiously optimistic, but as usual, they wanted the details in a report they'd inevitably throw in a drawer and fail to read. Bunch of bureaucrats. Hey, Neville, what's up?
Where are you?
I'm at the portal. If you can grab a cappuccino for me, that would be great. I'll be at the office in 5 minutes.
I'm not at the office,
he said. I slowed my pace. Something in the wizard's tone seemed off. Where are you?
The promenade, on my thinking bench.
There's a thinking bench?
There is when I sit on it and think.
A sense of foreboding washed over me. I'll be there in 5 minutes. I found Neville seated on a bench at the waterfront, wrapped in a coat and wearing a knitted Hawkeye's hat. He tossed the food to a flock of noisy seagulls. There you are. I glanced at the box of mini donuts in his hands. You're feeding them food from holes? What did the seagulls do to deserve the royal treatment?
I lost my appetite.
And you thought the seagulls would be more appreciative of leftover baked goods than yours truly? I joined him on the bench. I'll try my best not to take offense.
Apologies, Agent Fury. I wasn't thinking clearly.
I don't blame you after the week we had. It was pretty crazy.
I'm glad it's over. I'm not equipped to deal with that level of stress. It was worse than a boss fight in Dark Souls.
I kicked my legs back and forth beneath the bench. The FBM wants 50 useless reports by the end of the day.
I know.
Neville replied. Oh, did they send you an email?
No. They called me after receiving my strongly worded letter.
He cleared his throat.
It seems I've been promoted.
His tone was one of vague disbelief. Congratulations, Neville. It's about time they recognized your genius.
They fired Agent Mulgrew for his incompetence and have offered me his position.
I noticed he wasn't smiling. I would have expected you to be happier about this. Mulgrew deserved to be fired, you know that, right?
It isn't that.
The wizard cast a forlorn glance in the direction of Chesapeake Bay.
It's that I'll need to move to headquarters. I'll have to leave Chipping Cheddar.
He swallowed hard.
It's become my home.
My heart squeezed at the thought of losing Neville. I left home once. He looked at me.
And then you came back.
Not by choice, remember? Neville allowed himself a tiny smile.
How could I forget? Paul Pidcock had been killed, and I was operating without a boss. It was one of the best things that ever happened to me.
He frowned.
Not Paul's death, of course. That was tragic.
I pulled him into a bear hug. I know what you mean, Neville.
I'm going to miss you, Eden.
His voice was muffled as he pressed his face against my shoulder. I smiled. You called me Eden.
Forgive me. It will never happen again.
Regaining his dignity, he straightened and wiped the slobber off my shirt.
Do you mind that I'll outrank you?
I burst into laughter. Have you met me?
I know, but you're a fury, a gift from the gods. I'm a mere wizard.
You're Neville, the Grand Wizard of Chipping Cheddar. Neville shook his head.
Please don't call me that.
Don't be so modest.
It isn't modesty. I don't want to be associated with the KKK.
My cheeks burned from embarrassment. Oh, right. The Wizard of Oz, then. The Q to my bond. Or you were. I guess you'll be the M to my bond now. He wiped a stray tear from his cheek.
I'll miss you most of all.
I think that's my line.
Except you aren't going anywhere,
Neville pointed out.
You're staying home.
I was staying home, and for the first time in my life, I was happy with that outcome. You won't be far, Neville. You're welcome to visit whenever the mood strikes you.
In that case, I won't get any work done because I'll always be here.
Quinn was able to cut a deal with headquarters to spend more time here. Maybe you can do the same. He nodded.
Once I prove myself, I'll see what I can negotiate.
I hugged him again. I'm so glad I never put you in the hospital like poor Fergus.
I'll be in touch as soon as I've settled in. In the meantime, you'll need to hire a new assistant.
Ugh, that sounds unpleasant.
I took the liberty of creating a list of candidates. Just suggestions, of course. I left it on your desk.
Thank you, Neville. I appreciate everything you've ever done for me. Truly.
I'm going to go now, before I start to cry worse than the time I watched Finding Nemo on an airplane.
The wizard slipped out of my arms and walked away. I watched his stout legs until they disappeared around the bend of the pathway.
Is this a private moment, or can anyone join in?
A husky voice asked. I didn't bother to hide my tears as I turned to face Sawyer, who now sat beside me on the bench. How did you know I was here?
Neville texted me. He said you might need support.
Neville's been promoted. I'll need to hire a replacement. The word didn't seem quite right. There'd be no replacing Neville. He was one of a kind.
What can I do to make you feel better?
Sawyer asked gently. Cheese, I croaked. He nodded.
Easy enough in this town?
And fries? I paused. And maybe a large chocolate milkshake with whipped cream and a cherry.
Your grief has very specific needs.
He cupped my face in his hands and kissed me.
But I'm happy to help you with that.
I sniffed.
Take me to good enough.
I'll take you anywhere you want to go.
I gazed into his eyes, so grateful for the day I met Chief Sawyer Fox. I brushed his lips with mine.
Any more of that, and we'll need to get our food to go,
he said. I'm not opposed to that plan. And if I use my wings, I can fly us to my place from the diner in 45 seconds flat.
Look at you, willing to use your fury powers for mundane acts.
I smiled. Oh, there's nothing mundane about the act I have in mind for us. He took me by the hand, and we walked at a hurried pace. My heart was pounding by the time we reached downtown Chipping Cheddar, but it had nothing to do with the physical exertion and everything to do with the man beside me. My fury antenna twitched as we passed Magic Beans. Something's wrong.
Stomach issues again? Maybe you should consider the sweet potato fries instead.
I'm not talking about me. I scanned the area until my gaze landed on a scuffle in a nearby alleyway. A middle-aged woman tugged desperately on the strap of her handbag. Her assailant was obscured by the dumpster. Sawyer craned his neck.
Supernatural or human?
Does it matter?
How else will we know which one of us should handle it?
Good point. I observed the scene for an extra beat and felt a surge of excitement when I spotted the assailant's forked tail. You lose. He grinned.
Depends on your point of view. Would you like backup?
No need, Sawyer, my love. I pushed up my sleeves and started toward the demon. It's fury time. Chapter 18. The sun shone brightly through the kitchen window. Ideal weather for the annual Chipping Cheddar picnic. Standing at the counter, I stuck a bottle of sunscreen in my tote bag. A strong pair of arms wrapped around my waist from behind.
You don't need sunscreen,
Sawyer said, nuzzling my neck.
Your supernatural skin is sunproof.
It isn't for me. It's for Imogen.
You've already dressed her in an entire SPF outfit, hat included. What part of her body will be left for sunscreen?
You can't be too careful. He chuckled.
You've been spending too much time with Verity.
Imogen might turn out to be human. We can't treat her like she's immortal. Our daughter was only 2 years old. It had taken longer than that to determine whether my nephew Ryan had any supernatural abilities.
Let me carry the bag,
my husband insisted. I smiled. I'm still a fury, Sawyer. Just because I'm carrying an extra 20 pounds around the middle doesn't make me weak. Our second child was due in a few months. I couldn't wait to add another member to the Fox and Fury household. Mainly because I'd developed swollen feet and hands and was desperate for them to return to normal size.
Eden, are you ready?
My mother's voice rang through the barn.
She used the spare key again,
Sawyer said accusingly. No, she didn't. I left the door unlocked. He frowned.
That isn't better.
We're ready, Mom. Imogen ran to my mother, happy to be scooped into her grandmother's arms.
You're bringing the potato salad, right?
My mother asked. For the 20th time, yes.
Good. I can't stand Verity's recipe. She insists on putting olives in it. The only place olives belong is in a martini glass.
She kissed Imogen's cheek.
Isn't that right, darling?
Imogen blew a raspberry. We piled into my mother's SUV, squeezing the dogs into the back, and drove together to Davenport Park where the picnic was being held. Most of the town seemed to have turned out for it this year. I spotted Clara and Sassy playing ball with Clara and Quinn's twin boys. Sassy had eventually arrived at the conclusion that she liked other people's children, but she didn't want to raise her own, which worked out well for our kids. She and Vaughn bought the house next door to Clara and Quinn, which made them very convenient babysitters. Sally waved to me from a blanket under a large oak tree where she sat with my father, as well as Anton and his family.
Please tell me you brought the potato salad,
Anton whispered.
If I have to hear Mom mention olives one more time, I'll go vengeance demon on the whole of Italy.
Italy is marked safe today from Anton Fury, I replied. Where are the kids? Olivia is too cool to sit with her parents, Verity remarked. She's near the mound with Moyer's kids. Olivia and I spent a lot of time together now.
She was my go-to babysitter for Imogen, and she and I held training sessions the way Neville and I once did. Olivia was light years ahead of me in every way, though. She was the most well-adjusted supernatural you could ever meet. There didn't seem to be a name for her species, so we had a grand time making up our own. This week's title was Mother of Demons.
Ryan is over by the river with his flute,
Anton said.
He's trying to get the fish to jump out of the water.
One of Ryan's magical talents turned out to be related to music, which we didn't discover until he was old enough to play an instrument. We weren't sure of the specifics yet, but he was keen to experiment, which pleased Verity to no end. She thought music couldn't possibly be evil. I decided to spare her an introduction to Nickelback.
I can't believe you're leaving us for 2 whole weeks,
my father complained. You know that's the new normal, I said. Okoboji, Iowa for 2 weeks every year. That was the deal Sawyer and I made when we got married. We'd see Aunt Wilfreda, who absolutely adored Imogen. Neville was due to join us for a few days as well. The wizard was much busier now that he was the director of operations for the FBM, but he always carved out time for my family. This year, he was bringing a special lady friend, and we were hopeful she would finally be the one. Sawyer joined me on the blanket.
Imogen is playing with the twins.
I shaded my eyes to see her. One of the twins was rolling a ball toward her, taking extra care not to knock her over. They'd inherited their father's strength and agility, and they were already acutely aware of it. Auntie Eden, I want to show you something. I turned to face my nephew. His boyishness was beginning to give way to more mature features. He was the perfect combination of Anton and Verity. What is it, Ryan? I asked. I need your snakes first. I looked at him warily. You're not going to feed them popcorn again, are you? No, this is different. No food involved. It's a little project I've been working on.
I'd love to see it,
Sawyer said. I released my snake hair. He brought the flute to his lips and began to play I've Had the Time of My Life from the movie Dirty Dancing. Alice would approve. I felt the snakes move as they danced on my head. You're a natural, I told my nephew. Music is his magic, Verity said with a mother's pride.
You're the coolest,
Ryan told me.
All the supernaturals in my class are so jealous when I tell them my aunt is a fury.
I shrugged. What can I say? I'm the gift from the gods that keeps on giving. Sawyer squeezed my hand.
You certainly are.
You've reached the end of the Federal Bureau of Magic series.